Chapter 1. The sky over Muzutafu had been gray for 3 days, the kind of gray that pressed low over the rooftops and made the street lights flicker on too early. In a cramped apartment on the 4th floor of a building that smelled of instant noodles and old carpet, a small boy sat curled in the corner of a closet, knees drawn to his chest, listening to the sound of raised voices bleed through a door that was never quite thick enough. He was 4 years old. He had learned, in the way that small children learn things they should never have to learn, exactly how many seconds it took for the shouting to stop, exactly which floorboard creaked loudest so he could avoid it, exactly how to make himself small enough that the world might forget he was there at all. He did not have a hero costume or a favorite all-might action figure clutched in his hands the way other boys his age might. He had a threadbare stuffed rabbit with one ear chewed soft from years of being held too tightly, and he had silence, and he had the closet. He did not remember, later, exactly what happened next. There was no dramatic flash of light in his memory, no voice announcing that his story was about to change. There was only the ordinary ache of a bad night bleeding into something stranger, a pressure behind his eyes like the moment before a sneeze, and then the walls of the closet were not walls anymore. They were nothing. They were a color that did not have a name, spreading out in every direction, and the boy who would one day be called many things by many people fell through it without a sound. When the world came back, it did not come back kind. He landed on stone that was warm in a way stone should not be warm, under a sky the color of a bruise, red and orange bleeding into a black that had no stars in it. The air tasted of ash and something metallic he could not name. Somewhere far off, a sound like a struck gong rolled across the horizon and did not seem to end. Buildings rose crooked and impossible around him, towers that leaned like they had been built by hands that did not care whether anything stood up straight, windows glowing sickly yellow and red like 100 half-lidded eyes. The boy did not scream. That, too, was something he had learned not to do. He pulled his knees to his chest the way he always did, made himself small in the mouth of an alley between 2 buildings that smelled of smoke and rust, and he waited, because waiting was the only thing he had ever been good at. Above him, shapes moved through the sky that he did not have words for, some with wings like torn paper, some with too many eyes, and none of them looked down long enough to notice one small, shaking child pressed into the shadows. Time in that place did not move the way time was supposed to move. It could have been an hour. It could have been a night and a day and another night. The boy did not eat, because there was nothing to eat, and he did not cry, because crying had a way of bringing attention he had learned to fear. And so he simply existed in the space between one heartbeat and the next, watching a world that was not his own go on without him. It was hunger that finally moved him, in the end, more than courage. His stomach ached in a way that made the fear feel almost distant, and some small animal part of him, the part that had kept him alive through worse nights than this, told him that if he did not move, he would not survive whatever this place was. So he uncurled his stiff limbs and stepped out of the alley on legs that shook, clutching his rabbit against his chest like it was the last solid thing in the universe, and he began to walk. The streets of Pentagram City were not built for someone his size. Everything loomed. The demons who passed him, and he understood, somewhere in the animal part of his brain, that they were demons, though the word itself did not occur to him yet, were tall and strange and sharp-edged, and none of them so much as broke stride to look at the child weaving between their legs. He had spent 4 years learning how to be invisible. It turned out that skill traveled well, even to hell. He did not know where he was going. He only knew that the buildings ahead looked, in some indefinable way, less hostile than the ones behind him, the neon was softer, the angles less jagged, and something in him, some small stubborn ember that had never quite gone out no matter how many nights he spent in the dark, pulled him toward it. He walked until his legs would not carry him any further, until the ash-colored world blurred and swam, and then he simply stopped, in the middle of a wide street lined with black iron lamps, and sat down on the curb because standing had become impossible. He hugged his rabbit tighter. Somewhere above him, an enormous building rose into the bruised sky, its windows warm with gold light, its doors carved with a symbol he did not recognize, a heart, wrapped in something that might have been wings, or might have been flame. He did not know it yet, but he had walked, without meaning to, without any hope of finding it, almost directly to the one door in that entire ruined city that might have opened for him. He put his head down on his knees, and for the first time since the closet, since the falling, since the sky that was the wrong color, 4-year-old Izuku Midoriya allowed himself, just once, to cry. Chapter 2. Charlie Morningstar had never been very good at ignoring things. It was, according to Vaggie, both her greatest strength and the thing most likely to get her killed one day, and on the evening she found the boy on the curb outside the Hazbin Hotel, both of those things happened to be true at once. She had got out to fix the sign, the H in Hazbin kept flickering, and no amount of Vaggie's patient rewiring seemed to hold, so Charlie had taken it upon herself to climb the ladder herself with a toolbox she barely knew how to use, humming something upbeat and slightly off-key, because that was simply how Charlie approached most problems in her life, technical or otherwise. She was 3 rungs up when she heard it. Not a scream. Not a cry for help. Just a small, hitching sound, so quiet she almost mistook it for the wind curling through the alley. She looked down, and there, on the curb at the base of her hotel, was a child. Not a demon child, not one of the small vicious things that sometimes scuttled through the lower rings looking like something out of a nightmare wearing a nursery rhyme's face. A child. Human, or something close enough to it that her chest seized at the sight, small and impossibly out of place in his soot-smudged pajamas, clutching a stuffed rabbit so tightly his knuckles had gone pale, his face hidden against his knees. Charlie was down the ladder and across the street before she had consciously decided to move. "Hey," she said, crouching a careful distance away, keeping her voice as soft and unthreatening as she knew how to make it. "Hey, sweetheart, are you okay?" The boy's head came up so fast it was almost a flinch, and Charlie felt something in her own chest crack a little at the look on his face. It was not fear, exactly, or not only fear. It was the particular kind of wariness that took a very long time to build in a person, the kind that watched every hand for what it might do before it ever considered what a voice might say. On a face that young, it looked wrong in a way she did not have words for. "I'm not going to hurt you," Charlie said, holding both hands up, palms out, the way she might approach an animal that had been kicked one too many times. "My name's Charlie. This is my hotel." She tipped her head back toward the glowing sign behind her, still flickering its stubborn H. "Are you lost? She stopped herself before she could finish the question, some instinct warning her it was the wrong one to ask, and tried again instead. "Are you hungry?" The boy did not answer with words. He simply stared at her, green eyes enormous in a face too thin for a child his age, and after a long moment, so slight she almost missed it, he gave the smallest possible nod. That was all it took. Charlie had spent the better part of a century trying to prove that redemption was possible, that even the worst of hell's residents deserved a chance at something better, and she had thrown herself into that mission with a stubbornness that occasionally worried the people who loved her. But there was a difference, she would think later, between believing something in the abstract and feeling it settle into your bones the instant you looked into the eyes of a child who had clearly never once, in his short life, been offered a hand without a catch attached to it. "Okay," she said gently. "Okay, come on. Let's get you something to eat." She did not reach for him. She had the sense, somehow, that reaching would be the wrong move, that his trust was not a thing to be grabbed but a thing to be waited for, so instead she simply rose, slowly, and held out one hand, and waited. It took nearly a full minute. Charlie did not move, did not fidget, did not let the hopeful ache in her chest show on her face, because some part of her understood that a child who watched hands the way this one did would notice desperation as quickly as he noticed danger. And then, so lightly she almost didn't feel it at first, small fingers curled around 2 of hers. Charlie's throat went tight. She smiled instead of letting it show, and led him toward the golden light spilling from the hotel doors, one slow step at a time, matching her pace to his. Vaggie was waiting just inside, arms crossed, ready to deliver a lecture about climbing ladders in 6-inch boots, and the words died in her throat the instant she saw who was standing beside Charlie in the doorway. "Charlie," she said carefully, her single eye flicking between the boy's face and Charlie's, already reading the whole shape of the situation in the set of her girlfriend's jaw. "Who is this?" "I don't know yet," Charlie admitted, and crouched back down to the boy's level, keeping her hand loosely around his. "But he's cold, and he's hungry, and he's ours to figure out." She glanced up at Vaggie, and there was something in her expression that was not quite a question and not quite a plea, but sat somewhere gentle and hopeful between the two. Can we help him? Vaggie looked at the boy for a long moment. He had gone very still under the scrutiny, the wariness sharpening back into his features, and Vaggie, who had learned more than most about the particular way frightened things flinched, softened her stance on purpose, letting her arms fall open instead of crossed. Yeah, she said finally, quiet. Yeah, we can help him. The boy did not smile. He did not relax entirely. But when Charlie led him further into the warm, lamplit lobby of the Hazbin Hotel, past the crimson carpets and the crooked portraits and the low murmur of a piano being played somewhere out of sight, he did not pull his hand free either, and for a boy who had spent 4 years learning to trust no one at all, that was, in its own quiet way, a kind of miracle. Chapter 3. Word that there was a child in the hotel spread through the building faster than Charlie could manage the fallout. Angel Dust found out first, wandering into the lobby in search of coffee and freezing mid-step at the sight of a small human boy perched on the edge of one of the overstuffed sofas, swallowed up in a blanket 3 sizes too large, sipping from a mug of warm milk with both hands wrapped around it like it might vanish if he let go. Okay, Angel said slowly, all 4 hands lifting in a gesture of mild alarm. Did we adopt a kid? Are we doing that now? Because I gotta say, Toots, that's a hell of a Tuesday. We didn't adopt anybody, Vaggie said from where she was hovering, arms crossed, a few feet away, watching the boy with the same careful attention she usually reserved for potential threats, except now the vigilance was pointed outward instead of at him. We found him outside. We're figuring it out. Figuring it out, Angel repeated, unconvinced, but he lowered his voice all the same, and something in his usual brash posture eased when the boy's green eyes flicked toward him and then quickly away, small shoulders drawing in tighter. Even Angel Dust, chaos incarnate on most days, understood without being told that this was not a moment for chaos. Husk wandered in next, drawn by the noise, took one look at the situation, muttered something about not getting paid enough for this, and then, to everyone's mild surprise, including his own, quietly set a second, smaller blanket over the boy's shoulders on his way past, gruff and wordless, before retreating back toward the bar like the gesture had never happened. Nifty appeared from seemingly nowhere, as she always did, orbiting the boy in a wide, curious circle with her single wide eye fixed on him with undisguised fascination, until Charlie gently steered her a few steps back to give him room to breathe. It was Alastair, in the end, who asked the question no one else had quite dared to voice aloud. He materialized in his usual manner, sudden and unbothered by physics, leaning on his microphone-topped staff with that ever-present smile that gave away nothing at all, and considered the small huddled shape on the sofa with the detached curiosity of a man examining an unusual bit of weather. A human child, he said, radio static crackling faintly under his words, wandering the streets of the pentagram alone. That is, my dear Charlie, rather an extraordinary occurrence. Souls do not simply fall into hell as children. They arrive as what they were when they died, and children, his smile did not so much as flicker, but something in his tone sharpened by a degree, do not, as a rule, die and arrive here at all. The lobby went very quiet. Charlie's hand found the boy's shoulder, light and steadying, and she felt the small tremor that ran through him at the sudden silence, at every set of eyes turning his way. He's not dead, she said slowly, working it out even as she said it. He's not a soul. She looked down at the boy, who was watching all of them now with the wide, wary eyes of something cornered, and gentled her voice back down before she went on. I don't think he's supposed to be here at all. How curious, Alastair murmured, and for once there was no mockery in it, only genuine, considering interest. A living child, fallen out of the world above and into ours. His smile widened by a fraction, sharp and unreadable. I wonder what on earth could possibly have brought him here. Vaggie's jaw tightened. She crouched down in front of the boy, bringing herself to his eye level the way Charlie had, and kept her voice low and even. Hey, she said. Can you tell us your name? The boy's grip on his mug tightened. For a long moment it seemed as though he would not answer at all, and Vaggie was already opening her mouth to tell him it was fine, he didn't have to, when a small, cracked voice finally broke the silence. Izuku, he said, barely above a whisper. Izuku Midoriya. It was the first word any of them had heard him speak. Charlie's whole face lit up, soft and warm, like the name itself was something precious. Izuku, she repeated gently, testing the shape of it. That's a lovely name. She crouched beside Vaggie so the two of them flanked him at his own level instead of towering over him. I'm Charlie. This is Vaggie. You're safe here, okay? Nobody's going to hurt you. Izuku looked between the two of them for a long moment, some silent calculation working behind his enormous green eyes, the same calculation Vaggie recognized because she had once made it herself, a very long time ago, in a life she rarely spoke of. Weighing whether the words were true. Weighing whether it was safe to believe them, even a little. He did not answer. But he did not pull away when Charlie carefully tucked the blanket higher around his shoulders, and when Vaggie, on impulse, held out one hand, palm up, an offer rather than a demand, Izuku, after a long, considering pause, set his small hand into hers. It was not trust yet. Not really. But it was the first thread of something that might, in time, become it, and in a hotel built on the stubborn, unlikely hope that anyone could change and anyone could heal, that first thread was enough to build an entire chapter of a life upon. Chapter 4. The days that followed did not move in any straight line toward healing. Charlie had known, somewhere in the part of her that had spent 100 years watching Hell's residents flinch away from kindness out of habit, that it would not be so simple. But she had not fully understood, until she was living it, just how much patience the work would take. Izuku did not speak much. When he did, it was in short, careful sentences, tested before they were offered, as though every word had to be weighed for risk before it was allowed past his lips. He flinched at sudden movements. He ate slowly and methodically, always finishing every scrap on his plate, and Charlie noticed, with an ache she tried not to let show on her face, the way his eyes would dart toward the door of whatever room they were in, cataloging exits the way most children his age cataloged toys. He slept badly. The first night, Charlie found him at 2 in the morning curled into the corner of the guest room they had made up for him, on the floor rather than the bed, wedged between the wall and the nightstand in a space barely large enough to hold him. She did not comment on it. She simply sat down on the floor a respectful distance away, back against the same wall, and stayed there until he fell back asleep, and the next morning she quietly had Vaggie help her rearrange the furniture so there was a proper nook built into the corner, cushioned and soft, so that if hiding was what made him feel safe, he would not have to hide somewhere hard and cold to do it. Vaggie, for her part, found herself surprising even herself with how naturally the role settled onto her shoulders. She had never pictured herself as anyone's mother, the very word still felt strange and oversized when it drifted through her thoughts, but there was something in the particular, careful way Izuku watched the world that struck a chord in her she recognized instantly, because she had once watched the world that same way herself, back when she had been young and breakable in a life very far from this one. She did not push him to talk. She simply made sure, every day, that he saw the same faces, heard the same voices, ate at the same table, because if there was one thing Vaggie understood in her bones, it was that safety was not built from grand gestures. It was built from routine, repeated patiently, over and over, until a frightened mind finally began to believe that today would look the same as yesterday, and that tomorrow would not bring the floor out from under him. The rest of the hotel adjusted around him with a clumsy, well-meaning tenderness that would have been almost comical under different circumstances. Angel Dust discovered, to his own visible bewilderment, that he had a soft spot for the kid, and made a point of doing ridiculous card tricks in the boy's line of sight whenever he passed through a room, never asking for a reaction, simply performing them anyway, until one afternoon a small huff of air that might, charitably, have been called a laugh escaped Izuku's lips, and Angel Dust nearly fell off the sofa in his excitement over it. Husk grumbled about noise and mess and children being a menace to a respectable establishment, and then was discovered, on more than one occasion, quietly leaving small carved wooden animals on the boy's windowsill, whittled from scraps behind the bar, never taking credit, always denying it gruffly when Charlie tried to thank him. Nifty took to sitting a measured distance away during his quiet hours, humming softly to herself while she mended things, never crowding him, simply existing nearby in a way that Izuku, after the first week, stopped flinching away from. Even Alastor, who professed no particular fondness for children or for sentiment of any kind, found reasons to linger near the lobby more often than strictly necessary, watching the boy with an unreadable, considering expression, offering, once, unprompted, to teach him a card game that involved no stakes and no consequences beyond the simple pleasure of matching pairs, and sitting with him through 4 full rounds of it without a single mocking word. It was Charlie who noticed, gently, the small changes as the days stretched into weeks. The way Izuku began, slowly, to sit closer to the center of a room instead of pressed into its corners. The way his sentences grew by a word, then 2, then a hesitant handful, when someone asked him a gentle question and waited long enough for the answer. The way, one evening nearly a month after they had found him on the curb outside, he fell asleep on the guest room bed itself rather than folded into the corner nook, his stuffed rabbit tucked beneath his chin, and did not wake once before morning. Charlie stood in the doorway that night for a long time, watching him sleep, and felt something in her chest settle into a shape she recognized from nowhere else in her long, strange life. Vaggie found her there eventually, slipping an arm around her waist, resting her chin against Charlie's shoulder, and the two of them stood together in the quiet hallway light, watching over a small sleeping boy who was, slowly and by inches, beginning to believe that this place might actually be safe. "We're keeping him," Charlie said softly. It was not a question. "Yeah," Vaggie agreed, just as quiet. "We're keeping him." Neither of them yet understood how much that quiet decision, made in a hallway at midnight over a sleeping child, would come to reshape the fate of hell itself. But some decisions do not announce their own weight when they are made. They simply settle, small and certain, into the foundation of everything that follows. Chapter 5. It happened on an unremarkable afternoon, 6 weeks into Izuku's life at the hotel, in the kind of quiet ordinary moment that made what came after all the more startling. Charlie had taken him out into the small courtyard behind the hotel, a modest patch of black grass and twisted iron furniture that she had been slowly, stubbornly trying to turn into something resembling a garden, on the theory that a child needed sunlight and open air even in a realm that had neither in any conventional sense. Izuku had taken, in the weeks since his arrival, to sitting near her while she worked, sometimes helping in small ways, sometimes simply watching, and today he was crouched beside a row of struggling black-leafed plants, carefully pressing soil around their roots with small, careful hands, more at ease in his own body than Charlie had seen him since the day they found him. It was Vaggie who saw the danger first. One of the lesser demons that occasionally wandered too close to the hotel grounds, a scavenging, low-level thing, more nuisance than threat under ordinary circumstances, drawn by the scent of the garden's rare greenery, slipped through a gap in the courtyard's iron fence, moving fast and low, snarling as it lunged not at Charlie, who could have handled it without a second thought, but at the small, unguarded shape crouched among the plants. Vaggie was already moving, spear materializing in her grip, but she was too far, the distance too great to close in time, and for one endless, suspended second the whole world seemed to hold its breath. Izuku turned. He saw the creature closing on him, teeth bared, and something in him that had spent 4 years learning to be small and silent and unnoticed reached, instead, for something else entirely, something that had been sleeping quietly inside him since long before he ever fell through a closet wall into a world that was not his own. A pulse of brilliant green light erupted outward from him, so sudden and so fierce that Charlie had to throw an arm up against the glare of it. The demon that had been lunging toward Izuku was flung backward as though struck by an invisible fist, tumbling end over end across the black grass before skidding to a stop against the courtyard fence, whimpering, all fight gone out of it in an instant. For a moment, nobody moved. The green light faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Izuku standing amid the trampled garden rows, breathing hard, small hands raised in front of him and trembling, staring down at his own fingers like they belonged to someone else. "Izuku," Charlie breathed, and was at his side in an instant, dropping to her knees in front of him, hands hovering, not quite touching, afraid of what she did not yet understand. "Izuku, sweetheart, are you hurt?" "What was that?" He looked up at her, eyes wide, and for the first time since they had found him, the expression on his face was not fear of the world around him, but a bewildered, frightened uncertainty about himself. "I don't know," he whispered, voice cracking. I didn't do it on purpose, I'm sorry, please don't." Hey, look at me." Vaggie was there too now, spear already banished, crouching down on his other side, cutting gently through the beginning of a spiral she recognized all too well, the old, worn groove of a child bracing for punishment that was not coming. "You didn't do anything wrong." That thing was about to hurt you, and you protected yourself. That's not something to be sorry for. Okay? Never that. It took a long time for his breathing to steady, for the trembling in his small hands to still, and Charlie and Vaggie stayed with him through every second of it, murmuring quiet reassurances, until at last he sagged forward into Charlie's arms and let himself be held, something in him nodding just slightly at the discovery that power, in this house at least, did not come with consequences attached. It was Alastor, drawn by the flare of energy like a moth to an unusually interesting flame, who arrived in the courtyard moments later to find the aftermath, trampled plants, a whimpering demon slinking away through the fence, and a small boy being carefully soothed in his adoptive mother's arms, and who studied the scene with open, undisguised fascination. Well, he said, delight threading unmistakably through the static of his voice, that is certainly not something you see every day. Not now, Alastor, Vaggie said, sharp and warning, without looking up. Of course, Alastor allowed, spreading his hands in an easy gesture of retreat, though his crimson eyes lingered a moment longer on Izuku with an interest that was, for once, entirely without malice, closer to genuine curiosity than to any of his usual games. Though I confess, my dears, I find myself rather eager to know precisely what manner of remarkable young man you have brought into this hotel. Charlie did not answer him. She was too busy pressing a kiss to the top of Izuku's messy green hair, murmuring that he was safe, that he had done nothing wrong, that whatever that light had been, it was a part of him and not a monster to be feared. But even as she said it, even as she meant every word of it with her whole heart, some quieter part of her mind was already turning Alastor's question over, unable to set it down. What manner of remarkable young man, indeed? Chapter 6. The days after the incident in the courtyard settled into a new and careful rhythm, one shaped as much by wonder as by worry. Charlie insisted, gently but firmly, that nothing about the household would change because of what had happened. Izuku still ate breakfast at the same table, still helped water the struggling garden, still fell asleep most nights in the little cushioned nook that had become, without anyone quite deciding it, simply his. But underneath the ordinary rhythm of those days ran a new and careful attentiveness, a quiet watchfulness in Charlie's and Vaggie's eyes whenever Izuku reached for something, whenever his small face pinched with any strong emotion, because none of them yet understood what that green light was, or what might call it forth again, or what it might mean for a boy so young to carry something so plainly, undeniably powerful inside so small a frame. It was Vaggie, in the end, who suggested they stop treating it like a secret to be managed and start treating it like a part of him to be understood. He's not a bomb waiting to go off, she said one evening, after Izuku had been tucked in for the night, the two of them sitting together on the balcony outside their room, the ever-burning sky of Pentagram City spread out crimson and gold below them. He's a kid who protected himself because he had to. We don't shrink away from that. We help him understand it. Charlie leaned into her shoulder, quiet for a long moment. I keep thinking about what Alastor said. What manner of remarkable young man. She let out a breath that was not quite a laugh. I don't know what he is, Vaggie. I don't know where that power came from, or why it chose him, or what it means that a 4-year-old just leveled a demon twice his size without even trying. Does it matter? Vaggie asked, and when Charlie looked at her, surprised, she shrugged, simple and certain in the way she so rarely allowed herself to be about anything. I mean it. Does it actually matter what he is, or where it came from? He's ours now. Whatever he grows into, however strong he gets, we're not gonna be the kind of people who get scared of him for it. We're gonna be the people who make sure he never has to be scared of himself. Charlie was quiet for a long moment, watching the strange, beautiful, terrible skyline of the only home she had ever known, and then she smiled, small and certain, and laced her fingers through Vaggie's. Yeah, she said. Yeah, okay. That's exactly what we're gonna be. In the weeks that followed, the hotel's residents settled, each in their own fashion, into the quiet work of helping a small, powerful, frightened boy learn that strength and safety were not opposites. Husk, gruff as ever, began teaching him small things with his hands, how to whittle, how to sort cards, how to sit quietly with another person without needing to fill the silence with anything at all, patient in a way that surprised everyone who knew him, including himself. Angel Dust made it his mission to make Izuku laugh at least once a day, and kept a running, private tally of his successes that he would never have admitted to anyone. Nifty appointed herself unofficial keeper of the small garden Izuku had trampled that day in the courtyard, replanting what had been lost and teaching him, patiently, the names of things that could grow even in hell's poisoned soil. And Alastor, true to his word, kept returning, again and again, drawn by a curiosity he did not fully understand himself, teaching the boy card games with no stakes, watching him with the careful, considering eyes of someone quietly, unhurriedly deciding that this small, strange, powerful child was worth protecting, whatever the reasons turned out to be. Izuku did not stop flinching at sudden noises overnight. He did not stop watching doors, or counting exits, or hesitating before every new word he offered the world. Healing, Charlie was slowly learning, was not a single bright moment of transformation, not a switch flipped from broken to whole. It was small, and slow, and built one patient day at a time, out of routines kept and promises honored and 100 quiet proofs that this time, finally, nothing was going to hurt him for existing. But there were mornings, now, when he woke without flinching. There were afternoons when his laugh, small and rusty from disuse, rang out across the garden and made every resident within earshot stop whatever they were doing just to listen. There were evenings when he fell asleep in the bed itself, rabbit tucked beneath his chin, without once retreating to the corner, and Charlie would stand in the doorway and feel her chest fill with something so large and warm it nearly ached. Whatever that light inside him was, whatever strange and formidable thing was quietly waking beneath his small, ordinary face, Charlie found that she was not afraid of it. She was, if anything, fiercely, unshakably glad of it, because a boy who had spent 4 years learning he was powerless to protect himself now carried inside him a strength that no one would ever again be able to use against him. He was safe. He was loved. And somewhere beneath the surface of an ordinary, healing childhood, something extraordinary was only just beginning to stir. Chapter 7. It was Charlie who finally sat him down, gently, to explain the thing none of the adults in his new life had quite found the words for yet, what the Hazbin Hotel actually was, and why it existed at all. They were in the little sitting room off the kitchen, the one with the worn velvet cushions and the window that looked out over the crooked skyline, and Izuku sat curled against her side with a mug of warm milk cooling, forgotten, in his hands, listening with the wide, careful attention he brought to everything now, as though information itself might be another thing that could be taken from him if he did not hold on to it tightly enough. This place, Charlie said, choosing her words slowly, the way she always did when she was trying to explain something big to someone small, is for people who used to do bad things, or hurt people, back when they were alive. Everyone here, she gestured vaguely toward the lobby, toward Angel Dust's laughter drifting faintly down the hall, toward the low murmur of Husk complaining about something at the bar, made mistakes. Some of them made a lot of mistakes. But I don't think that means they have to stay stuck being bad forever. I think people can change, if somebody gives them a real chance to. Izuku considered this with the peculiar solemnity only a very young child could manage, turning the mug slowly between his hands. Even if they hurt somebody? He asked, very quietly, and Charlie felt the question land somewhere much deeper than its simple words, understood without being told exactly what memory had prompted it. Even then, she said, just as quiet, and pressed a kiss to the top of his head. Hurting somebody doesn't mean a person has to stay a hurting kind of person forever. And it definitely, she added, more firmly, tilting his chin up gently so he would look at her, doesn't mean the person who got hurt did anything to deserve it. Not ever. Not you, not anybody. He did not answer, but something in his small shoulders eased, just slightly, and he leaned a little more of his weight into her side. Vaggie, in the doorway, had been listening without meaning to, and when Charlie glanced up and caught her eye, she came the rest of the way into the room and settled onto the arm of the sofa beside them. There's something else you should know, Vaggie said, gentle but direct, because if there was one lesson Vaggie had carried with her through every version of herself she had ever been, it was that frightened children did better with honest, plainly stated truths than with things left dangerous and vague in the dark. Once a year, angels come down from heaven and they hurt people here. A lot of people. It's called an extermination. It's not fair, and it's not right, and Charlie spent a long time trying to build something that might change it. But I want you to know it happens, so it's never a surprise, and so you know that when it does, we are going to keep you safe. No matter what. Izuku's grip tightened fractionally on his mug, but he did not flinch away from the words, only studied Vaggie's face with the same searching seriousness he studied everything, weighing truth against comfort, and finding, this time, that the two did not seem to be in conflict. When? He asked. Not for a while yet, Charlie said. Months. And when it does happen, you won't be anywhere near it, I promise you that. He nodded slowly, filing the information away in the same careful, methodical part of his mind that catalogued exits and flinched at raised voices, and Charlie found herself, not for the first time, wishing fiercely that a boy his age did not already have such a well-practiced place inside himself for storing frightening truths. But she also noticed, with a small ache of pride threading through the worry, that he did not spiral, did not shut down the way he might have a month ago. He simply nodded, and asked, after a moment, in a small voice that was trying very hard to sound braver than it felt, can I help? When it happens? You let the grown-ups handle it, Vaggie said, firm but not unkind, ruffling his hair despite his faint noise of protest. Your job is just to be a kid. That's it. That's the whole job. It was, Charlie thought later, watching him slowly relax back into the cushions between them, still such a strange and precious thing, to watch a boy who had spent his whole short life without anyone to shoulder his fears for him, learning, one careful conversation at a time, that here, at least, he did not have to carry them alone. Chapter 8. The first time Izuku left the hotel grounds, it was under an almost absurd amount of supervision. Charlie had debated it for the better part of a week, weighing the benefit of letting him see more of the world he now lived in against the risk of Pentagram City's streets, and it was, in the end, Vaggie who tipped the decision, arguing that a boy who had already survived one world through nothing but hypervigilance did not need to be kept indoors forever to be kept safe. He needed, she said, to learn that the world could be walked through and not just hidden from. So they went, the three of them, with angel dust trailing a few steps behind at Charlie's insistence, on the theory that 4 sets of eyes were better than 2, down the wide crooked avenue that led toward the small market square a few blocks from the hotel. Izuku held tightly to Vaggie's hand the entire way, eyes darting over every strange new sight, a vendor selling something that steamed and glowed faintly blue, a pair of imps arguing loudly over a card game, a towering, serpentine figure in a long coat and goggles who paused mid-stride to stare, with unabashed curiosity, at the small human child threading through the crowd. Well now, the serpent said, coiling low with an odd, courtly little bow, and what have we here? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Sir Pentious, Charlie said, with the particular warmth she reserved for people she had a soft spot for despite every reason not to. This is Izuku. He's staying with us at the hotel. Is he now? Sir Pentious's yellow eyes gleamed with interest, sweeping over Izuku with an assessing, almost scientific curiosity that might have been unsettling from anyone else, but which Izuku, after a moment of careful study of his own, seemed to find more fascinating than frightening. A human child, in hell itself. Extraordinary. I do hope you'll forgive my staring, young man, it isn't every Ian one encounters something genuinely novel. Izuku, to Charlie's quiet surprise, did not shrink back from the attention the way he still did with most strangers. Instead, after a moment, he asked, in a voice barely above a whisper but perfectly audible in the sudden hush of the interested crowd around them, are you a snake? Sir Pentious drew himself up with theatrical offense that fooled absolutely no one, especially not when his tail immediately curled with obvious delight. I, young sir, am a scientist and inventor of considerable, well. Yes. I suppose, at the fundamental level, I am something of a snake. Izuku considered this gravely, and then, in the smallest and most solemn voice, said, that's cool, and something about the flat, sincere delivery of it startled a bright, cackling laugh out of a nearby figure in a leather jacket, all cropped hair and a cherry bomb tucked behind one ear, who had been leaning against a nearby wall watching the whole exchange. Kid's got taste, Cherry Bomb said, grinning wide as she pushed off the wall to saunter closer, entirely unbothered by Vaggie's instinctive half-step forward, positioning herself slightly between the newcomer and the boy. Relax, Spooky, I'm not gonna bite him. She crouched down, bringing herself more to Izuku's level, studying him with open, friendly interest. You're the one from the human world, huh? Heard about you. Whole city's talking. Izuku's small hand tightened in Vaggie's, some of the earlier ease retreating at the reminder that he was, in some way, a subject of citywide gossip, and Cherry, sharp enough to read the shift instantly, backed off a half step, easy and unbothered. "Hey, no worries, kid. Just curious. This city doesn't get a lot of new stories." She straightened, tossing Charlie a lazy two-fingered salute. "Good to see the princess still finding strays to save. Keep it up." They did not stay in the market long. Izuku's wariness, though softened by the strange, low-stakes charm of Sir Pentius's theatrical curiosity and Cherry Bomb's easy grin, still had its limits, and Charlie was careful to read the small signs of overwhelm before they became too much, the way his shoulders crept up toward his ears, the way his eyes began darting faster between faces, cataloging rather than simply observing. "We can come back another day," she said gently, crouching down to his level as the crowd's attention finally began to drift elsewhere. "You did so good today, Izuku. You want to head home?" He nodded, small and grateful, and it was Angel Dust, of all people, who scooped him up without asking, settling him easily onto one hip with the casual confidence of someone who had, somewhere in a long and complicated life, clearly done this before, and Izuku, too tired from the sheer overwhelming size of the world to protest, simply let his head drop against Angel's shoulder for the walk back. "Kid's alright," Angel said quietly to Charlie, over the top of Izuku's messy green hair, in a rare unguarded moment. "Weird little thing's already got half this city wrapped around his finger and he ain't even said more than 10 words to any of 'em. He's got a lot of people looking out for him," Charlie said softly, watching Izuku's eyes drift shut against Angel's shoulder, lulled by the rhythm of the walk. "I think that's the part he's still getting used to." They made their way back toward the hotel's warm golden lights beneath a sky that never quite dimmed, and behind them, in the market square, word of the strange, powerful little human boy staying at the Hazbin Hotel continued to ripple outward through Pentagram City, one curious conversation at a time. Chapter 9. The morning the extermination began early was the morning nobody at the hotel had been braced for. Charlie would replay it afterward more times than she could count, the details arriving out of order in memory the way trauma so often reorganized time, the sky splitting open weeks before its appointed date, the first shrieking descent of angelic light spearing down into a district only a few streets from the hotel, the alarm bells that Vaggie had insisted on installing the year before finally shrieking to life for the first time. "Early extermination," Vaggie snarled, spear already in hand, already moving toward the doors, years of hard-won readiness overriding the shock. "That's not supposed to happen, that's never supposed to happen. Get everyone into the shelter," Charlie said, voice gone sharp and commanding in the particular way it only did in true emergencies, already sweeping the lobby with her eyes, counting heads, cataloging who was accounted for and who was not. Angel Dust, Husk, Nifty, all converging toward the reinforced cellar beneath the hotel that Vaggie had spent months preparing exactly for a day like this one. It was Nifty's sharp, panicked cry that told Charlie, with a cold plunge of dread, that someone was missing. "Izuku's not in the garden. I checked, he's not." Charlie was moving before the sentence finished, out through the side door and into the courtyard, and there she found him, small and frozen, staring up at the sky where a line of distant angelic light was carving its way down toward the district beyond the hotel's fence, close enough that the boom and shudder of impact rattled the windows behind her. "Izuku." She reached him in 3 strides, scooping him against her chest, already turning to run for the shelter, when the ground beneath them buckled with the shockwave of a nearer strike, throwing her off balance, and in the chaos of catching herself, of protecting his small body from the fall, she felt it happen rather than saw it. The same brilliant green light from the courtyard months before, but larger now, fiercer, roaring outward from him like something alive, and where it touched, the very air seemed to bend, the shockwave of the angelic strike simply unraveling against it as though it had struck an invisible wall far sturdier than anything hell itself had ever built. Vaggie, sprinting toward them with her spear already raised against whatever threat had thrown Charlie off balance, skidded to a halt at the sight, breath catching in her throat. Izuku was shaking, tears streaking down his small face, but his hands were raised, small and trembling, and around the 3 of them a dome of pale green light held steady against a second strike of angelic radiance that came screaming down toward the hotel itself, absorbing the impact with a shudder that rattled every window in the building but did not break. "I don't want anyone to get hurt," Izuku sobbed, voice cracking, barely audible over the din. I don't want, please don't let anyone get hurt. Nobody's getting hurt, baby, you're doing so good, I promise you're doing so good, Charlie said, wrapping herself around him even as the light continued to hum and flare around them, her own voice breaking with a mixture of terror and astonished, fierce pride she did not have room to fully feel yet, not with the sky still tearing itself apart above them. Just hold on a little longer, okay? Just a little longer and then we're going to get you somewhere safe. The extermination, cut short by whatever error or accident had triggered its early arrival, did not last more than another few terrible minutes before the angelic forces withdrew as abruptly as they had come, the sky slowly bleeding back from searing white toward its usual bruised crimson. By the time the last echo of impact faded from the air, Izuku's light had guttered out entirely, and he had gone limp and exhausted in Charlie's arms, spent past the point of consciousness, his small chest rising and falling in the ragged rhythm of a body that had given everything it had. Vaggie reached them at a dead run, dropping to her knees beside Charlie, hands hovering uselessly over the unconscious boy, checking for injury and finding, to her disbelieving relief, none at all. Is he? He's breathing. He's just exhausted. Charlie's voice shook, torn between the shivering aftermath of terror and something else entirely, something vast and reverent that she did not yet have words for. She looked down at the small, sleeping face pressed against her shoulder, at the boy who had, without meaning to, without anyone teaching him how, held back an extermination strike with nothing but his own two shaking hands, and felt the shape of an entirely new future settle quietly into place around all three of them. Charlie. Vaggie's voice was barely a whisper, disbelief and wonder warring openly across her face as she stared at the boy in her partner's arms. Do you understand what he just did? Charlie did not answer right away. She simply held him a little tighter, pressed a kiss to his sweat-damp hair, and carried him inside, toward warmth and safety and the long, careful work of healing that still lay ahead of them, while somewhere behind her, in the ruined district beyond the hotel's fence, word of a small human child who had turned back heaven's own light with his bare hands began, inevitably, unstoppably, to spread. He was 4 years old. He had already survived one world that failed to protect him, and in this one, quietly, without meaning to become anything at all, he had just proven himself capable of protecting it in return. Whatever Izuku Midoriya was becoming, it was only, truly, beginning. Chapter 10. He slept for nearly 2 full days after the extermination. Charlie barely left his bedside through any of it, dozing in the armchair Husk had dragged in without being asked, waking at every small shift of the blankets, every murmur that might have been the beginning of a nightmare. Vaggie split her time between the same vigil and the grim, necessary work of assessing the damage beyond the hotel's fence, the district scorched by the early strike, the frightened residents who had already begun, in the peculiar way rumor moved through Pentagram City, to whisper about the small human child who had stood between Heaven's Light and the Hazbin Hotel and had not broken. It was that whispering, more than anything else, that worried Vaggie. People are talking, she told Charlie quietly, on the second evening, standing in the doorway of the guest room while Izuku slept on, pale but steadier now, his breathing finally settled into something even and deep. A kid who can shrug off an angelic strike isn't going to stay a secret. Not in this city. Somebody's going to want to know what he is. Somebody's going to want to use that. Charlie did not look away from the bed. Then we make sure nobody gets the chance to. Charlie. I mean it. She finally turned, and there was something steadier in her face than Vaggie had expected, some quiet certainty that had been building in her ever since the courtyard weeks before, ever since she had first watched a frightened, powerless little boy become something the whole city was suddenly whispering about. He didn't ask for this. He didn't ask to fall into a world he didn't choose, and he definitely didn't ask to carry something powerful enough to make people afraid of him, or worse, want him for themselves. So whatever he grows into, whatever that power turns out to actually be, our job isn't to hide him away forever. It's to make sure that by the time the world comes looking, he's strong enough, and safe enough, and loved enough, that nobody gets to decide what he becomes except him. Vaggie was quiet for a long moment, studying her, and then something in her expression softened, the wariness giving ground to something warmer. You've got that whole speech ready, huh? I've been thinking about it since the courtyard, Charlie admitted, a small, tired smile tugging at her mouth. Guess I finally had a reason to say it out loud. Even Lucifer, when word inevitably reached him through channels neither Charlie nor Vaggie were eager to trace, sent nothing more than a brief, characteristically odd message, a single rubber duck delivered by molted raven feather to the hotel's front desk, along with a note in looping handwriting that read, simply, "Tell the boy the ducks approve, and do let me know if he'd like a tour of the palace sometime, I do so love new houseguests," which Charlie chose, after some debate, to interpret as roughly the closest thing to a blessing she was likely to receive from that particular quarter, and left it at that. Izuku woke on the third morning to sunlight, or the closest approximation hell's sky offered to it, spilling pale gold across the blankets, and to Charlie asleep upright in the armchair beside his bed, and to Vaggie curled in the doorway on a spare cushion, refusing, even in sleep, to be more than a few feet from him. He lay still for a long moment, watching them both, turning over the strange, enormous fact of it in his small, careful mind, that two people had sat with him through 2 full days of unconsciousness simply because they were afraid for him, simply because they loved him, with no catch, no cost, no punishment waiting on the other side of it. He did not have the words yet for what that meant. He was, after all, still only 4 years old, still learning how to trust a world that had once given him every reason not to. But something in him, something that had been curled tight and small and silent since long before he ever fell through a closet wall, uncurled by another careful inch that morning, and when Charlie stirred and opened her eyes to find him watching her, awake and steady and alive, the smile that broke across her face was bright enough that Izuku, for the first time in his entire short life, found himself smiling back without having to think about whether it was safe to do so first. "Hey there," Charlie said softly, reaching for his hand. "Welcome back." "Hi," Izuku whispered, and let her fold his small fingers into hers. Outside the hotel, Pentagram City had already begun to change its shape around the rumor of him, curious and wary and hungry in equal measure, drawn toward the strange bright story of a human child who had turned back heaven itself. Somewhere in the depths of that vast, wicked, complicated city, older and darker forces were beginning, slowly, to take notice. But inside the hotel, in a small warm room lit gold by a sky that never fully dimmed, none of that mattered yet. There was only a boy, finally safe enough to smile, and the 2 women who had decided, without hesitation, the moment they found him shivering and alone on a curbside months before, that whatever else the future held for all of them, he would never again have to face it by himself. It was, in every way that counted, only the beginning. Chapter 11. In the weeks that followed his recovery, the hotel settled into something that almost resembled ordinary life, if ordinary life could ever truly describe a household built from reformed sinners, a princess of hell, and one small, extraordinary human boy. Izuku grew steadier by careful degrees. He still counted exits out of habit, still flinched at sudden noise, but the flinches came less often now, and lasted less long, and more frequently gave way to something that looked, unmistakably, like the ordinary curiosity of a small child rather than the hypervigilance of a frightened one. He took to following Husk around the bar in companionable silence, to sitting cross-legged beside Nifty while she mended torn curtains, to demanding, with increasing boldness, that Angel Dust perform the coin trick again, one more time. Charlie caught herself, more than once, simply watching him from across a room, marveling at the quiet, ordinary miracle of a boy learning, day by day, that safety was not a temporary condition to be lost the moment he let his guard down, but something that could, astonishingly, simply be allowed to last. Vaggie found her own place in it too, steady and fierce in the particular quiet way she loved best, teaching him small practical things, how to tie his shoes, how to identify which mushrooms in the garden were safe to touch and which were not, how to breathe slow and even when the world felt too big and too loud, patient in a manner that surprised no one who truly knew her, though it continued, gently, to surprise herself. The power that had first flickered to life in the courtyard did not return in any dramatic fashion in those quieter weeks. It surfaced only in small, ordinary ways, a faint warmth in his palms when he was frightened, a brief green shimmer around his fingers when he was startled awake from a bad dream, gone again almost before anyone could be certain they had seen it at all. Charlie made a point of never treating those small flickers as anything to fear, praising him gently each time he managed to calm himself back down on his own, until slowly, steadily, the power that had once erupted from him in pure defensive panic began to settle into something he could, with patience and love and time, learn to hold rather than simply survive. None of them yet knew what he truly was, or what he might yet become, or how far that quiet, stubborn strength inside him would one day reach. But on the evening the hotel gathered for a small, makeshift celebration of nothing in particular beyond the simple fact of being together, Izuku sitting cross-legged at the center of a circle of demons who had, each in their own broken, complicated, wholehearted way, decided he was worth protecting. Charlie found herself thinking that whatever the future held, they would face it exactly as they had faced everything since the night she found him crying on a curbside outside her hotel. Together. And for a boy who had once believed himself entirely and hopelessly alone in the world, that single, quiet fact was worth more than any power he would ever come to hold. Chapter 12. For years passed the way years tend to pass in a place that never quite sees the sun rise or set, slowly in the living of them, and all at once in the looking back. Izuku was 8 now, though he still moved through the halls of the Hazbin Hotel with a watchfulness that had never fully left him, only softened at its edges, worn smooth the way a stone is worn smooth by years of the same patient water. He was taller. Sturdier. He laughed more easily than he once had, a real laugh now instead of the small startled huff of air that used to surprise even him, and he had opinions, freely offered, about which of Nifty's garden vegetables tasted best and whether Husk's card games were rigged, which they occasionally were, though Husk would deny it to his last breath. But some things had not changed at all. He still counted exits when he entered a new room, a habit so deeply worn into him now that he barely noticed himself doing it. He still, on the rare nights when old memories crept up through his sleep uninvited, woke with his hands already glowing faint green, some ancient animal part of him bracing for a threat that was no longer there. And the light itself, the strange, formidable power that had first flared to life in a courtyard 4 years earlier, had not stopped growing since the day it saved the hotel from an early extermination strike. It was Vaggie who had taken up the steady, patient work of helping him learn to hold it rather than simply survive it. They trained most mornings in the reinforced courtyard, safely away from the fragile garden Nifty had rebuilt twice already, Vaggie walking him through breathing exercises and careful, controlled bursts of the strange energy that lived somewhere beneath his skin, always ready to catch him if the effort proved too much, always careful never to push him past the point where fear crept back into his eyes. "You don't have to be scared of it," she told him, again, on a morning much like 100 mornings before it, crouched across from him in the courtyard while a faint green shimmer gathered and dispersed harmlessly between his open palms. "It's not something separate from you. It's yours. It listens to you, not the other way around." "It doesn't always feel that way," Izuku admitted, watching the light fade from his hands with the particular frown he wore when he was turning a problem over in his mind, a frown Charlie liked to say made him look uncannily like a scientist half his age. "Sometimes it just happens. Before I even decide." "That's because for a long time it only had one job," Vaggie said. "Keeping you safe when nothing else could. Things that get built out of necessity take longer to learn how to be patient." She reached out and ruffled his hair, ignoring his familiar noise of protest. "But you've gotten so much better at it than you were. You know that, right?" He did know it, in the careful, methodical way he knew most things about himself now, cataloging his own growth the same patient way he had once catalogued danger. A year ago, the light had answered only to fear. Now it answered, more and more often, to intention, a small shield thrown up on command rather than in panic, a brief burst of speed he had used, to Angel Dust's loud and delighted astonishment, to catch a dropped stack of playing cards before a single one hit the floor. Charlie, watching from the courtyard doorway with a mug of coffee cooling forgotten in her hands, felt the same quiet swell of pride she felt nearly every morning now, watching her son, because that was simply what he was to her, whatever the technicalities of soul and species and circumstance might have to say about it, grow steadier and stronger by careful degrees, guided by 2 people who loved him fiercely enough to be patient with every slow, uneven step of it. "You're getting really good at that," she said, once the morning session wound down and Izuku came trotting over, cheeks flushed with effort and the particular satisfaction of a hard thing done well. "Pretty soon you're gonna be better at this than Vaggie." "Don't encourage him," Vaggie said, though there was no real heat in it, only the easy warmth that had settled between the 3 of them over 4 long years of ordinary mornings just like this one. Izuku grinned, gap-toothed and bright in a way that still, for years later, occasionally caught Charlie's breath in her chest with how far he had come from the silent, hollow-eyed boy she had found shivering on a curbside. "I could probably beat both of you," he said, with the particular confident audacity of an 8-year-old who had, in fact, once held back an angelic strike with his bare hands. "Oh, is that right?" Vaggie said, arching an eyebrow, already dropping back into a ready stance with the easy, teasing grin she reserved for exactly these moments. "Prove it, hotshot." He did not manage to beat her. He rarely did, not yet, not against someone who had spent centuries honing her own fighting instincts into something lethal and precise. But he came closer than he had the month before, and closer still than the month before that, and when Vaggie finally caught his wrist mid-lunge and declared the match over with a laugh, ruffling his sweaty hair while he groaned in good-natured defeat, Charlie thought, not for the first time, that whatever strange and enormous destiny might eventually be waiting for a boy who could turn back heaven's own light, this, mornings in a courtyard, laughter echoing off crooked stone walls, two women who loved him teaching him patiently how to carry his own strength, this was the foundation all of it would be built upon. And foundations, Charlie had learned in her own long, complicated life, mattered more than almost anything else. Chapter 13. The first time Izuku met Lucifer properly, rather than through a rubber duck and a cryptic note, was on the occasion of what Charlie insisted on calling, with visible discomfort, a royal obligation. "He wants to meet you," she'd explained, the evening before, sitting on the edge of Izuku's bed while he pulled his knees up and regarded her with the particular wary stillness that still surfaced whenever new, powerful, unfamiliar people entered his orbit. "He's my dad." She paused, visibly searching for the right words to describe a being who was, by any measure, one of the strangest and most powerful entities in all of hell. "He's a little odd." "Okay, a lot odd. But he loves ducks more than almost anything else in existence, and he's never once given me a reason to think he'd hurt somebody I care about. I promise, if anything about it feels wrong, we leave. No questions, no arguments. We just leave." Izuku considered this with his usual gravity, and then, apparently satisfied by the plain honesty of it, nodded. The palace, when they arrived the following afternoon, was somehow both more and less intimidating than Izuku had braced himself for, vast beyond reason, towering in a way that dwarfed even the crooked skyline of Pentagram City, and yet scattered, incongruously, with small ceramic ducks in every conceivable corner, perched on windowsills and balanced along staircase railings and, in one memorable case, floating in a fountain clearly built for exactly that purpose. Lucifer himself turned out to be a slight, sharp-featured figure in a tall hat, who greeted them not with any grand pronouncement befitting the literal ruler of hell, but by immediately crouching down to Izuku's eye level and asking, with an earnestness that seemed entirely genuine, "Do you like ducks?" Izuku blinked. Yeah. I guess. I've never really had one." "Unacceptable," Lucifer declared, springing back upright with sudden, startling energy. "Absolutely unacceptable. Charlie, why has this child never had a duck? This is a household failing of the highest order." "Dad," Charlie said, in the long-suffering tone of someone who had clearly had this exact conversation, in some form, many times before, "he doesn't need a duck." "Everyone needs a duck," Lucifer said, with the flat, unshakable conviction of a man discussing established physical law, and then, before anyone could argue further, he had produced, apparently from nowhere, a small yellow rubber duck, which he pressed with great ceremony into Izuku's hands. Izuku looked down at it, then up at Lucifer, then, helplessly, at Charlie, who simply shrugged with the particular fond exasperation of someone long accustomed to her father's ways. "Thank you," Izuku said finally, carefully, turning the duck over in his hands with the same methodical attention he brought to everything new and uncertain. Lucifer's odd, sharp face softened at that, some of the manic energy settling into something quieter, more considering. "You're very welcome," he said, and then, in a tone that shifted, subtly but unmistakably, from playful to serious, added, "I heard about the extermination." "What you did?" Izuku's grip on the duck tightened slightly, old wariness flickering back into his shoulders, but he did not look away. "I didn't really do anything on purpose," he said quietly. "I was just scared." "Sometimes the most important things anyone ever does happen exactly that way," Lucifer said, and crouched back down to Izuku's level once more, expression unusually solemn for a being Charlie had once described, only half joking, as having the emotional maturity of an easily distracted golden retriever. I want you to know something, and I want you to actually believe it, not just hear it and file it away somewhere. Whatever power lives inside you, whatever it grows into, however big or strange or frightening it might someday become, you will always, always have a place here. Nobody is going to take that from you. Not while I still have any say in how this realm runs, and believe me, young man, I have quite a lot of say in how this realm runs. Izuku looked at him for a long moment, weighing the words the way he weighed everything, and then, slowly, something in his small shoulders eased, and he offered Lucifer the same careful, hard-won trust he had once, years before, offered Charlie and Vaggie on a curbside outside the hotel. Okay, he said simply. Lucifer's odd, sharp face broke into a genuine, delighted grin. Excellent. Now, would you like to see the duck pond? I have several. It is, and I cannot stress this enough, a genuinely excellent collection. The tour that followed lasted the better part of the afternoon, wandering through halls that defied ordinary architecture, past a bewildering array of duck-related memorabilia that Izuku found himself, despite his best efforts at maintaining dignified reserve, thoroughly charmed by. Vaggie trailed a careful, watchful step behind the whole time, relaxing only by careful degrees as the visit wore on without incident, until, by the time they finally made their way back toward the portal that would return them to the hotel, even she had to admit, with obvious reluctance, that the visit had gone about as well as anyone could have hoped. He's strange, Izuku said thoughtfully, clutching his new rubber duck against his chest on the walk home, but I think I like him. Yeah, Charlie said, smiling down at him, warm and fond. Most people end up feeling that way about my dad, eventually. What none of them yet knew, walking home through the crooked, crimson-lit streets of Pentagram City that evening, was that word of Izuku's audience with Lucifer himself, following so closely on the heels of the extermination he had turned back with his bare hands, was already beginning to travel through the city's less savory corners, carried along power lines and whispered through smoke-filled back rooms, toward ears that were considerably less well-meaning than the ruler of hells had turned out to be. Chapter 14. The offer, when it came, arrived with the deceptive, oily politeness that Vaggie had long ago learned to recognize as the surest sign of genuine danger. It came in the form of a courier, sleek, sharp-suited, wearing the unmistakable static-edged sheen that marked anyone employed under Vox's particular corner of Hell's power structure, who appeared at the hotel's front desk one afternoon with a sealed envelope and a smile too wide and too even to belong to anyone trustworthy. A business proposal, the courier said smoothly, sliding the envelope across the desk toward Charlie, from Mr. Vox himself. Regarding your remarkable young houseguest. Charlie's expression did not change, but something in the set of her shoulders went very still. We're not interested, she said, not bothering to open the envelope at all. You haven't even read the terms, the courier said, still smiling. I don't need to. Charlie's voice stayed perfectly level, perfectly pleasant, in the particular way that Vaggie, standing just behind her, had learned meant Charlie was one careful breath away from doing something considerably less pleasant. Whatever Vox is offering, whatever he's asking, the answer is no. It will always be no. You can tell him I said so myself. The courier's smile finally faltered, just slightly, at the flat unyielding certainty of it. Mr. Vox is not accustomed to being refused. Then this will be an educational afternoon for him, Vaggie said, stepping fully into view, spear materializing loosely at her side in a gesture that was less a threat than a simple, plain statement of fact. Get off our property. The courier left without further argument, though not without one last, lingering, calculating glance toward the stairwell, where Izuku, drawn by the tension in the air with the particular sensitivity of a child who had spent years learning to read a room before it turned dangerous, stood frozen a few steps up, having clearly heard more of the exchange than either woman would have liked. Izuku, Charlie said, turning toward him the instant the door closed, voice gentling instantly even as the tension did not fully leave her shoulders. Hey! Come here. He came down the stairs slowly, clutching the rubber duck Lucifer had given him weeks before, the way he still did sometimes when the world felt too large and too uncertain. Who was that? He asked quietly. What did they want? Charlie crouched down in front of him, weighing, for a brief moment, how much of the truth an 8-year-old ought to carry, before deciding, as she and Vaggie had decided together years before, that honesty had always served him better than comfortable evasion. "There's a man in this city named Vox," she said carefully. "He's very powerful, and very rich, and he's used to being able to buy or take whatever he wants. He heard about what you can do, and he wanted to make you part of his business." Izuku's small hands tightened around the duck. "Like, own me?" "Nobody is ever going to own you," Vaggie said, sharp and immediate, crouching down on his other side. "Not him, not anybody. That's not up for discussion, not now, not ever. You hear me?" He nodded, though the wariness in his face did not fully clear, old fears stirring in a place that had, for years now, been allowed to rest quiet. What if he doesn't take no for an answer? Charlie and Vaggie exchanged a look over his head, a whole silent conversation passing between them in the space of a single glance, before Charlie answered, steady and certain. "Then he'll learn exactly why this hotel has never once lost someone it decided to protect." It was Rosie, arriving for one of her semi-regular visits that same evening, who offered the practical reassurance that finally settled some of the anxious energy still humming through the hotel. "Vox is all flash and no follow-through when it actually comes down to it," she said, settling onto the lobby sofa with the easy, unbothered confidence of someone who had outlasted several centuries of hell's power struggles without losing a single ounce of her composure. "He likes intimidation. He likes leverage. What he does not like," she added, sipping delicately from the tea Nifty had brought her, "is a fair fight he isn't guaranteed to win, and Charlie's little hotel has more sharp teeth backing it now than it did a few years ago. Mark my words, darling, he'll grumble and posture and send a few more oily little envelopes, and then he'll go looking for easier prey elsewhere. Men like that always do. And if he doesn't?" Vaggie asked, arms crossed, unwilling to fully relax on Rosie's reassurance alone. Rosie's smile sharpened, just slightly, into something considerably less warm. "Then he'll discover precisely how much of my own reputation I'm willing to spend defending a child," she said simply, "and I promise you, it is considerably more than he'll find worth the trouble." Izuku, listening from the doorway with his duck still clutched tight against his chest, did not fully understand every layer of the adult conversation swirling around him. But he understood, with the same careful, hard-won clarity that had once told him a curbside outside a strange golden-lit hotel might, against every likelihood, be a place worth stopping. He understood that he was surrounded, now, by people willing to stand between him and whatever the world tried to take from him. It was not the first time he had felt safe in this hotel. But it was, perhaps, the first time he felt something closer to certain of it, and certainty, for a boy who had once known nothing but the opposite, was a rare and precious thing indeed. Chapter 15. Her name was Mimsy. No, not Mimsy, that particular lounge singer was already thoroughly accounted for elsewhere in the city's gossip. Her name was Poppy, and she arrived at the Hazbin Hotel 3 weeks after the incident with Vox's courier, delivered by an overworked, harried-looking intake demon who explained, with visible relief at finally being able to hand off the paperwork, that she was a new soul, freshly arrived, disoriented, and in need of somewhere gentler than the ordinary churn of hell's lower rings to land. She was, to everyone's considerable surprise, 9 years old. Charlie's face, upon seeing her, small, pale, blinking in wide-eyed confusion at the lobby's crimson carpets, clutching a battered school backpack that had, somehow, followed her down into hell along with her, went through an entire complicated cascade of emotion in the span of a few seconds, grief and fury and fierce protective tenderness all warring at once, before settling, with visible effort, into the same warm, steady calm she had once offered Izuku on his very first night. "Hi there," she said gently, crouching down. "I'm Charlie. This is my hotel. You're safe here, okay?" It was Izuku, drawn by the commotion, who ended up doing more good in that first hour than any of the adults managed. He did not offer speeches or careful reassurances. He simply walked over, sat down on the carpet a respectful distance away, and held out his rubber duck. "This is Quackers," he said solemnly, in the tone of someone imparting genuinely vital information. "Lucifer gave him to me. He's really good at making people feel better. You can hold him if you want." Poppy stared at him for a long moment, and then, in the first sign of anything other than frightened bewilderment since her arrival, a small, watery laugh escaped her. Quackers, she repeated, taking the offered duck with careful hands. That's a terrible name. I was 4, Izuku said, with the particular wounded dignity of someone defending a decision made in his considerably younger years. I didn't have a lot of better ideas. It was not, Charlie reflected later, watching the two of them slowly settle into an easy, cross-legged conversation on the lobby carpet, some grand dramatic turning point. It was small, and quiet, and utterly unremarkable in the way that the most important moments so often were. But it was the beginning, unmistakably, of the kind of friendship that Izuku, who had, for so long, known only the careful, guarded company of adults working hard to earn his trust, had never quite had the chance to build before, a friend his own age, who did not need to be won over slowly, who simply liked him, plainly and immediately, for exactly who he was. Poppy settled into the hotel over the following weeks with a speed that surprised everyone, buoyed along by the same patient, steady care that had once helped Izuku find his footing, and by the particular, unexpected gift of having another child nearby who understood, in ways none of the adults quite could, what it meant to be small and lost in an enormous, frightening world. They became, within a month, near inseparable. Izuku taught her the layout of the hotel, the safest routes through the market square, the particular rhythm of each resident's moods, when Husk was gruff but harmless, when Angel Dust's chaos was better observed from a careful distance, when Nifty's enthusiasm for a new project was an invitation rather than an imposition. Poppy, in turn, brought something to the hotel that had been quietly, subtly missing from Izuku's careful, watchful life, the simple, uncomplicated silliness of ordinary childhood, races down the hallway that got them both scolded by Vaggie, elaborate pretend kingdoms built out of couch cushions in the lobby, a running, increasingly absurd list of names they debated giving to Quackers's inevitable future duck companions. Charlie, watching them from the kitchen doorway one evening as they argued, with great seriousness, over whether a hypothetical second duck should be named Sir Quacksalot or Duke Featherington, felt something in her chest ease that she had not fully realized was still tight. He needed this, she said quietly to Vaggie, who had come up beside her, arms slipping around her waist. A friend. Someone his own age who isn't carrying around all the same fears he is. Yeah, Vaggie agreed, watching the two children collapse into helpless giggles over Duke Featherington's increasingly elaborate imagined backstory. He did. It would not, in the months that followed, remain simple and easy forever, nothing in hell ever entirely did, and the shadow of Vox's refused offer still lingered somewhere at the edges of the hotel's peace, patient and unresolved. But for one quiet evening, at least, there was only the sound of two children laughing together in a lobby lit gold against a sky that never fully dimmed, and Charlie found, watching it, that she could allow herself, just this once, to simply be glad. Chapter 16. The attack, when it finally came, did not arrive with the courtesy of an envelope. It came at night, 3 months after Poppy's arrival, in the form of a dozen sleek, static-edged enforcers scaling the hotel's outer walls under cover of a sky gone unusually dark, moving with the coordinated precision of soldiers rather than the opportunistic chaos of ordinary street demons. Vaggie's alarm system caught them at the fence line, shrieking to life in the small hours of the morning, and the hotel exploded into motion in the same practiced, well-drilled chaos it had once mustered against an extermination years before. They're not here for the building, Vaggie snarled, already moving, spear in hand, adrenaline sharpening every line of her into lethal focus. They're here for him. Izuku woke to the alarm and to Charlie's hands already pulling him from bed, Poppy stumbling groggy and frightened in her wake. Both children swept toward the reinforced shelter with the same practiced urgency that had once, years before, applied to Izuku alone. But it was Poppy's frightened whimper, cut short by a gloved hand clamping over her mouth, that told Charlie, with a plunge of pure ice-cold horror, that one of the enforcers had already breached the hallway ahead of them. Let her go, Charlie said, voice gone low and dangerous in a register Izuku had heard perhaps twice in his entire life, both hands already crackling with the barely restrained edge of her own considerable power. The enforcer, sleek and expressionless behind a static warped visor, did not let her go. Instead, static crackled from a device at his wrist, and his voice, when it came, was a warped, distorted approximation of politeness. We're not here for the human brat's little friend. Hand over the boy, and the girl walks away unharmed. Simple trade. Izuku, standing frozen behind Charlie with Vaggie's protective arm braced across his chest, felt something in him go very still and very cold, an old, familiar calculation running through his mind at terrifying speed, the same calculation he had once made, years ago, in a closet in a world he barely remembered anymore, weighing his own safety against someone else's pain and finding, without hesitation, that the second mattered infinitely more. "Let her go," he said, stepping forward before Vaggie could stop him, small voice carrying with a clarity that startled everyone in the hallway. "I'll go with you. Just let her go first." "Izuku, no," Charlie's voice cracked with sudden panic, reaching for him, but it was already too late to pull him back, the enforcer's masked head already tilting toward him with obvious, hungry interest. But the enforcer never got the chance to close the distance. The green light that erupted from Izuku in that moment was unlike anything any of them had seen from him before, not the panicked defensive burst of a frightened child, but something colder, more deliberate, shot through with an edge of controlled fury that made every hair on Vaggie's arms stand on end. It slammed into the enforcer holding Poppy with the force of a physical blow, hurling him bodily down the hallway and freeing Poppy so abruptly she stumbled straight into Vaggie's waiting arms, and the light did not stop there, arcing outward in a wide, sweeping wave that caught two more enforcers scaling through a shattered window and threw them clean off the building's side. Izuku stood in the center of the hallway afterward, breathing hard, hands still glowing faint green, staring at the crumpled shapes of enforcers who had, moments before, been prepared to drag him away from everything and everyone he had ever loved, and for the first time since the courtyard 4 years before, the light did not fade the instant the threat was gone. It stayed, humming low and steady beneath his skin, an ember rather than a flare, as though some deeper layer of it had finally, permanently woken. The remaining enforcers, watching their comrades sent flying by an 8-year-old they had been sent to casually collect, did not stay to test their luck further. They retreated over the fence and into the night with considerably less coordination than they had arrived with, and by the time Vaggie finished a full sweep of the grounds to confirm the threat had passed, dawn's pale approximation of light was already beginning to bleed faintly across the horizon. Charlie found Izuku still standing in the hallway, Poppy clinging to him now, both children shaking with the aftermath of adrenaline, and she gathered them both against her without a word, feeling her own heart hammering against her ribs with a terror that had not yet caught up to the fact that the danger had passed. "You should have run," she said finally, voice thick, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. "You should have let us handle it. You scared me half to death." "I couldn't," Izuku said simply, muffled against her shoulder, his voice small but utterly certain in a way that ached to hear from a child his age. "I couldn't just let them take her instead of me. That's not what you're supposed to do." Charlie held him tighter, grief and pride and terror all tangled together in her chest, and did not have the heart, in that moment, to argue with the fierce, unshakable rightness of a boy who had learned, against every hardship life had once thrown at him, exactly what it meant to protect the people he loved. "No," she agreed softly, into his hair. "No, I guess it isn't." Chapter 17. The attack changed things, in ways both large and small, that rippled outward through the hotel and the city beyond it in the days that followed. Lucifer arrived within hours of receiving word, and for the first time since Izuku had met him, there was no trace of duck-related whimsy in his sharp, pale face, only a cold, focused fury that made even Vaggie take an instinctive step back. He spent a long while in quiet, private conversation with Charlie in the hotel's study, and when he emerged, his voice carried an edge of iron that had not been there before. "Vox will not trouble this hotel again," he said simply, crouching down to Izuku's level with something gentler returning to his expression as he looked at the boy. "I've made that very clear to him personally. You have my word, and I do not give that lightly." Izuku, still faintly shaken but steadier than he had been the night before, nodded. "Thank you," he said quietly, and then, after a moment's hesitation, added, "Is Poppy okay?" "She's shaken, but unharmed, thanks entirely to you," Lucifer said, and something in his sharp features softened further, an unmistakable warmth breaking through the cold fury of moments before. "That was an extraordinarily brave thing you did last night, young man. Foolish, and I imagine your mothers have already told you so at considerable length, but brave." "They have," Izuku confirmed, with a small, rueful huff that was almost a laugh, and Lucifer's mouth quirked with something that was almost a smile in return. In the days that followed, the hotel settled, slowly, back into its rhythms, though not entirely unchanged. Vaggie doubled the wards around the property, working long into several nights alongside Sir Pentious, who arrived unprompted and unbothered by any request for payment, muttering something about not letting unimaginative brutes get the better of technology he considered, personally, an insult to proper engineering. Rosie's visits grew more frequent, and more than once Charlie caught her murmuring quiet, deadly promises to unseen associates over the phone, promises that, whatever their exact content, seemed to result in a noticeable and lasting silence from Vox's usual channels. Izuku's training took on a new seriousness after that night, though Vaggie was careful, always, to balance the necessary rigor of it against the simple, ordinary joys of being 8 years old. Mornings in the courtyard grew longer, more focused, Izuku learning to call the light with deliberate intention rather than fear, learning to shape it into something closer to a tool than a desperate last resort. But afternoons remained, stubbornly, protected for Poppy's elaborate cushion kingdoms, for Quackers's ever-expanding and increasingly ridiculous imagined family of rubber duck relatives, for the ordinary, unremarkable business of simply being a child who was, at long last, allowed to be one. It was Poppy, in a quiet moment weeks later, sitting beside Izuku on the courtyard steps while he practiced small, careful bursts of green light between his palms, who finally asked the question that had clearly been sitting with her since the night of the attack. "Weren't you scared?" she asked. "When they said they'd take you instead?" Izuku considered the question with his usual gravity, watching the light flicker and settle in his hands. "Yeah," he admitted. "I was really scared. But I was more scared of what would happen to you if I didn't do something." He glanced sideways at her, small and solemn and entirely sincere. "You're my friend. That's just what you do for someone you care about." Poppy was quiet for a moment, and then she bumped her shoulder gently against his. "You're a really weird kid, you know that?" "Yeah," Izuku agreed, grinning now, easy and bright in a way that would have been unrecognizable to the frightened, silent boy who had once arrived on a curbside 4 years before. "I've been told." Charlie, watching from the courtyard doorway with Vaggie's hand resting warm and steady in her own, felt the same quiet, fierce gladness she had felt so many times over the past 4 years, watching a boy who had once believed himself powerless and alone grow, slowly and surely, into someone capable of extraordinary strength, extraordinary courage, and, perhaps most remarkably of all, for a child who had once known so little of it, extraordinary, unshakable love. Whatever the city beyond the hotel's fence still had waiting for him, whatever forces might yet come seeking to claim or exploit the power growing steadily within him, Charlie found herself certain, standing in that quiet courtyard doorway, of one simple and unassailable fact. He would never again have to face any of it alone. Chapter 18. Alastair's interest in Izuku had never quite fit the shape of anything the boy, or anyone else in the hotel, entirely understood, and it was on a quiet afternoon some weeks after the attack that he finally offered something closer to an explanation. They were seated at the small card table in the lobby's corner, midway through one of their long-standing, stakes-free games, when Alastair set down his hand and studied Izuku with an unusually direct and considering expression. "You are wondering, I expect," he said, radio static humming low beneath his words, "why a being such as myself, who trades so freely in souls and bargains, has never once tried to strike a deal with you." Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the sudden turn in conversation. "I mean, kind of, yeah. Charlie says you love making deals." "I do," Alastair agreed, smile as wide and unreadable as ever, though something in his crimson eyes had gone, for once, entirely sincere. "It is, without question, among my very favorite pastimes. And yet." He tapped one clawed finger idly against the table's edge. "There is a particular kind of soul I have never once been tempted to bargain with, in all my considerable years in this realm, and that is the soul of a child who has already given up more than any deal I could offer could ever hope to repay." Izuku was quiet for a moment, turning the words over with his usual careful attention. "So you don't want anything from me?" "I want," Alastair said, and paused, seeming almost surprised by his own honesty, "very little, in point of fact, beyond the occasional pleasure of your company at this table, and the rather novel experience of watching someone grow into their own strength without a single string attached to any hand offering help along the way." His smile sharpened, briefly, into something colder and more distant. I have seen a great many bargains struck in this city, young man, built on desperation and cruelty and the deliberate exploitation of the weak. I find, rather to my own surprise, that I have no appetite whatsoever for adding you to that particular ledger. It was, Izuku understood slowly, turning the words over long after the game had ended, as close to a genuine declaration of protection as Alastair was ever likely to offer anyone, wrapped as it was in layers of careful, deniable ambiguity, and he found himself, unexpectedly, grateful for it all the same. Thanks, he said simply, and Alastair's smile, for just a moment, lost its usual sharp edge entirely, settling into something almost warm before the moment passed and he was reshuffling the cards with his usual theatrical flourish, already moving on to the next round as though nothing of consequence had been said at all. Charlie, who had been listening quietly from the kitchen doorway, found herself thinking, not for the first time, that the strange found family gathered under her hotel's roof had a way of surprising her still, even after all these years, with exactly how much genuine care could grow in the unlikeliest corners of a place built, ostensibly, for redemption rather than tenderness. Chapter 19. Carmilla Carmine arrived at the hotel unannounced, as blood royalty tended to do, sweeping through the front doors on a brisk autumn afternoon with the particular effortless authority of someone who had never once, in her considerable existence, needed to ask permission to enter a room. I've heard a great deal about your young charge, she said to Charlie, without preamble, sharp eyes already sweeping the lobby until they landed on Izuku, seated cross-legged near the window with a book borrowed from the hotel's small, eclectic library. The boy who turned back an extermination strike and sent a squad of Vox's enforcers running with their tails between their legs. I confess, I was curious to see for myself. Vaggie, ever wary of new powerful figures taking an interest in Izuku, moved a half-step closer before Charlie's light touch on her arm settled her back. She's an ally, Charlie said quietly. The Carmine family keeps the peace between the overlords. If anyone in this city can help make sure what happened with Vox doesn't happen again, it's her. Carmilla approached Izuku with none of the wariness most adults still carried around him, crouching down with brisk, businesslike efficiency rather than the careful gentleness he had grown accustomed to. So, she said, studying him with open, assessing interest, you're the one causing all this fuss. I didn't mean to cause a fuss, Izuku said, with the particular earnest seriousness that still, for years on, occasionally startled a laugh out of hardened adults who expected something warier from a boy with his history. Most interesting people rarely do, Carmilla said, and something in her sharp expression eased, just slightly, into approval. Let me tell you something, young man, since it seems no one else has bothered to sit you down and explain the actual shape of the world you're now living in. Power like yours does not go unnoticed in this city. It never has, and it never will. You can spend your life afraid of that fact, hiding from it, hoping it simply goes away, or you can learn, properly, how this city's power actually works, so that when the next Vox comes calling, and there will be a next Vox, you are not merely reacting to the danger. You are prepared for it. Izuku glanced toward Charlie, who nodded her quiet permission, and then back to Carmilla, something steady and considering settling into his young face. Okay, he said. Teach me. What followed, over the weeks that came after, was an education unlike anything Izuku had received before, not the patient, careful training in controlling his own power that Vaggie had given him, but a sharper, more political education in the actual structure of the city and realm he now called home. Carmilla taught him, with brisk efficiency and remarkably little patience for repeated questions, the rough hierarchy of Hell's overlords, the delicate, ever-shifting balances of power between the blood royal families, the exorcist forces of heaven and the particular treaties, however imperfect, that governed when and how they were permitted to strike. Knowledge is armor, she told him, more than once, in the clipped, no-nonsense tone that had, despite its bluntness, earned a peculiar fondness from him over their weeks of lessons. A boy who understands the shape of the danger around him is a boy considerably harder to catch off guard by it. Izuku absorbed it all with the same methodical, careful attention he brought to everything, filling the pages of a battered notebook Charlie had given him with careful diagrams of the city's power structures, small handwritten notes on which overlords held grudges against which treaties were considered ironclad and which were, by Carmilla's dry assessment, worth approximately the paper they were written on and no more. It was, in its own strange way, one more thread in the long, patient work of turning a frightened, powerless little boy into someone capable of standing steady in a world that had, in his first life, given him every reason to believe steadiness was never going to be possible for him. "You're a good student," Carmilla told him, on the afternoon of their final scheduled lesson, closing the notebook with something that, on her sharp, otherwise unreadable features, might almost have passed for warmth. "Better than most adults I've had the misfortune of trying to teach this to." "Thank you," Izuku said, and then, after a moment's hesitation, added, with careful sincerity, "Thanks for teaching me. Nobody's really explained things to me like that before. Like I could actually understand them, not just be told to trust that it'll be okay." Carmilla studied him for a long moment, something unreadable passing behind her sharp eyes, and then she reached out and set one hand briefly, almost gently, atop his messy green hair. "You'll do well in this city, boy," she said. "Mark my words." She left as abruptly as she had arrived, sweeping back out through the hotel's front doors without further ceremony, and Izuku, watching her go, found himself, not for the first time, quietly grateful for the strange, sprawling, unlikely collection of people who had, each in their own fashion, taken it upon themselves to help him grow into whatever he was becoming. Chapter 20. The nightmares had grown rarer over the years, but they had never entirely stopped, and it was on an ordinary night, with no particular anniversary or trigger that anyone could later identify, that Izuku woke gasping in the dark, hands already glowing faint green, heart hammering with the particular cold, wordless terror that belonged to a life he otherwise rarely let himself remember. Charlie found him sitting bolt upright in bed, staring at nothing, and did not turn on the light, only sat down carefully at the edge of the mattress, keeping her voice low and even. "Hey," she said softly. "You're safe. You're here. You're okay." It took a long while for his breathing to steady, for the green light to fade from his trembling hands, and when he finally spoke, his voice was smaller than it had been in a long time, some old, careful walls he had slowly learned to lower creeping back into place around the words. "Sometimes I still hear it," he admitted, barely above a whisper. "The yelling. From before. I don't even remember what it was about anymore, I just remember being scared, and small, and not being able to do anything about it." Charlie's chest ached fiercely at the confession, and she resisted, carefully, the urge to pull him into an immediate embrace, understanding, after years of learning his particular rhythms, that sometimes what he needed most was simply to be heard first. "You don't have to remember the details for the fear to still be real," she said gently. "What happened to you before you came here, none of that was your fault. Not one piece of it. I need you to know that, even on the nights it doesn't feel true." "I know," Izuku said, and then, after a pause, more quietly, "I just don't always believe it. Not all the way." "That's okay too," Charlie said, and this time she did reach for him, slow and careful, giving him every chance to pull away if he needed to, and when he leaned into her instead, small and tired and finally, fully, trusting, she wrapped her arms around him and held on. "Belief like that doesn't come all at once. It comes because we keep showing you, over and over, for as long as it takes, until one day you just wake up and realize it's already true, and you don't remember exactly when it happened. That's how it worked for me, with a lot of things in my own life. It'll work that way for you too." They sat together in the quiet dark for a long while, Izuku's breathing gradually evening out against her shoulder, and it was Vaggie, appearing softly in the doorway sometime later, drawn by some instinct that had never fully switched off where he was concerned, who finally suggested, gently, that they might all sleep easier crowded together in the living room, blankets piled high, some ridiculous movie playing quietly in the background for no reason beyond the simple comfort of noise and light and company. It became, in the months that followed, a small tradition on the nights the old fear crept back, no fanfare, no long conversation required. Just the three of them tangled together beneath blankets while something silly played on the television, until sleep found them all again, easier and lighter than it had been alone. Izuku did not stop having nightmares entirely. Some wounds, Charlie had come to understand over the years, simply took longer to close than others, longer perhaps than he would ever fully outgrow. But he stopped facing them alone, every single time, and in a life that had once taught him nothing could be trusted to last, that steady, unbroken constancy became, slowly and surely, one of the truest and most healing things he had ever known. Chapter 21. Far above Pentagram City, in the gleaming, sterile heights of heaven, word of a human child who had turned back an angelic strike with nothing but his bare hands had, inevitably, eventually, reached ears considerably less inclined toward mercy than Lucifer's had been. Sarah, one of the seraphim charged with overseeing heaven's affairs, listened to the report with the particular cold, measured stillness that had, over centuries, come to define her every decision, while beside her, Adam, brasher, louder, and considerably less patient, paced the length of the gleaming chamber with visible agitation. A human kid held off an extermination strike, Adam said, for perhaps the third time, disbelief and something sharper, more territorial, threading through his voice. That's not supposed to be possible. That's not supposed to happen, not down there, not to anybody. And yet it has, Sarah said evenly, studying the report a moment longer before setting it aside. The question that concerns me is not whether it happened, but what it means that it did. A living soul, fallen into hell rather than delivered there through death, wielding power sufficient to turn back our own light. Her pale eyes were unreadable, weighing something far larger than the single incident in front of her. That is not a small anomaly, Adam. That is a crack in the shape of the world as we understand it. So what? We send someone down to deal with it. Adam's expression sharpened with familiar, eager violence. I could handle one kid, easy. You will do nothing of the sort, Sarah cut in, sharp enough that even Adam fell briefly silent. Not yet. A child wielding uncontrolled power is a danger best understood before it is confronted, not provoked into further unpredictability by careless aggression. We will watch. We will learn what we can. And when the moment is right, if action becomes necessary, it will be taken with far more care than you are currently proposing. Adam grumbled something under his breath about caution being a waste of good opportunities, but subsided, for the moment, under the weight of Sarah's flat, unyielding authority. Far below, entirely unaware of the quiet, careful attention now turning toward him from the gleaming heights of heaven itself, Izuku slept soundly in a room lit gold by a sky that never fully dimmed, tangled comfortably between Charlie and Vaggie on a couch still scattered with blankets from the night before, safe, for the moment, in the steady, unbroken circle of people who had built, patiently and without hesitation, an entire life around the simple, stubborn promise that he would never again have to face the world alone. But somewhere above the crooked rooftops of Pentagram City, in a realm of gleaming towers and cold, watchful eyes, the shape of a much larger story was already, quietly, beginning to turn toward him, and the peace the hotel had fought so hard to build around one small, extraordinary boy would not, in the end, be allowed to last forever undisturbed. For now, though, he slept, and dreamed, for once, of nothing at all. Chapter 22. The seasons in Pentagram City did not change in any way a person raised beneath an ordinary sky might recognize, but the hotel had, over the years, developed its own small rhythms of celebration regardless, and it was on the anniversary of the night Charlie had first found him crying on a curbside that the entire strange, sprawling household gathered, without much ceremony beyond Nifty's insistence on decorations, to mark 4 years since Izuku had become, irrevocably and completely, one of their own. Angel Dust produced a cake so elaborately, chaotically decorated that Husk spent a full 5 minutes simply staring at it in visible despair before conceding, grudgingly, that it tasted better than it had any right to. Sir Pentious arrived with a small mechanical duck he had built specifically to waddle in circles and quack the birthday song, an invention Izuku declared, with great solemnity, to be the single greatest gift he had ever received, much to Lucifer's theatrical and entirely good-natured outrage over having been outdone in the duck department. Poppy presented him with a hand-drawn card depicting the two of them standing atop an elaborate cushioned fortress, crowned as co-rulers of a kingdom that existed nowhere but in their shared imagination, and Izuku pinned it, carefully, to the wall beside his bed, where it would remain for years to come. Rosie sent flowers, impossibly vivid against Hell's ashen palette, with a note that read only well done surviving another year, darling, few manage it with such style. Carmilla, true to her brisk nature, sent nothing so sentimental as a gift, but did send a short, characteristically blunt note commending his progress in their lessons and expressing, in her own dry fashion, a rare and genuine pride. Even Alaster, who professed to find birthdays a rather tedious human affectation, was discovered, later that evening, having quietly arranged for the evening's entertainment to include several of Izuku's favorite old records, playing warm and crackling through the lobby's speakers without any explanation offered or requested. Charlie stood near the back of the gathered crowd for much of the evening, simply watching, the way she so often found herself doing these days, marveling at the sheer, improbable scope of what had grown up around one small, frightened boy in 4 short years. A hotel built for redemption had become, somewhere along the way and without anyone quite planning it, something closer to a true home, not only for Izuku, but for every broken, complicated soul who had gathered, gradually, into his orbit. For years, Vaggie murmured, coming to stand beside her, watching Izuku laugh helplessly at something Angel Dust had said. Poppy doubled over beside him, quackers perched with great ceremony atop the growing pile of gifts. Feels like both longer and shorter than that, somehow. Yeah, Charlie agreed softly, leaning into her shoulder. It really does. Later, once the gathering had wound down and the hotel had settled into its familiar late-night quiet, Charlie found Izuku sitting alone on the courtyard steps, looking up at the endless crimson sky, quackers cradled in his lap alongside the small mechanical duck Sir Pentious had built him. "Hey," she said, settling down beside him. "You disappeared on us." "Just thinking," Izuku said, and then, after a moment, added, quieter, "Do you think I'll ever find out why it happened? Why I ended up here, instead of just staying where I was?" Charlie considered the question carefully, the way she always tried to when he asked her something that mattered. "I don't know," she admitted honestly. "Maybe someday we will. Maybe we never will. But I know this much for certain." She wrapped an arm around his shoulders, drawing him gently against her side. "Whatever pulled you here, whatever strange twist of fate or magic or plain dumb luck brought you to that curbside 4 years ago, I have never once, not for a single day since, been anything but grateful for it." Izuku leaned into her, quiet and thoughtful, watching the sky that had once terrified him with its wrongness, now simply, comfortably, familiar. "Me too," he said finally, soft but certain. "I used to think something had to be wrong with the world, for me to end up somewhere like this. But I don't think that anymore. I think maybe it was just where I was supposed to end up." Charlie pressed a kiss to the top of his head, holding him close beneath a sky that had, against every likelihood, against every reasonable expectation, become the backdrop of something that looked, unmistakably, like a genuinely happy childhood. Neither of them could see, that quiet night, the slow gathering of attention now turning toward him from realms both above and below, the careful, patient watching of powers who had noticed, at last, exactly what kind of extraordinary strength had taken root in their world. But for one more peaceful evening, at least, none of that mattered. There was only a boy, finally, fully safe, and a mother who intended to keep him that way for as long as she possibly could. Chapter 23. In the quiet weeks that followed the anniversary, the hotel's rhythms settled into a kind of steady, hard-won peace that none of its residents took entirely for granted, not after everything the years had already asked of them. Izuku's mornings remained anchored to training with Vaggie, though the sessions had grown, by careful degrees, into something closer to a true partnership than a simple lesson, Vaggie herself often surprised by how quickly he now anticipated the shape of an exercise before she finished explaining it. His afternoons belonged, as they always had, to Poppy and to Quackers's ever-expanding mechanical family, to lazy hours spent reading in the library window seat, to the ordinary, unremarkable business of simply being a child allowed, at long last, the luxury of boredom. But it was in the quieter, in-between moments that Charlie found herself most struck by how far he had come. The way he now greeted new guests of the hotel with easy, open curiosity rather than wary calculation. The way his laughter, once so rare and startled, now rang out freely and often through the hotel's halls, familiar enough that its absence, on the rare day he was quiet, was immediately, instinctively noticed by everyone around him. The way he had begun, in small unprompted moments, to offer comfort to others the way it had once been offered to him, sitting quietly beside Poppy on the nights her own old grief surfaced, patiently explaining the hotel's routines to each new frightened arrival who came through its doors, extending, without being asked, the same patient grace that had once, for years before, been extended to him. "He's turning into quite the little healer," Rosie observed, during one of her visits, watching Izuku across the lobby as he carefully walked a newly arrived, badly shaken soul through the location of the kitchen, the bathrooms, the quiet corners best suited for a person who needed a moment alone. Rather remarkable, for someone his age. He learned it from somewhere, Vaggie said, quiet pride threading through the words as she watched him too. It was not, of course, an uncomplicated piece. The shadow of Vox's failed attempt still lingered at the hotel's edges, a wound not fully closed even months later, and Vaggie's wards remained, stubbornly, doubled and redoubled against any future attempt. Sarah's cold, watchful attention, though none of them yet knew of its existence, was already beginning its long, careful work far above the crimson sky, patient in a way that would, eventually, prove considerably more dangerous than Vox's crude, impatient aggression ever had been. But for the residents of the Hazbin Hotel, gathered together in the golden, imperfect peace of an ordinary evening, none of that distant danger had yet come close enough to touch the simple, precious fact of a boy who had once believed himself entirely alone in the world, now surrounded, every single day, by people who had chosen him, deliberately and completely, and who had no intention whatsoever of ever letting that choice waver. Charlie, standing in the lobby doorway as the evening wound down around her, watched Izuku help Poppy carry a stack of borrowed library books back toward the stairs, the two of them bickering good-naturedly over which story to read first, and felt, not for the first time, the quiet, settled certainty that whatever trials still lay ahead of them, whatever forces both above and below might yet come seeking to claim or threaten the extraordinary boy she had found shivering on a curbside 4 years before, they would meet every single one of them exactly as they had met everything so far. Together, and without fear, because fear, in this particular hotel, had long since learned it held no real power over a family built on love freely given and never once withdrawn. The road ahead, though none of them could yet see its full shape, would demand more of Izuku than any of them fully understood. But he would not walk a single step of it alone, and in a life that had once taught him the opposite so thoroughly, that unshakable truth remained, and would remain, the surest foundation any of them could ever have hoped to build for him. Chapter 24. Late that same night, long after the hotel had gone quiet and the last of its lamps had dimmed to a low, comfortable glow, Charlie found herself standing once more in the doorway of Izuku's room, a habit she had never quite managed to break in 4 years, watching him sleep. He slept easily now, most nights, sprawled loose and unguarded across a bed he no longer felt any need to abandon for the corner nook that had, years ago, been rebuilt into a simple reading corner instead, quackers tucked beneath one arm alongside the small mechanical duck that had not stopped waddling in cheerful, pointless circles since the day Sir Pentius gifted it to him. It was such an ordinary sight, and Charlie understood, better than almost anyone, exactly how extraordinary that ordinariness truly was. Vaggie found her there, as she so often did, slipping an arm around her waist and resting her chin lightly against Charlie's shoulder, the two of them keeping their quiet, familiar vigil together. "You're thinking about Sarah," Vaggie said softly. It was not a question. Charlie let out a slow breath. She had told Vaggie, days before, of the fragments of rumor that had begun drifting down from certain contacts within heaven's lower ranks, careful whispers of a seraphim's growing interest in the strange, powerful human child sheltering in hell. It was not confirmed. It was not, yet, a certainty. But Charlie had learned, over her long and complicated life, never to dismiss such whispers entirely. "I keep thinking we finally handled Vox," she admitted quietly. "I keep thinking we finally have a little room to breathe. And then something like this comes along and reminds me that the world outside this hotel isn't finished testing him yet, and won't be for a long time." "No," Vaggie agreed, honest as always, unwilling to offer comfort built on anything less than truth. "It probably isn't." She tightened her arm around Charlie's waist, grounding and steady. "But look at him, Charlie. Look at everything he's already survived, everything he's already become, with us standing beside him every step of it. Whatever's still coming, whoever else decides they want a piece of him, they're not facing a frightened 4-year-old anymore. They're facing all of us. All of this." She gestured, faintly, toward the sleeping hotel around them, toward every hard-won thread of found family that had gathered, over 4 remarkable years, into something powerful enough to turn back heaven's own light. Charlie leaned into her, watching Izuku's chest rise and fall in the steady, peaceful rhythm of a boy who trusted, completely, that he would wake safe in the morning. You're right, she said finally, softer now, some of the tension easing from her shoulders. You're right. Whatever's coming, we'll be ready for it. Together. She pressed one last, gentle kiss to 2 fingers and touched them lightly to the doorframe, an old, small habit of blessing she had carried since before Izuku ever arrived, and then, together, she and Vaggie made their way down the quiet hallway toward their own bed, leaving him to sleep on, undisturbed, beneath a sky that, for tonight at least, held nothing but peace. Chapter 25. By the time Izuku turned 12, the boy who had once arrived at the Hazbin Hotel unable to speak more than a whispered name had grown into someone the younger arrivals at the hotel now looked up to, quite literally, in more ways than one. He was taller than Vaggie now, a fact he brought up with insufferable regularity, and the power that had once answered only to fear had matured, over the years, into something he could summon with the same easy, practiced confidence he brought to everything else. He no longer needed panic to call the light. He could shape it now into narrow, precise bursts, into broad defensive barriers that could hold steady for minutes at a time, into quick, controlled surges of speed and strength that had, on more than one occasion, left Vaggie herself slightly winded trying to keep pace with him during their now considerably more evenly matched sparring sessions. Poppy, 13 now and every bit as sharp-tongued and loyal as she had been the day she arrived, remained his closest friend, the two of them having weathered enough shared history together that their bond had settled into something as steady and unshakable as any of the bonds Izuku shared with the adults who had raised him. She had taken, in recent years, to a talent for sketching that filled notebook after notebook with quick, clever studies of the hotel's residents, and the wall beside Izuku's bed had grown crowded with her gifts to him, caricatures of Husk scowling over a card game, of angel dust mid-flourish through some elaborate trick, of Izuku himself, rendered again and again in poses only a friend who knew him completely could have captured with such easy, affectionate accuracy. The hotel itself had grown busier in the intervening years, its reputation as a place where genuine change was possible spreading, slowly but steadily, through corners of the city that had once dismissed Charlie's mission as naive idealism. New guests arrived more frequently now, drawn by whispers of a place where redemption was offered without judgment, and Izuku had settled, without anyone quite deciding it for him, into something like an unofficial welcoming committee. The boy every frightened new arrival somehow found themselves gravitating toward first, drawn by the same quiet, steady calm that had once been offered to him. You've got a gift for it, Charlie told him one evening, watching him patiently walk a newly arrived, deeply anxious soul through the hotel's quiet routines. Making people feel safe. It's not something everyone can do. I just remember what it felt like when nobody could, Izuku said simply, and Charlie, not for the first time, felt her chest ache with the particular mixture of grief and pride that came with loving a child who had built something so extraordinary out of the wreckage of where he'd started. He trained harder now, too, the mornings in the courtyard growing longer and more demanding as Vaggie worked to keep pace with a student whose raw capability had, by this point, begun to genuinely rival her own. Carmilla's lessons continued as well, less frequent now but no less rigorous, the battered notebook of his early years long since filled and replaced by 3 more, each denser and more detailed than the last, mapping out the intricate, shifting web of power that governed hell's every corner. But it was a different kind of lesson, arriving unannounced on an otherwise ordinary afternoon, that would prove, in time, to matter more than any of the careful, patient education that had come before it. The hotel's front desk bell rang at an hour when no ordinary guest ever arrived, and when Vaggie went to answer it, spear already instinctively in hand out of long habit, she found, standing on the front step with an expression of visible, careful nervousness, a figure with soft, luminous wings and an unmistakable golden halo hovering above a mess of pale curls. An angel. Standing, unarmed and unescorted, at the door of the Hazbin Hotel. Please, the angel said quickly, before Vaggie's rising alarm could fully crystallize into action, I'm not here to hurt anyone. My name is Emily. I need to talk to you. All of you. It's about the boy. Chapter 26. Charlie arrived at the door within seconds of Vaggie's sharp, urgent call, and the sight of an unescorted seraphim standing on her doorstep sent an immediate, cold jolt of alarm through her chest before the angel's genuinely frightened, earnest expression registered enough to give her pause. You're one of the seraphim, Charlie said carefully, positioning herself firmly between the doorway and the rest of the hotel. You're supposed to be the ones who send the exterminations. I know, Emily said, wings drooping slightly with visible distress. I know what my position is supposed to mean. But I promise you, I'm not here on official business. I came on my own, and if Sarah or Adam knew I was here, it would be very bad for me. I need you to understand that I'm taking a real risk coming to warn you. Warn us about what? Vaggie said, spear still loosely in hand, refusing to fully lower her guard. Emily hesitated, glancing past them into the hotel's warm interior, where Izuku had appeared in the hallway behind Charlie, drawn by the commotion, watching the exchange with careful, guarded attention. There's a boy here, Emily said quietly. A human child who turned back an extermination strike years ago. Sarah's been watching him ever since. Quietly, carefully, gathering information. And Adam, she hesitated again, wings twitching with obvious discomfort. Adam wants to move against him. He's been pushing for it for months. Sarah's held him back so far, but I don't know how much longer that's going to last, and I couldn't just sit in heaven knowing what might be coming without at least trying to warn someone. The color had drained slightly from Charlie's face, though her voice, when she spoke, remained steady. Why would you risk that? Coming here, warning us? What's in it for you? Emily's expression, at the question, shifted into something raw and sincere in a way that caught Charlie off guard. Because I don't think this is right, she said simply. I've spent centuries believing exterminations were necessary, that the souls down here were beyond saving, beyond caring about. And then I hear about a child, an actual child, not a soul who chose cruelty in life but someone who fell into this place through no fault of his own, being hunted because he's powerful and inconvenient, and I can't just look away from that and call myself good. I don't care what Sarah says power like his means for the balance between our realms. He's a person. He deserves better than being treated like a threat to be neutralized. Izuku, listening from the hallway, stepped forward slowly, drawing Emily's immediate, startled attention. You're serious, he said quietly. About Adam wanting to come after me. I'm afraid so, Emily said, some of her nervousness softening into something gentler as she looked at him properly for the first time. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to carry this kind of danger, not at your age. But I thought you deserved to know, rather than being caught by surprise. Charlie's hand found Izuku's shoulder, steady and protective, and she studied Emily for a long, careful moment before finally, cautiously, stepping back from the doorway. Come in, she said. If you're really here to help, we should talk properly. Not on the doorstep. Emily's visit stretched long into the evening, the whole hotel gathering, cautiously at first and then with genuine, curious warmth, around the unlikely sight of a seraphim seated at their kitchen table, answering Vaggie's sharp, pointed questions with patient honesty, sketching out, as best she understood it, the shape of the danger now gathering above them. Sarah isn't cruel, Emily explained carefully, not the way Adam is. She's cautious. Careful. She doesn't act without understanding what she's acting against first. That's actually bought you time, more than you probably realize. But she is worried, genuinely worried, about what a living soul with power like his might mean for the balance between heaven and hell, and worry, in someone with her authority, has a way of eventually curdling into action, whether or not Adam pushes her toward it. So what do we do? Vaggie said, arms crossed, jaw tight. Just wait for them to make the first move? I don't know, Emily admitted honestly. I wish I had a better answer than that. But I can keep watching, keep listening, keep coming to warn you if I learn anything more concrete. It isn't much. But it's what I can offer. Izuku, quiet through most of the conversation, finally spoke up, his young face set with the same careful, determined gravity that had marked him since he was small. Thank you, he said simply. For coming. For telling us the truth instead of just letting it happen. Emily's answering smile was small, but genuine, some of the guilt she had clearly been carrying easing, visibly, at the words. You're welcome, she said. For whatever it's worth, I don't think you deserve any of what's coming. I hope, somehow, we can find a way to stop it before it ever has to happen. She left as the sky outside began its slow, familiar bleed toward deeper crimson, promising, with quiet sincerity, to return if she learned anything more, and the hotel settled, in her absence, into a heavier, more watchful quiet than it had known in years, the comfortable peace of recent seasons now shadowed, unmistakably, by the knowledge of exactly what was gathering, patient and cold, in the gleaming heights above them. Chapter 27. Valentino's interest, when it finally surfaced weeks later, arrived with none of Vox's oily, calculated politeness, and considerably more open, menacing hostility. It began with a warning delivered secondhand, through Angel Dust, whose face had gone carefully, deliberately blank the evening he pulled Charlie and Vaggie aside to relay it. "He's been asking around about the kid," Angel said, voice tighter than his usual easy drawl. "Heard he wants a piece of whatever made Vox's plan fail so bad. I don't got details, but I know how Val operates, and I know it ain't gonna be subtle when it comes." Charlie's jaw set with the particular hard, protective resolve that had become second nature to her over the years. "We handled Vox. We'll handle this too." "Yeah, well." Angel's expression flickered, briefly, with something rawer and more complicated than his usual careful composure allowed. "Val's not Vox. He doesn't play the same games. You'd do well to take this one real serious, Charlie. I mean that." The threat, when it came, arrived not at the hotel's front gates but in the market square, on an afternoon Izuku and Poppy had ventured out under Husk's watchful, gruff supervision to pick up supplies for Nifty's garden. It came in the form of 3 of Valentino's enforcers, moving with none of Vox's coordinated precision, only a loud, deliberate, public menace clearly designed to draw attention and send a message. "The kid comes with us," the lead enforcer announced, blocking the narrow street with casual, confident cruelty, "or things get messy for everyone standing near him." Husk's claws were already out, positioning himself immediately between the enforcers and both children, growling low and dangerous in a way that startled Poppy, who had rarely seen the usually gruff but gentle bartender look genuinely, violently ready for a fight. "Try it," he said flatly. "See how far you get." Izuku, 12 years old now and considerably more prepared than the frightened 8-year-old who had once faced Vox's enforcers in a hallway, did not wait for the confrontation to escalate further. He stepped forward, deliberately, drawing every eye in the crowded market square toward himself. "You don't want to do this," he said, voice steady, carrying the particular calm authority that Carmilla's years of political education had helped him cultivate alongside Vaggie's physical training. "I'm not going anywhere with you. And if you try to force it, you're going to have a lot more to explain to Valentino than a failed pickup. You'll be explaining why an entire market square full of witnesses watched you attack a child in broad daylight, with the Carmine family's known ally standing right beside him." The lead enforcer hesitated, some flicker of genuine calculation crossing his expression at the mention of the Carmine name, and it was in that brief, wavering hesitation that Husk moved, fast and brutal, closing the distance and driving the enforcer back with a single, decisive blow that sent him sprawling into a market stall. The other 2 enforcers, faced with an 8-year-old, no, Izuku corrected himself grimly even in the chaos of the moment, 12 now, though the old instinct to think of himself as smaller and more vulnerable than he actually was still occasionally surfaced under pressure, who was very clearly neither frightened nor unprepared, and a furious, clawed bartender who had just demonstrated exactly how little patience he had for the entire enterprise, exchanged a brief, uncertain glance before beating a hasty, undignified retreat, dragging their groaning companion with them. The market square, in the aftermath, erupted into a low murmur of astonished commentary, and Izuku found himself, not for the first time, uncomfortably aware of just how many eyes had witnessed the encounter, just how quickly the story of it would spread through the city's ever-hungry rumor mill. "You okay?" he asked Poppy, who had gone pale but steady throughout the confrontation, more angry than frightened by this point in their long shared history of exactly this kind of danger. "I'm fine," she said, tucking her sketchbook protectively against her chest, the anger in her voice unmistakable. "I hate that this keeps happening to you." "Yeah," Izuku admitted, watching the enforcers' retreating backs with a tired, weary expression that looked, for a brief unguarded moment, considerably older than his 12 years. "Me too." Husk, still bristling with barely restrained fury, herded them both firmly back toward the hotel, muttering the entire way about overlords who couldn't take a hint, and it was clear, by the time they reached the hotel's familiar golden lights, that the confrontation, however successfully repelled, had done nothing to actually settle the growing, tangled web of danger now closing in around Izuku from seemingly every direction at once, Box's lingering resentment, Valentino's open hostility, and, gathering quietly above it all, the cold, patient attention of heaven itself. Chapter 28. That night, long after Poppy had been settled safely to bed and the hotel's usual evening routines had wound down into uneasy quiet, Charlie found Izuku sitting alone on the courtyard steps, staring down at his own hands with an expression she had not seen on his face in years. "Hey," she said softly, settling down beside him. "You've been quiet since you got back." He was quiet a moment longer before answering, turning his palms over slowly, watching the faint, ever-present hum of green light that lived now, permanently, just beneath the surface of his skin. "Sometimes I wonder," he said finally, voice careful and low, "if all of this, Box, Valentino, whatever's coming from heaven, if none of it would be happening if I just wasn't so strong. If maybe it'd be easier for everyone if I was just ordinary." Charlie's chest tightened sharply at the admission, and she resisted, with effort, the urge to immediately argue him out of the feeling, understanding, after years of learning exactly how his mind worked, that what he needed first was to be heard. "Why do you think that?" she asked instead, gently. "Because it's true, isn't it?" Izuku's voice cracked slightly, old vulnerability surfacing beneath the composed, capable exterior he had built so carefully over the years. "If I wasn't powerful, nobody would want to use me. Nobody would send enforcers after me, or watch me from heaven planning who knows what. You and Vaggie wouldn't have to spend half your lives worrying about keeping me safe from people who just want what I can do for them." "Izuku." Charlie turned toward him fully, taking his hands in both of hers, steady and certain. "Listen to me carefully, because I need you to actually hear this, not just let it wash over you the way I know you sometimes do when you've already decided what you think is true. The danger was never about your power. It was never about what you can do. It's about people who see something valuable and decide, wrongly, cruelly, that they're entitled to take it, regardless of what it costs the person carrying it. That's not a flaw in you. That's a flaw in them. But if I was weaker..." "If you were weaker," Charlie said firmly, "you'd have been in exactly as much danger, just with far less ability to protect yourself from it. Vulnerable people get exploited every single day in this city, powerful or not, precisely because someone else decides they're an easy target. Your strength isn't the reason people have come after you. It's the reason you've survived every single time they tried." Izuku was quiet for a long moment, absorbing the words with the same careful, methodical attention he brought to everything, and when he finally spoke again, his voice was smaller, more uncertain than the composed authority he had carried through the afternoon's confrontation. "I just get so tired sometimes," he admitted. "Of always having to be the one who's strong enough. Of always being the reason things get complicated for everyone I love." "You don't have to be strong every single moment," Charlie said, gathering him gently against her side, feeling him lean into the embrace with the same trusting weight he had carried since he was small. "That's what Vaggie and I are here for. That's what this whole ridiculous, wonderful family we've built is here for. You get to be tired. You get to be scared. You get to have nights exactly like this one, where all you want is to sit on some steps and just be 12 years old for a little while, instead of the person everyone in this city seems to have decided you have to be." He didn't answer right away, but the tight, tense set of his shoulders finally, slowly, began to ease, and they sat together in comfortable silence for a long while, watching the endless crimson sky, until Izuku spoke again, quieter now, steadier. "I don't regret it," he said. "Being strong. I don't regret being able to protect Poppy, or stop those enforcers today, or hold back that extermination all those years ago. I just wish it didn't always have to come with so much everything else." "I know," Charlie said softly. "I wish that too. But for whatever it's worth, and I know it might not feel like enough some nights, you never have to carry any of it without us. Not the power, and not the fear that sometimes comes with it. That's not a promise I'm making lightly. It's one I intend to keep for exactly as long as I exist." Izuku leaned his head against her shoulder, some old, familiar tension finally draining fully out of him, and above them, unseen and unremarked, the crimson sky stretched on, holding within it both the quiet peace of the moment and the slow, gathering shape of everything still yet to come. Chapter 29. Emily returned to the hotel 3 weeks later, slipping through the door with considerably more urgency than her first visit, wings tucked tight and expression drawn with obvious, barely restrained alarm. Adams finally convinced Sarah to authorize a scouting mission, she said, without preamble, the moment Vaggie ushered her into the study where Charlie was already waiting. Not a full assault, not yet. But he wants to send a small team down to observe directly, assess the boys' capabilities firsthand. Sarah's agreed, on the condition it stays purely reconnaissance. I don't trust Adam to actually honor that condition. When, Charlie said, voice gone flat and sharp with barely contained tension. Soon. Days, maybe less. I came as fast as I safely could. Emily's hands twisted anxiously together. I'm sorry. I wish I had more warning to give you than this. The hotel mobilized with the same practiced, grim efficiency it had once mustered against Vox's enforcers. Vaggie's wards reinforced yet again, Carmilla contacted through urgent channels, Rosie's network of favors called in with unusual speed. Izuku, informed of the danger with the same careful honesty that had always governed how Charlie and Vaggie handled difficult truths with him, absorbed the news with a steadiness that spoke to exactly how much he had grown since the frightened boy who once flinched at every raised voice. What do they actually want to see? He asked Emily directly. If it's reconnaissance, what are they trying to learn? The full extent of your power, most likely, Emily said. How it manifests, how strong it's actually grown, whether it responds to provocation in ways they could exploit or predict. Adam's hoping to gather enough information to justify a full strike later, something more decisive than what he's currently allowed to authorize alone. Izuku's jaw tightened, something cold and determined settling into his young face. Then maybe we shouldn't hide it, he said slowly, working the idea through even as he spoke it aloud. Maybe we let them see exactly what I can do, but on our terms, not theirs. Make it clear that provoking me isn't going to give them the easy advantage they're hoping for. That's a significant risk, Vaggie said carefully, though there was a note of considering respect beneath the caution. It's already a risk either way, Izuku pointed out. At least this way we're the ones choosing how it plays out. The scouting team arrived 4 nights later, 3 lesser exorcists moving with careful, deliberate stealth toward the hotel's perimeter, clearly expecting to observe unseen from a distance. What they found instead, waiting calmly in the courtyard beneath a sky lit with deliberate, controlled bursts of brilliant green light, was Izuku himself, flanked by Charlie and Vaggie, Carmilla's sharp, watchful presence a deliberate, pointed statement of alliance at his side. You can tell Adam, Izuku said, voice carrying clearly across the quiet courtyard, steady in a way that belied his young age, that I know he's watching. I know what he wants to learn. So here it is, free of charge, so nobody has to sneak around trying to steal it. The light around him flared, brilliant and controlled, shaping itself into a wide, precise dome that held steady for a long, deliberate moment before settling smoothly back into nothing. I'm not a threat to anyone who leaves me and the people I love alone. But I'm not an easy target either, and I'm not going anywhere without a fight that costs a lot more than whoever sends it is prepared to pay. The exorcists, caught entirely off guard by the direct, deliberate confrontation, exchanged uncertain glances before retreating swiftly back toward the portal that had carried them down, and Emily, watching from a careful distance with visible, complicated pride, let out a long, unsteady breath. That was either extremely brave, she said, or extremely reckless. I'm honestly not sure which. Maybe both, Izuku admitted, some of the tension finally draining from his shoulders now that the confrontation had passed without violence. But I'm tired of being watched and hunted like I don't get a say in any of it. If they're going to keep deciding I'm a problem to solve, they can at least do it knowing exactly what they're choosing to pick a fight with. Charlie, watching him with the same fierce, complicated pride she had carried through every stage of his remarkable growth, found herself thinking, not for the first time, that whatever the future still held in store, whatever forces continued gathering above and below in patient, calculating anticipation of the powerful, extraordinary boy she had found shivering on a curbside years before, he would meet every single one of them, from this point forward, entirely on his own terms. Chapter 30. The days that followed the scouting mission's failed reconnaissance passed in a tense, watchful quiet. The entire hotel braced for retaliation that, to everyone's cautious relief, did not immediately come. It was Emily, arriving a final time before the season's uneasy peace settled more firmly into place, who brought word of the aftermath unfolding within heaven's gleaming halls. "Adam's furious," she reported, settling into her now familiar seat at the hotel's kitchen table. "He wanted decisive action, and instead he got a very public demonstration that the boy isn't going to be caught off guard, and that he has powerful allies willing to stand visibly beside him. Sarah's using it as justification to hold off on any further action, at least for now. She's framing it internally as proof that direct confrontation would be costlier than anyone anticipated. And Adam's just accepting that?" Vaggie asked skeptically. "For now," Emily said, with the particular careful honesty that had become the hallmark of her visits. "I don't think he's given up. I think he's regrouping, looking for a different angle. But you've bought yourselves real time, and real time, in a situation like this, is worth quite a lot." Izuku, seated at the table with the rest of them, absorbed the report with the same measured calm he had carried through the confrontation itself. "Thank you," he said, "for keeping us informed. I know how much risk you're taking, coming here." "You're worth the risk," Emily said simply, and something in the plain, unadorned sincerity of it settled warmly into the room. In the weeks that followed, the hotel gradually eased back into its familiar rhythms, though a new watchfulness had settled permanently into its foundations, a recognition that the peace they had built, however genuine, however hard-won, remained fragile against the much larger forces still gathering, patient and calculating, in the realms above and around them. Carmilla's political education continued with renewed urgency, Vaggie's training grew sharper still, and Izuku, 12 years old and carrying more weight than any child his age should ever have to bear, met each new lesson and each new challenge with the same steady, hard-won resilience that had carried him through every trial since the night he first arrived, frightened and alone, on a curbside outside a hotel that would become, against every likelihood, his home. On a quiet evening some weeks later, sitting once more on the familiar courtyard steps with Poppy beside him, sketchbook open across her knees as she worked on a new drawing, Izuku found himself looking up at the endless crimson sky with something steadier than the fear that had once accompanied every glance toward it. "You ever think about what happens next?" Poppy asked, not looking up from her sketch. "With heaven, with all of it?" "All the time," Izuku admitted. "But I think, whatever it is, we'll figure it out. We always have so far." He glanced sideways at her, small and genuine. "Besides, I've got you, and Charlie, and Vaggie, and pretty much this entire ridiculous hotel behind me. That's got to count for something against a bunch of angels who don't even know what they're actually dealing with." Poppy grinned, bumping her shoulder against his. "Yeah," she agreed. "It really does." Above them, unseen and for now held carefully at bay, the slow, patient machinery of heaven's attention continued its quiet turning, Sarah's caution buying precious time against Adam's simmering, unresolved ambition. But for one more evening, at least, beneath a sky grown almost gentle with familiarity, there was only a boy and his closest friend, sitting together in comfortable silence, drawing what small, ordinary piece they could from a world that had asked so much of both of them, and given, in return, a family determined to make sure neither of them ever had to face what still lay ahead entirely alone. Chapter 31. Carmilla arrived at the hotel unannounced once more, some weeks after Emily's report, her expression sharper and more serious than her usual brisk composure allowed. "Valentino has requested a formal parley," she said, without preamble, settling into the study across from Charlie and Vaggie with the particular grim efficiency of someone delivering news she found distasteful but necessary. "Through the Carmine family, as is proper channel for disputes between houses. He claims the Market Square incident was an overreach by rogue enforcers acting without his direct sanction, and he wishes to negotiate terms of mutual restraint going forward." "You believe that?" Vaggie asked flatly. "Not for a second," Carmilla said, with the dry, unimpressed bluntness that had become one of Izuku's favorite things about her over the years. "But the offer itself is worth taking seriously regardless of its sincerity. A formal parley, brokered through my family, carries weight in this city. If Valentino agrees to public terms and later breaks them, the consequences fall on him far more heavily than if he simply continues sending enforcers to test your defenses indefinitely. It gives us leverage we don't currently have." Charlie considered this carefully, glancing toward Izuku, who had been permitted, at his own insistence and after considerable debate, to sit in on the discussion given how directly it concerned him. What would you recommend? Attend, Carmilla said simply. On neutral ground, with proper protections in place, and with the boy present but not exposed unnecessarily. Let Valentino see that you're willing to negotiate in good faith, while making unmistakably clear that any future overreach will be met with considerably more than the market square managed to deliver. Izuku spoke up, quiet but steady. I want to be there. Absolutely not, Vaggie said immediately, protective instinct flaring sharp and fast. Vaggie. Izuku held her gaze evenly, the same calm, deliberate steadiness he had carried through the confrontation with the exorcists weeks before. If this is about me, hiding me away from the negotiation just makes it look like I'm something to be protected rather than someone with a say in what happens to my own life. I've been dealing with this since I was 8. I think I've earned the right to actually be part of the conversation. Vaggie's jaw tightened, old fear warring visibly with the reluctant, growing respect she had watched build in herself over years of witnessing exactly how capable he had become. It was Charlie, finally, who spoke into the tense silence. He's right, she said quietly, though the admission clearly cost her something. We can't keep him safe by keeping him small forever. Not anymore. She looked to Carmilla. We'll attend. All of us, together, on whatever neutral ground you deem appropriate. The parley took place 3 days later, in a grand, austere hall maintained by the Carmine family for exactly such disputes, Valentino arriving with an entourage of sharply dressed attendants and a smile that did not remotely reach his eyes. Izuku stood between Charlie and Vaggie throughout the proceedings, Carmilla presiding with cold, impartial authority, and though the negotiations themselves were tense and carefully worded, threaded through with the particular oily insincerity that marked Valentino's every statement, they concluded, eventually, with formal terms neither side seemed especially inclined to trust, but which Carmilla's authority ensured would carry real consequence should either party violate them. That went about as well as could be expected, Carmilla said afterward, watching Valentino's entourage depart with visible, lingering distaste. Which is to say, not particularly well, but well enough to matter. Izuku, walking beside her toward the exit, glanced up with quiet curiosity. Do you think he'll actually keep his word? No, Carmilla said bluntly. But I think he'll be considerably more careful about how he breaks it, and that, for now, is worth quite a lot. Chapter 32. It was Poppy who finally told him, on a quiet evening some weeks after the parley, the story of how she had died. They were sitting together in the library window seat, the place that had become, over the years, their preferred spot for conversations too heavy for the open chatter of the lobby, and she had been quiet for a long while, sketchbook closed and set aside, before she finally spoke. I never told you how it happened, she said. How I ended up here. Izuku, understanding immediately the significance of what she was offering, simply nodded and waited, the same patient stillness he had learned, long ago, from Charlie and Vaggie's careful handling of his own difficult truths. There was a fire, Poppy said quietly. At my school. I got some of the younger kids out first, before I went back for my little brother. She paused, hands twisting together in her lap. I didn't make it out the second time. Izuku's chest ached fiercely at the quiet, matter-of-fact grief in her voice, and he reached over, carefully, to take her hand, the way she had done for him more times than either of them could easily count over the years. I've never really understood why I ended up here instead of somewhere better, Poppy admitted, voice thickening slightly. I mean, I know it's not supposed to work like a simple points system, good deeds versus bad ones, but I keep thinking, I died trying to save people. Shouldn't that have counted for something? I don't know how any of it actually works, Izuku said honestly, because he had learned, over the years, that false comfort helped her far less than honest uncertainty offered with genuine care. But I know you. I've known you for years now, and I know there's nothing about you that deserved to end up somewhere that made you feel like you weren't good enough. Poppy leaned her head against his shoulder, quiet for a long moment. I used to think maybe it was some kind of mistake. That eventually someone would realize and send me somewhere better. A small, rueful laugh escaped her. I don't think that anymore, though. Not really. I think, wherever I was supposed to end up, this is where I actually needed to be. Not because it's fair, but because I found you here, and Charlie, and Vaggie, and this whole strange, impossible family, and I don't think I would have found anything like this anywhere else. Yeah, Izuku said softly, squeezing her hand. I think about that too. About how none of this makes sense, the world I came from, the way I ended up here, all of it. But I don't think I'd trade it. Even with everything that's happened since. Even with Vox, and Valentino, and heaven watching me like I'm some kind of problem to solve. Because of us? Poppy asked, glancing up at him with a small, teasing smile that didn't quite hide the genuine hope beneath it. Because of all of you, Izuku confirmed, smiling back, easy and warm in a way that would have been unrecognizable to the silent, hollow-eyed boy who had once arrived on a curbside years before. This is my home. Whatever else happens, whatever heaven decides to throw at us next, that's not going to change. They sat together in comfortable silence after that, the weight of shared grief and shared gratitude settling easily between them, two children who had each, in their own different ways, found in the Hazbin Hotel something neither of them had ever expected to find anywhere, a place, and a family, that was unmistakably, permanently, theirs. Chapter 33. The attack came from a direction none of them had fully anticipated, arriving not through Vox's calculated aggression or Valentino's oily menace, but through a coordinated opportunistic strike by a coalition of smaller, ambitious demons who had watched the larger overlords fail, one after another, and decided, with considerably more numbers and considerably less individual power, that a combined assault might succeed where solitary attempts had not. They struck at night, dozens of them, overwhelming the hotel's outer wards through sheer coordinated volume rather than any single overwhelming force, and the alarm that tore through the building sent every resident scrambling into the practiced, well-drilled defense that years of mounting threats had honed into something close to instinct. Izuku, 13 now, met the assault not with the frightened, defensive panic of his earliest years, but with the deliberate, controlled command of power he had spent nearly a decade learning to wield. He moved through the chaos of the hotel's grounds with Vaggie at his side, the two of them working in practiced tandem, her spear and his light weaving together into a devastating, coordinated defense that scattered attacker after attacker before they could press deeper into the hotel's grounds. It was in the thick of that chaos, with Poppy cornered by three of the coalition's demons near the garden's edge, that something in Izuku's power shifted, unmistakably, into something new. He felt it building before he understood what it was, not the familiar, practiced light he had spent years learning to shape, but something deeper, older, a pressure gathering behind his ribs like the moment before a held breath finally released. When it broke free, it did not simply flare outward in a burst or settle into a shield. It surged through him entirely, green light crackling along his skin like living lightning, and when he moved to close the distance toward Poppy, he moved faster than he ever had before, faster than should have been possible, closing a distance that should have taken seconds in the space of a single heartbeat. The demons cornering Poppy never stood a chance. Izuku scattered them with a single, controlled sweep of power, and the light, rather than fading the instant the immediate threat passed, continued to hum steady and bright beneath his skin, visibly, unmistakably stronger than it had ever manifested before. Izuku? Poppy's voice, shaky but relieved, cut through the adrenaline-sharp haze of the moment. What was that? He didn't fully know how to answer her, staring down at his own glowing hands with a mixture of astonishment and something closer to reverent wonder, but there was no time to examine it further, not with the battle still raging around them, and he turned, instead, back toward the fight, carrying the newly awakened strength forward into the rest of the defense with a fierce, focused determination that, within another quarter hour, had scattered the remaining coalition forces entirely, sending them fleeing back into the city's shadowed corners in complete, undignified retreat. In the aftermath, as the hotel's residents slowly regrouped, checking for injuries and beginning the familiar, practiced work of repairing the damage, Charlie found Izuku standing alone near the garden's edge, still faintly glowing, staring down at his own hands with an expression caught somewhere between wonder and uncertainty. "Hey," she said softly, approaching carefully. "You okay?" "I don't know what that was," he admitted quietly. "It felt different. Bigger. Like something that's always been there just woke up." Charlie studied him for a long moment, some quiet, careful concern threading through her expression even as pride shone unmistakably alongside it. Whatever it is, she said finally, we'll figure it out together. The same way we figured out everything else. She reached out and gently took one of his still glowing hands in hers, unafraid of the light humming beneath his skin. You're not alone in carrying it. You never have been. Izuku nodded, some of the uncertainty easing at the familiar, grounding words, and together they made their way back toward the hotel's warm, familiar lights, the newly awakened depth of his power settling, slowly, into something he would spend the coming months learning to understand, one careful, patient step at a time, exactly as he had learned everything else since the night he first arrived, frightened and small, on a curbside that had, against every possible likelihood, become the beginning of an entirely new life. Chapter 34. News of the Coalition's failed assault, and of the startling new depth of power Izuku had displayed in repelling it, spread through Pentagram City with predictable speed, and it was not long before word of it reached Heaven's gleaming halls as well. Sarah received the report with her usual cold, measured stillness, though something in her expression, as she studied it, carried a weight considerably heavier than her earlier assessments had held. His power is still growing, she said, to Adam, who had arrived eager for exactly the kind of justification this report seemed to offer. Significantly. Whatever ceiling we assumed existed for a soul like his, it seems we assumed incorrectly. So now can we move? Adam pressed, impatience sharpening every word. No, Sarah said, flat and final, though the single word carried none of the confident certainty it once had. If anything, this makes direct confrontation considerably more dangerous, not less. A being capable of this kind of growth, this kind of adaptability, is not something to provoke carelessly. She set the report aside, expression unreadable. We continue watching. We continue gathering information. And we prepare, carefully, for the possibility that when the time does come to act, it may require considerably more than we originally anticipated. Far below, unaware of the shifting calculations now unfolding above him, Izuku spent the weeks following the attack in careful, patient work with Vaggie, learning the shape and limits of the newly awakened depth of his power, a fierce, focused surge of strength and speed that answered now not only to fear or deliberate intention, but to the raw, protective urgency of genuine crisis, a final layer of defense that seemed to rise, unbidden, precisely when those he loved needed it most. It's like it knows, he told Charlie one evening, still working to find words for the strange, instinctive nature of it. Like some part of it just understands when things are actually serious, and it doesn't wait for me to catch up. That sounds like it's protecting you as much as everyone around you, Charlie observed thoughtfully. Making sure you don't hesitate when hesitation might cost you something you can't get back. Izuku considered this, turning it over with his usual careful attention, and found, slowly, that the observation settled something uneasy in him that he hadn't quite been able to name before. Yeah, he said finally. I think that's exactly what it's doing. The hotel, in the weeks that followed, gradually eased back into its familiar rhythms once more, scarred but unbroken by the Coalition's failed assault, its foundations, both physical and otherwise, only strengthened by having weathered one more trial among the many that had come before it. Poppy sketchbooks filled with new drawings, careful studies of the strange, crackling light that now lived, more visibly than ever, just beneath the surface of her closest friend's skin. Vaggie's training grew sharper and more sophisticated still, working now to help Izuku understand and command this newest, deepest layer of his power rather than simply surviving its sudden arrival. And Charlie, watching over all of it with the same fierce, unwavering love that had carried her through every single day since she first found a frightened, silent boy shivering on her doorstep years before, found herself thinking, more and more often, that whatever final confrontation still waited somewhere in their future, whatever ultimate reckoning Heaven's patient, calculating attention was slowly building toward, they would meet it exactly as they had met everything else. Together, unafraid, and stronger, in every sense that mattered, than anyone watching from above had yet begun to fully understand. Chapter 35. Alastair found Izuku alone in the lobby late one evening, seated at their familiar card table but making no move to set up a game, simply staring down at his own hands with the same quiet, considering expression he had worn often in the weeks since the Coalition's assault. You've grown considerably, these past years, Alastair observed, settling into his usual seat across from him without waiting for an invitation. Not merely in power, though that too, unmistakably. In bearing. In presence. His smile, as ever, gave little away, but something in his crimson eyes carried a rare, genuine warmth. I confess, I find myself rather curious what you make of it all, now that you've had time enough to sit with it. Izuku considered the question carefully, the way he considered most things Alastor asked him, aware that the dear-spirited entity's casual tone rarely concealed anything less than genuine interest. It's strange, he admitted finally. Sometimes I still feel like that scared kid who showed up here not knowing anything about this world. And then something happens, like the attack a few weeks ago, and I realize how much has actually changed, and it catches me off guard every time. That is, I suspect, simply the nature of growing into oneself, Alastor said, an unusual thoughtfulness threading through his usual theatrical cadence. One rarely feels the change happening in the moment. It only becomes visible in hindsight, when you turn and measure the distance between who you were and who you've become. He tilted his head slightly, studying Izuku with open curiosity. Does it frighten you? The scope of what you're becoming? Sometimes, Izuku admitted honestly. Mostly I just worry about what it means for the people I love. Every time my power grows, it feels like the danger around us grows with it. Like I can't get stronger without also making things more complicated for everyone. Alastor considered this for a long moment, tapping one clawed finger idly against the table's edge. I have watched a great many souls pass through this city over the long course of my existence, he said finally. Very few of them have ever wielded strength with anything resembling the care you bring to yours. Power, in most hands, curdles quickly into cruelty, or carelessness, or both. Yours has done neither, not once, not in all the years I've had the pleasure of watching you grow into it. His smile sharpened, briefly, into something almost fierce. That, I think, is worth remembering, on the nights the weight of it all feels like more than you know how to carry. Izuku was quiet for a moment, turning the words over with the same careful attention he brought to everything Alastor offered him, and found, slowly, that something in his chest eased at the unexpected sincerity of it. Thanks, he said finally. I mean it. You've never really explained why you keep showing up for these games, all these years, but I think I understand it a little better now. Do you? Alastor said, smile turning enigmatic once more, already reaching for the deck of cards with his usual theatrical flourish. Well. Perhaps some mysteries are better left unexplained. Shall we play? They settled into their familiar, easy rhythm, cards dealt and reshuffled across the quiet lobby, and Charlie, passing by the doorway sometime later, paused to watch the two of them for a long moment, struck, not for the first time, by the particular, unlikely tenderness that had grown, patiently and without fanfare, in the unlikeliest corners of the family she had built. Whatever trials still waited in the gathering dark above them, she thought, watching Izuku laugh at something Alastor had said, easy and unguarded in a way that would have been unrecognizable to the silent, watchful boy who had once arrived on her doorstep, whatever was still coming, he would not face a single moment of it without an entire hotel full of people who had, each in their own way, decided he was worth loving completely. Chapter 36. The final weeks of that long, eventful season drew to a close on a night that began, deceptively, like any other, and it was Emily, arriving with none of her usual careful stealth but instead a raw, open urgency, who shattered the fragile calm the hotel had only just begun to settle back into. Adams found a loophole, she said, breathless, wings disheveled from a hurried flight. He can't authorize a full strike without Sarah's approval, but he's found technical grounds to justify a single, direct incursion, framed as retaliation for the scouting team's failed mission months ago. He's coming himself. Not enforcers, not exorcists. Adam. Personally. And soon. The hotel went very still at the words, the weight of them settling heavily over every resident gathered in the lobby to hear the warning. When, Vaggie demanded, already moving toward the weapon she kept close at hand. I don't know exactly. Days, at most. Emily's expression was tight with genuine fear. I tried to argue against it, but Adam's technically within the narrow bounds of what Sarah authorized, even if it isn't remotely what she intended. I don't think even she can stop him now, not without a direct confrontation of her own that she's clearly reluctant to have. Izuku, 13 years old, standing at the center of a hotel that had spent nearly a decade building itself, patiently and deliberately, into a fortress capable of protecting him, felt the familiar cold, focused calm settle over him, the same steady resolve that had carried him through every trial since the day he first arrived. "Then we prepare," he said simply. "Whatever Adam thinks he's walking into, he's not going to find an easy fight. Not against everything we've built here." Charlie's hand found his shoulder, steady and fierce, and around them, the hotel's residents, Vaggie, Husk, Angel Dust, Nifty, Sir Pentious, Rosie summoned by urgent message, Carmilla's own forces already being quietly mobilized, began the grim, determined work of readying themselves for whatever confrontation still lay ahead. Poppy, gripping Izuku's hand tightly in the midst of the gathering storm, looked up at him with the same fierce, unshakable loyalty that had defined their friendship since the very first day. "Whatever happens," she said, "we're facing it together. All of us." "Yeah," Izuku agreed, squeezing her hand, drawing strength from the steady, familiar warmth of her presence, from the whole sprawling, extraordinary family gathered around him in that lobby, every one of them prepared, without hesitation, to stand between him and whatever heaven itself was about to send against them. Together. Outside, the endless crimson sky stretched on, unchanged and indifferent to the storm gathering beneath it, holding within its familiar, bruised expanse both the fragile piece of everything the hotel had built over nearly a decade, and the first unmistakable signs of the far greater trial still yet to come. Whatever Adam intended to bring against them, whatever final reckoning had finally, after years of careful watching and patient calculation, decided to arrive, the boy who had once been nothing more than a frightened, silent child curled alone in a closet, waiting helplessly for a world that never once protected him, would meet it now surrounded by an entire family who had spent years teaching him, patiently and completely, that he never had to face anything alone again. And that, more than any power he carried, more than any strength he had grown into over the long, remarkable years since his fall into this strange and unlikely home, would prove, in the end, to be the truest and most formidable weapon he had ever possessed. Chapter 37. The days leading up to Adam's promised arrival passed in a blur of grim, focused preparation, the entire hotel transformed, gradually, into something closer to a fortress than the warm, welcoming refuge it had spent nearly a decade becoming. Vaggie oversaw the physical defenses with relentless, exacting precision, every ward and barrier tested and retested, every possible point of entry reinforced beyond what even the coalition assault had required. Sir Pentious arrived with an assortment of his most reliable inventions, muttering the entire time about finally getting the chance to prove his devices worthy against a genuinely worthy opponent, while Carmilla's forces, discreetly positioned throughout the surrounding streets, ensured that whatever else happened, Adam's incursion would not go unwitnessed by the city's wider power structure. Rosie, arriving with a contingent of her own most trusted allies, set up a secondary line of support a short distance from the hotel itself, her expression, when Charlie thanked her for the aid, characteristically dry. "Darling, do you honestly think I'd let some overgrown angel with an ego problem walk in and disrupt the single most interesting thing to happen in this city in decades? Please. I have a reputation to maintain." Izuku spent those final days in careful, focused training with Vaggie, working to fully understand and command the newly awakened depth of his power, the crackling, instinctive layer of strength that had first surfaced protecting Poppy during the coalition's assault. It answered more readily now to deliberate intention, though it retained, still, that fierce, protective urgency that rose unbidden whenever those he loved faced genuine danger, and Vaggie, watching him grow more confident and precise in wielding it with each passing session, found herself struck, again and again, by exactly how far the frightened, silent boy she had first coaxed a handshake from, all those years before, had truly come. "You're ready," she told him, on the final evening before Adam's promised arrival, watching him execute a complex series of defensive maneuvers with the same easy, practiced confidence that had once seemed impossibly distant for a child who flinched at raised voices. "Whatever he brings, whatever he thinks he knows about what he's walking into, he has no idea what he's actually facing." "I hope you're right," Izuku said, some of his earlier confidence flickering, briefly, into the old, familiar uncertainty that had never fully left him, even after all these years. "I don't want anyone getting hurt because of me. Not you, not Charlie, not Poppy, not anyone in this hotel who's spent years protecting me." Nobody's getting hurt because of you, Vaggie said firmly, echoing words she had told him many times before, across many different trials, each time with the same unwavering certainty. If anyone gets hurt tomorrow, it's because Adam decided, of his own free will, to bring violence to a family that's done nothing but try to build something good out of a very difficult situation. That's on him. Not you. It has never once been on you. Izuku nodded slowly, the words settling into him the way they always eventually did, patient repetition wearing down old fears the same steady way water wore down stone. Together, he said quietly, more to himself than to her, the word that had become, over the difficult weeks since Emily's warning, something close to a shared vow among everyone gathered at the hotel. Together, Vaggie agreed, pulling him into a brief, fierce hug before releasing him to find what rest he could before the trial still waiting for them at dawn. That night, the entire hotel settled into an unusually quiet vigil, most of its residents finding little genuine sleep despite the exhaustion of days spent in relentless preparation. Charlie found Izuku, in the small hours before dawn, sitting once more on the familiar courtyard steps, quackers cradled in his lap alongside the small mechanical duck that had never once stopped its cheerful, pointless circling in all the years since Sir Pentious first gave it to him. Couldn't sleep either? She asked softly, settling beside him. Too much on my mind, he admitted. But I'm not scared. Not the way I used to be. He glanced sideways at her, something steady and certain settling into his young face. I know what I'm fighting for now. I know exactly who I'm protecting, and exactly why it matters. That makes it different, somehow, than just being afraid. Charlie wrapped an arm around him, drawing him close beneath the endless crimson sky, and together, mother and son in every sense that had ever truly mattered, they watched the horizon for the first pale, unmistakable signs of the dawn that would bring with it, at long last, the reckoning that had been gathering, patient and inevitable, since the very first night an angel's warning had crossed the threshold of their home. Whatever the coming day held, they would meet it exactly as they had met every trial before it. Together, unafraid, and bound by a love that no power in heaven or hell had yet proven strong enough to break. Chapter 38. Dawn broke, pale and gray against the sky's usual crimson, and with it came the first unmistakable sign of Adam's arrival, a tear of harsh, gleaming light splitting open above the hotel's grounds, radiant and cold against the ashen morning. The hotel's residents took their positions with the same practiced, grim readiness that had carried them through every trial before this one. Vaggie at Izuku's side, Charlie close behind, Carmilla's forces holding the perimeter, Rosie's allies positioned in careful, silent readiness a short distance beyond. Poppy, despite every argument to keep her safely inside the reinforced shelter, had refused, flatly and immovably, to be anywhere but beside her closest friend when the confrontation finally arrived. You don't have to do this, Izuku told her quietly, watching the light above them grow brighter, more defined, the shape of something enormous and armored beginning to resolve within it. Neither do you, Poppy said simply, gripping his hand tight. But we're not the kind of people who leave each other to face things alone. Not anymore. Izuku's answering smile was small, but genuine, some of the tension in his shoulders easing at the familiar, steady warmth of her presence beside him. Above them, the light finally split fully open, and a figure descended through it, enormous and gleaming, an axe of pure celestial light held loose and ready in one massive hand, expression twisted into something between hunger and contempt as his gaze swept across the assembled defenders and settled, finally, unmistakably, on the boy standing at their center. So, Adam said, voice booming across the courtyard with casual, arrogant menace, this is the great terror Sarah's been so worried about. Kid barely looks like he could win a fight against a decent breeze. Izuku met the massive figure's gaze without flinching, the fierce, protective calm that had carried him through every trial of his remarkable life settling firmly into place, the crackling, instinctive depth of his newest power already beginning to hum beneath his skin in quiet, patient readiness. You're welcome to find out otherwise, he said, voice steady and unafraid, carrying clearly across the tense, waiting silence of the courtyard, but I promise you, whatever you think you're walking into here, you have absolutely no idea what you're actually about to face. The wind stilled. The gathered defenders braced. And somewhere far above, in the gleaming, sterile heights of heaven, Sarah watched the confrontation finally begin to unfold, her expression, for the first time in longer than she could easily recall, betraying something close to genuine, unguarded uncertainty about exactly how this particular reckoning was going to end. Chapter 39. For a long, suspended moment, nothing in the courtyard moved at all. Adam's massive frame radiated impatient, contemptuous confidence, the celestial axe held loose and easy in one hand, entirely unbothered by the ring of defenders arrayed before him. Izuku stood at their center, Vaggie and Charlie close on either side, Poppy's hand still gripped tight in his own, the whole of the family that had built itself, patiently and completely, around one small, frightened boy nearly a decade before, now standing unified and unflinching against the very embodiment of the danger that had shadowed their years together. "Last chance to hand yourself over quietly," Adam said, tone light and mocking, though something beneath the bravado carried the faintest, grudging edge of caution, some instinct warning him, despite his confidence, that the scene before him was not quite so simple as he had expected. "Save everyone here a lot of unnecessary trouble." "There's nothing quiet about what you're asking," Charlie said, stepping forward slightly, voice steady with the same fierce, unshakable authority that had once convinced an entire skeptical city that redemption was worth building a hotel around. "You're asking us to hand over our son. That's not a request anyone here is ever going to grant." Adam's expression flickered, briefly, with something like surprise at the unified, immovable resolve facing him, before settling back into familiar, arrogant confidence. "Your funeral, then," he said, and the axe in his hand flared bright with celestial light as he moved. What followed was fast, and fierce, and unlike anything the hotel's grounds had witnessed in all the years since Izuku first arrived. Vaggie met Adam's opening strike head-on, spear crackling against celestial light in a shower of sparks, buying the crucial seconds Izuku needed to gather the full, crackling depth of his power, the newest, instinctive layer of it rising unbidden and fierce at the sight of danger closing in on the people he loved most. The green light that erupted from him this time surpassed anything he had summoned before, vast and controlled and utterly unafraid, meeting Adam's next strike not with desperate defense but with deliberate, powerful force that sent the massive figure skidding backward across the courtyard stone, genuine shock finally, unmistakably breaking through his earlier contempt. "That's not possible," Adam snarled, staring at the boy before him with dawning, furious disbelief. "You keep saying that," Izuku said, steady and calm even as the light continued to hum, vast and controlled, beneath his skin, "and you keep being wrong about it." The battle that followed stretched on, fierce and uncertain, neither side able to immediately claim decisive advantage, the entire hotel's assembled defenders fighting with the combined, hard-won strength of nearly a decade spent preparing for exactly this reckoning. And as the fight raged on beneath a sky torn between crimson and celestial light, Sarah, watching from her distant, gleaming vantage point above, felt the last of her earlier certainty finally, completely give way to something else entirely, the dawning, unmistakable understanding that whatever she had believed about the shape and limits of the boy's power, whatever cautious calculations she had built her restraint upon, all of it had been, from the very beginning, a significant and possibly catastrophic underestimation. Chapter 40. The battle in the courtyard raged on beneath a sky torn between crimson and celestial light, Adam's fury mounting with every strike that failed to land, every attempt to press his advantage met, again and again, by the combined, hard-won strength of a family that had spent nearly a decade preparing for exactly this reckoning. Izuku moved through the chaos with a focus that belonged to someone far older than his 13 years, the crackling depth of his newest power answering his every intention with fierce, controlled precision. He was not fighting alone, and he never once forgot it, Vaggie at his side, meeting Adam's massive strikes with practiced, lethal grace, Charlie's own considerable power flaring bright and furious whenever the fight pressed too close to Poppy or the hotel's more vulnerable residents, Carmilla's forces holding the perimeter with disciplined, unwavering resolve. It was Adam's growing frustration, more than any single decisive blow, that finally began to turn the tide. He fought with the arrogant confidence of someone who had never once, in all his considerable existence, been forced to genuinely doubt his own superiority, and that confidence, cracking now beneath the accumulating weight of failed strikes and unexpected resistance, began to curdle into something wilder and more reckless. "Enough of this," he snarled, gathering the full weight of his celestial power into one massive, world-ending strike aimed not at Izuku directly, but at the hotel itself, at the assembled defenders who had dared to stand so unified against him. Izuku saw it coming a fraction of a second before it launched, and something in him, some final, deepest layer of the power that had first flickered to life in a courtyard nearly a decade before, rose to meet it without hesitation, without calculation, driven by nothing more complicated than the simple, absolute refusal to let harm reach the family he loved. The light that erupted from him in that moment was unlike anything even Vaggie, who had trained beside him for years, had ever witnessed. It rose around him in a vast, brilliant dome, catching Adam's devastating strike and holding it, impossibly, entirely, the sheer force of the impact sending shockwaves rattling through the courtyard stone but never once breaking through the barrier Izuku had raised. For a long, suspended moment, the entire courtyard held its breath, Adam's strike straining uselessly against a shield that refused, absolutely, to give way, and then, with a final surge of controlled, deliberate force, Izuku pushed back, the dome expanding outward in one decisive wave that sent Adam flying backward across the courtyard, his celestial axe skittering from his grip, his massive frame slamming hard into the ground beyond the fence. Silence fell, heavy and complete, broken only by the ragged sound of Adam's own labored breathing as he pushed himself upright, staring across the courtyard at the boy who had just, unmistakably, decisively, outpowered him. "That's not," Adam started, voice cracking with disbelief, but he never finished the sentence, because it was in that exact moment that a second tear of light split open above the courtyard, considerably more measured and deliberate than Adam's earlier violent descent, and Sarah herself stepped through it, expression cold and sharp with unmistakable fury. "Adam," she said, voice carrying across the courtyard with an authority that made even the massive, battered figure flinch. "Stand down. Now. Sarah, did you see what he just?" "I saw," Sarah cut in, sharp and final. "I saw exactly what I feared, and precisely what you were warned repeatedly not to provoke." Her cold gaze swept the courtyard, taking in the assembled, unified defenders, the boy standing steady and unbroken at their center, and something in her expression, for the first time in longer than any of them could have guessed, shifted into genuine, careful reassessment. "This confrontation is over. You will return to heaven with me immediately, and you will answer for the unauthorized use of force you have just demonstrated against a soul I explicitly instructed you to observe rather than engage." Adam's fury warred visibly with the unmistakable authority in her voice, but even he, arrogant and reckless as he was, understood better than to argue further in front of witnesses who would carry word of this humiliation across the entirety of Pentagram City by nightfall. He rose, gathering the shattered remains of his pride along with his weapon, and retreated toward the light Sarah had opened, though not without one final, venomous glance back toward Izuku. "This isn't over," he said. "Yes," Sarah said flatly, before Izuku could respond himself, "it is. You will not return to this hotel again, Adam. Not without my explicit authorization, which, after today, I promise you will not be forthcoming." She turned, then, toward Izuku and the assembled defenders, and for a long, tense moment, nobody in the courtyard moved, uncertain whether her arrival signaled the end of one danger or merely the beginning of another, considerably more measured and calculating threat. Chapter 41. Sarah studied the courtyard for a long, careful moment, her cold, assessing gaze moving across the assembled defenders before finally settling, fully, on Izuku himself. "You held an attack from Adam himself," she said, and there was something in her voice that was not quite wonder, but sat close enough beside it to be unmistakable. "Not merely survived it. Held it, and turned it back with considerable force." She tilted her head slightly, studying him with the same careful, clinical attention she had once brought to the reports Emily had smuggled down to warn them of. "I confess, even accounting for the accounts I've received of your growth these past years, I did not anticipate this." "I didn't do it to prove anything to you," Izuku said, steady despite the enormity of the being now standing before him, Vaggie and Charlie close at his sides, the whole of the hotel's defenders still arrayed protectively around him. "I did it because he was about to hurt people I love. That's all this has ever been about." Something flickered across Sarah's austere features at the words, an emotion too quickly suppressed for anyone to fully name it. "That much, at least, has become clear," she said. "I owe you, and this household, an accounting I did not expect to be giving today." Adam acted without proper authorization. "His actions here reflect poorly on heaven's judgment, and I do not intend to allow them to stand unaddressed." "So what happens now?" Charlie asked, voice carrying the same careful, wary authority she had brought to every confrontation the hotel had weathered over the years. Is this over? Or is this just the beginning of something worse? Sarah considered the question with visible, genuine weight. I came here today prepared to observe the outcome of Adam's unauthorized incursion and determine Heaven's next course of action accordingly, she said finally. What I witnessed instead was a soul of considerable, extraordinary power, wielded not for conquest or cruelty, but purely, unmistakably, in defense of the people he loves. Her pale eyes settled on Izuku once more, something unreadable but no longer hostile in their depths. That is not the profile of a threat requiring elimination. That is the profile of someone who has, against every likelihood of his circumstances, become something considerably better than most souls, human or otherwise, ever managed to become. The courtyard remained tense, uncertain whether to trust the sudden shift in her tone, and it was Emily, stepping forward from where she had remained carefully out of sight through the worst of the battle, who finally broke the wary silence. Does this mean you'll call off the surveillance? She asked, voice carrying a hopeful, careful edge. Leave him and this hotel alone? Sarah's gaze moved to Emily, and something almost like understanding passed between them. I am not in the habit of making promises I cannot fully guarantee, she said. Heaven's structures are larger than my own individual judgment, and there will be those, beyond even Adam, who continue to view a soul of this power as a problem requiring resolution. She paused, considering her next words with visible care. But I will use what authority I hold to ensure this household is not treated as an active threat requiring further incursion, provided that power continues to be wielded as it was demonstrated here today. That is the most honest assurance I am able to offer. It was not, Izuku understood, watching the exchange with careful attention, a perfect resolution. It was not the complete, permanent safety he might once have hoped for. But it was, unmistakably, more than the hotel had held before this confrontation began, and after nearly a decade of gathering danger, it felt, to everyone gathered in that battered, war-torn courtyard, like something worth calling a victory. Thank you, Charlie said finally, carefully, extending a hand that Sarah, after a long moment's consideration, actually took. Do not thank me yet, Sarah said, something almost gentle in the words. This is a beginning, not an ending. But it is, I think, a considerably better beginning than the one Adam intended to force upon all of you today. She departed as measured and deliberate as she had arrived, the tear of light closing quietly behind her, and the courtyard, in her absence, finally allowed itself to exhale, the accumulated tension of the entire brutal confrontation breaking, at last, into exhausted, relieved collapse. Chapter 42. The days that followed Adam's defeat passed in a strange, disorienting blend of exhausted relief and careful, uncertain hope, the entire hotel gradually beginning to process the full, staggering scope of what had actually happened in their courtyard. Word spread through Pentagram City with predictable, overwhelming speed, not merely of another failed attempt against the boy sheltering at the Hazbin Hotel, but of something considerably more remarkable, a human child, 13 years old, who had stood against one of Heaven's own seraphim generals and won, decisively, without a single resident of the hotel suffering serious harm in the process. The story rippled outward through every corner of the city, transforming, with each retelling, into something closer to legend than simple rumor, and Izuku found himself, in the weeks that followed, the subject of a fame he had never sought and did not particularly want. I don't like it, he admitted to Charlie one evening, watching from the hotel's window as a small crowd of curious onlookers lingered near the front gates, hoping for a glimpse of the boy the whole city was now calling, in hushed, odd tones, the one who beat an angel. I didn't do any of this to become some kind of legend. I just wanted to protect the people I love. I know, Charlie said gently, settling beside him. And that's exactly why the story means what it does to people. They're not just impressed by the power, Izuku. They're moved by why you used it. In a city built on the idea that nobody down here deserves better, you become proof that protection and love can still win against forces that think they're entitled to take whatever they want. That matters to people, even if it's not a role you ever asked to carry. Izuku considered this, watching the small crowd outside slowly disperse as evening settled deeper into the crimson sky. I guess I understand that, he said finally. I just wish it didn't have to come with so much attention. I liked it better when I was just some kid at a hotel, not whatever this is turning into. You're allowed to still be that too, Charlie reminded him gently. The legend the city's telling doesn't have to be the whole truth of who you are in here. She reached over and rested a hand lightly against his chest. You get to still be Izuku. Poppy's best friend. Vaggie's sparring partner. My son who still insists on eating the burnt edges of the toast even though I've told him 100 times to let me make him a fresh piece. A small, genuine laugh escaped him at that, some of the heavy, uncertain weight of the past weeks easing at the familiar, grounding reminder. Okay, he said. Yeah. I can still be that too. The hotel itself, in the wake of the confrontation, found its own reputation transformed alongside Izuku's, its standing in the city's complicated social order elevated considerably by having weathered, and won, a direct confrontation with heaven's own enforcement. New arrivals came more readily now, drawn by a renewed, deepened faith in the hotel's mission, and even some of the city's more skeptical overlords, Vox included, found themselves adopting a considerably more cautious, respectful distance from the household that had, against every prior expectation, proven itself capable of defeating an angel outright. Carmilla, arriving for one of her now regular visits, surveyed the changed landscape with characteristic bluntness. You've shifted the entire balance of power in this city, she told Charlie, over tea in the study. Whether you intended to or not. That comes with its own complications. Of course, every ambitious soul in Pentagram City is going to be recalculating their own position now that the Hazbin Hotel has proven itself capable of standing against heaven directly. But it also means considerably fewer people are going to be foolish enough to test that strength directly, at least for a good while yet. Is that good or bad? Vaggie asked warily. Both, Carmilla said simply, with the dry, practical honesty that had become one of her most valuable qualities to the household over the years. As most significant shifts in power tend to be. Chapter 43. Emily's role in the confrontation, and in the years of careful, dangerous warnings that had preceded it, did not go unnoticed within Heaven's gleaming halls, and it was with visible, lingering anxiety that she arrived at the hotel some weeks later to explain the consequences she now faced. Sarah's protected me, as much as she's able, she told Charlie and Vaggie, seated once more at the familiar kitchen table that had hosted so many of her careful, urgent visits over the years. But there are those within Heaven's ranks who suspect, correctly, that my sympathies have shifted considerably during all of this. I've been reassigned to considerably more limited duties. Watched more closely. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to continue visiting, even with Sarah's tentative goodwill toward this household. Izuku, listening from across the room, felt a familiar, sharp pang of guilt at the words. You shouldn't have had to risk this much, he said quietly. Not for me. I made my own choices, Emily said firmly, meeting his gaze with the same steady conviction that had first brought her to the hotel's doorstep years before. I don't regret a single one of them. If anything, watching everything that's happened since, watching you grow into someone capable of standing against Adam himself and choosing, every single time, to use that power in defense of love rather than conquest, it's only confirmed everything I came to believe that first night I decided to warn you. Whatever consequences I face for that choice, they're worth it. Charlie reached across the table, resting a hand gently over Emily's. If things in heaven ever become too difficult, she said carefully, you have a place here. I mean that completely. This hotel exists to offer refuge to anyone who needs it, and that offer doesn't stop at Hell's own residents. Emily's expression, at the unexpected offer, softened into something raw and grateful. I don't know if I could ever actually leave, she admitted. Heaven is still my home, whatever its flaws. But knowing the offer exists, knowing there's somewhere I could go if it ever came to that, that means more than you probably realize. The conversation that followed stretched long into the evening, the household gathering gradually around the kitchen table to share in the quieter, more personal aftermath of everything the confrontation with Adam had set into motion. Poppy, curled beside Izuku with her sketchbook open across her knees, worked quietly on a new drawing throughout most of the discussion, and it was only as the evening wound down that she finally revealed it, a careful, detailed sketch of the entire household gathered together, Emily included, every face rendered with the same warm, affectionate accuracy that had become her particular gift over the years. For you, she said, presenting it to Emily with a small, shy smile. So you have something to remember us by, whenever you're stuck up there feeling like nobody down here actually cares what happens to you. Emily accepted the drawing with visible, overwhelmed emotion, careful hands smoothing over the paper as though it were something infinitely precious. Thank you, she said, voice thick. I'll treasure this. I promise you that. She left later that night with the sketch carefully tucked against her chest, promising, as she always did, to return when she could, and the household, watching her ascend back toward the gleaming, complicated realm she called home, found themselves, once again, marveling at the strange, unlikely alliances that had gathered, over the years, around one remarkable boy who had never once asked for any of it, but who had, through nothing more than the simple, steady practice of loving and being loved in return, drawn an entire extraordinary family into his orbit. Chapter 44. In the months that followed, the hotel settled, gradually and gratefully, into a period of hard-won, genuine peace, the kind that had felt, for so many years, perpetually just out of reach. Vox's resentment lingered, but remained carefully, deliberately contained, the overlord clearly unwilling to risk further humiliation after witnessing exactly what the hotel's young protector had proven capable of. Valentino's formal terms, however insincere their original intent, held steady under the watchful eye of Carmilla's continued oversight. And Heaven's attention, while never fully withdrawn, settled into the more careful, measured watchfulness that Sarah had promised, rather than the active, hostile threat it had so recently become. Izuku, 14 now, found himself settling, slowly and with real effort, back into something resembling ordinary life, though the shape of ordinary had shifted considerably in the wake of everything the past year had asked of him. He was recognized, now, wherever he went in the city, greeted with a mixture of awe and genuine gratitude that still, most days, sat uneasily with him, though he had begun, gradually, to find his own footing within the strange new role the city had decided to press upon him. You don't have to be a hero to everyone, Vaggie reminded him, during one of their now considerably more evenly matched sparring sessions, watching him work through a complicated defensive sequence with the easy, practiced confidence of someone who had spent years honing exactly this kind of skill. You're allowed to just be however much of that role you actually want to carry, and nothing more. I know, Izuku said, pausing to catch his breath, sweat-damp hair falling into his eyes. It's just strange. I spent so long just trying to survive, and then trying to just be safe, and now people look at me like I'm supposed to be some kind of symbol of what's possible. I don't always know how to be both things at once. The kid who still gets scared sometimes, and the person the whole city seems to think can fix everything wrong with it. You don't have to fix everything, Vaggie said firmly, echoing a lesson she had offered him, in various forms, many times before across the years. You get to just be you. Whatever that looks like on any given day. The rest of it, the legend, the expectations, that's the city's story to tell, not a job description you're actually obligated to fulfill. Izuku nodded slowly, the words settling into him with the familiar, grounding weight they always carried, and returned to his training with renewed, steadier focus, the complicated tangle of fame and duty and simple, ordinary teenage uncertainty gradually finding its own manageable balance within him. Poppy, 15 now, remained his steadiest anchor through all of it, her sharp wit and unwavering loyalty cutting cleanly through whatever anxious spirals the weight of his growing reputation occasionally threatened to pull him into. Their friendship had grown, over the years, into something neither of them could easily imagine their lives without, and it was Poppy, more than anyone else in the hotel, who reliably reminded him, on the days it mattered most, that he remained, beneath everything else the city had decided to make of him, simply and completely himself. You're thinking too hard again, she told him, one quiet afternoon in the library window seat, glancing up from her sketchbook to fix him with the particular knowing look she had perfected over their years of friendship. I can always tell. Your eyebrows do this thing. They do not do a thing, Izuku protested, though the familiar teasing pulled a genuine laugh out of him regardless, some of the day's accumulated tension easing at the easy, comfortable rhythm of their friendship. They absolutely do a thing, Poppy insisted, grinning as she turned her sketchbook to reveal an exaggerated, deliberately unflattering caricature of his furrowed, thoughtful expression. See? Exhibit 1. Izuku's answering laugh rang out clear and unguarded through the quiet library, and Charlie, passing by the doorway and catching the sound of it, felt the same fierce, settled gladness she had felt so many times over the years, watching a boy who had once known nothing but silence and fear grow, steadily and completely, into someone capable of carrying enormous weight while never once losing his own simple, essential joy. Chapter 45. It was Lucifer, arriving at the hotel with rather more gravity than his usual duck-obsessed enthusiasm typically allowed, who finally broached the question that had been quietly circling the edges of Izuku's mind ever since the dust of Adam's defeat had settled. "I've been making inquiries," he said, settling into the study with Charlie, Vaggie, and Izuku all gathered to hear him out, into precisely how you came to fall into our realm in the first place. It's not a small thing, a living soul crossing between worlds the way you did. I wanted to understand it properly, rather than simply accepting it as an unexplained anomaly the way we all did in those early years. Izuku sat up straighter, old curiosity sharpening into real attention. "Did you find anything?" "Some things," Lucifer said carefully. "Not a complete picture, I'm afraid, but enough to draw a few reasonably confident conclusions. The barriers between certain worlds grow thin in places of significant emotional intensity, particularly around souls experiencing extreme distress. It's rare, exceptionally rare, for those thin places to actually rupture enough to allow passage. But it does happen, on occasion, and when it does, it tends to draw the traveler toward whatever destination holds the greatest potential for what they most need, even if neither the traveler nor the destination has any conscious awareness of the mechanism at work. So I ended up here because," Izuku trailed off, working through the implication carefully. "Because some deep, essential part of you needed exactly what this hotel, and this family, has spent years giving you," Lucifer said gently. "Safety. Belonging. People who would fight for you rather than against you. I don't believe it was random chance that carried you to our doorstep, Izuku. I believe, as much as I can believe anything about forces this far beyond even my own understanding, that you ended up precisely where you were always meant to." Izuku absorbed this in thoughtful silence, turning the revelation over with the same careful attention he brought to everything that mattered to him. "Does that mean I could go back?" he asked finally, quietly. "If I wanted to? Or if there's ever a reason I needed to?" The question hung heavy in the room, and Charlie's hand found his shoulder, steady and gentle. "Is that something you want?" she asked, careful not to let her own fear color the question. "No," Izuku said, almost immediately, surprising even himself with the certainty of it. "This is my home now. You're my family. I guess I wanted to know if the door was still there. Even if I never plan on using it. As far as I've been able to determine," Lucifer said, "such passages, once closed, do not reopen easily, if at all. The circumstances that carried you here were exceptionally rare. I don't say that to distress you, only to be honest, since I know how much you've always valued honesty over comfortable evasion." His expression softened. "But for what it's worth, young man, I don't believe you have anything to mourn in that. Whatever life waited for you in the world you left behind, I struggle to imagine it could have offered you anything close to what you've built here." Izuku nodded slowly, something settling and certain taking root in his chest at the words. "Yeah," he agreed quietly. "I think you're right." Chapter 46. The revelation of how Izuku had come to fall into their world settled slowly into the household over the following weeks, less a dramatic turning point than a quiet, steady confirmation of something everyone had, in their own way, already come to believe. Vaggie found him one evening in the courtyard, practicing the same careful, deliberate control exercises she had first taught him nearly a decade before, and settled down to watch, comfortable in the familiar rhythm of it. "You've been thinking about what Lucifer said," she observed, not quite a question. "Yeah," Izuku admitted, letting the light in his hands fade as he turned to face her. "I keep thinking about the kid I used to be. Before all of this. Sometimes it feels like a different person entirely, like I'm remembering someone else's life instead of my own." "In a lot of ways, you are a different person," Vaggie said honestly. "That's not a bad thing. That kid needed to become someone who could survive what was happening to him. You needed to become someone who could heal from it, and then grow beyond it entirely. Those are different processes, and it makes sense that the person on the other side of all that looks and feels different from where you started." Izuku considered this, settling down onto the courtyard steps beside her. Do you ever think about who you were before? Before all of this, before hell, before the hotel? Vaggie was quiet for a long moment, an old, careful weight settling into her expression that Izuku had learned, over the years, to recognize as the particular shape of memories she rarely spoke of. Sometimes, she admitted. Not often. It doesn't help much, dwelling on it. But I understand the impulse to look back and wonder about the distance between who you were and who you've become. She reached over and ruffled his hair, gentler than the gesture's usual teasing edge. For what it's worth, I think the distance you've traveled is something to be proud of, not something to grieve. You didn't just survive what happened to you. You turned it into something that makes you better at loving the people around you, not worse. That's rare, Izuku. Rarer than you probably realize. He leaned into her shoulder, comfortable and easy in a way that would have been unimaginable for the silent, watchful boy who had once flinched from every unexpected touch. Thanks, he said softly. For everything. I don't think I say that enough. You say it plenty, Vaggie said, though her voice had gone rougher than usual, some rare, unguarded emotion breaking through her typical composure. And for what it's worth, kid, raising you has been the best thing either Charlie or I have ever done with our considerable, complicated lives. Don't you forget that, whatever else the future decides to throw at us next. They sat together in comfortable silence as the evening deepened around them, the crimson sky settling into its familiar, gentle glow, and Izuku found himself, not for the first time, marveling at the strange, improbable shape his life had taken, a boy who had once believed himself entirely alone in the world, now anchored by a family who had chosen him, completely and without hesitation, and who continued choosing him, every single day, regardless of whatever new trial the world still had waiting to test that choice against. Chapter 47. The peace that settled over the hotel in the months following Adam's defeat did not remain entirely uninterrupted, though the trials that arrived now carried considerably less existential weight than the years of gathering danger that had preceded them. A new soul arrived one afternoon, considerably older than Izuku's usual welcoming committee duties typically involved, a gruff, weathered man who had spent his mortal life as a firefighter and who regarded the hotel's mission with open, understandable skepticism. It was Izuku, now well practiced in exactly this kind of careful, patient reassurance, who spent the better part of an afternoon simply sitting with him, answering his wary questions with the same honest, grounded steadiness that had once been offered to him during his own earliest, most frightened days at the hotel. You're not what I expected, the man admitted, some of his skepticism easing as the conversation wore on. Heard stories about some kid who beat an angel. Figured you'd be all swagger and mystery. Didn't expect someone who'd just sit and actually listen. The stories always get bigger than the actual truth, Izuku said, with the particular wry humor that had grown, over the years, into one of his more reliable qualities. I'm just a kid who got lucky enough to end up somewhere that decided to take care of him properly. That's really the whole story, even if it doesn't sound as exciting as whatever version's going around the city these days. The man studied him for a long moment, something in his weathered expression softening considerably. Maybe that's the more impressive story anyway, he said finally. Angels are easy enough to imagine beating, in the abstract. Actually building something worth protecting in the first place, that's the harder trick, and it sounds like you and this hotel have already managed it. It was moments like these, small and unremarkable against the grander, more dramatic trials the hotel had weathered, that Izuku found himself treasuring most in the settled peace of that particular season, the simple, steady work of helping frightened new arrivals find their footing, the ordinary rhythms of training and friendship and family that had, against every earlier likelihood, become the true foundation of his remarkable life. Poppy, watching him from across the lobby as he continued his patient work with the newest arrival, found herself thinking, not for the first time, that whatever legend the city continued to build around her closest friend, the truth of him remained something considerably simpler and, to her mind, considerably more remarkable, a boy who had taken everything painful and frightening about his own beginning and transformed it, patiently and completely, into an endless, generous capacity for helping others find the same safety he had once needed so desperately himself. You're staring, Angel Dust observed, sidling up beside her with his usual easy grin. I'm thinking, Poppy corrected, though she didn't look away from Izuku's careful, patient conversation across the room. About how far he's come. About how far all of us have come, honestly, since he first showed up here. Yeah, Angel agreed, something unusually sincere threading through his typically flippant tone. Kid's got a way of doing that to a place. Making it better just by sticking around long enough to grow into himself. He bumped her shoulder lightly. Lucky for the rest of us he ended up here instead of anywhere else. Yeah, Poppy agreed, smiling now, warm and certain. Lucky for all of us. Chapter 48. It was on a quiet evening some months later, the hotel settled into its familiar, hard-won rhythms, that Charlie finally allowed herself to voice a thought she had been quietly turning over since Lucifer's revelation about the nature of Izuku's arrival in their world. Do you ever think, she said to Vaggie, the two of them settled together on their bedroom balcony overlooking the crimson expanse of Pentagram City, about what it means, that a soul like his could cross between worlds the way he did? Lucifer said it happens because of what the traveler most needs. But I keep wondering if that means there could be others. Other children out there, in other difficult circumstances, who might need exactly what we've been able to give Izuku. Vaggie considered this carefully, turning the thought over with the same measured practicality she brought to most things. You're thinking about expanding what the hotel does. Beyond just adult souls seeking redemption. Maybe, Charlie admitted. I don't know exactly what that would look like yet. But watching Izuku grow into everything he's become, watching what patient, consistent love was actually capable of doing for a child who arrived here with nothing but fear and silence, I keep thinking, what if that's not something we're meant to keep as a singular, remarkable exception? What if it's something we could actually build into a real, deliberate part of what this hotel offers? That's a big undertaking, Vaggie said, though there was no real resistance in the observation, only careful, practical consideration. Raising one extraordinary kid is one thing. Building an actual program around it, taking in more children who might arrive here the way Izuku did, or through whatever other circumstances might bring them to us, that's a considerably larger commitment. I know, Charlie said. I'm not saying we should rush into it. I just keep thinking about how much of what we built for Izuku happened because we simply decided, in the moment, that we were going to do right by one frightened kid on our doorstep. I don't think that instinct should just disappear now that he's grown steady and strong. I think it's worth asking what it would look like to build something more intentional out of it. Vaggie was quiet for a long moment, watching the endless crimson sky stretch out before them, and then she reached over and laced her fingers through Charlie's, the same steady, grounding gesture that had anchored countless difficult conversations between them over the years. Then let's figure it out, she said simply. Together, the way we figured out everything else since the night we found him. It was, in the months that followed, a conversation that would slowly reshape the hotel's mission in ways neither of them could yet fully anticipate, the seeds of what would eventually become a broader, more deliberate sanctuary for lost and frightened souls of every age, built directly out of the hard-won lessons of patience, consistency, and unwavering love that had first been forged in the long, careful work of helping one small, silent boy learn to trust the world again. For now, though, it remained simply an idea, quietly discussed on a quiet evening, one more thread in the long, remarkable story that had begun, nearly a decade before, with a frightened child curled alone on a curbside, and had grown, steadily and surely, into something neither Charlie nor Vaggie could have possibly imagined when they first opened their door to him. Chapter 49. The first sign that something unusual had begun stirring in the fabric between worlds arrived on an otherwise unremarkable afternoon, when Sir Pentious, tinkering with a set of experimental sensors he had built in the aftermath of Adam's incursion, detected a strange, fluctuating energy signature gathering somewhere near the hotel's outer perimeter. It's not like anything I've catalogued before, he reported, hurrying into the study where Charlie, Vaggie, and Izuku had gathered at his urgent summons, an array of readings scrolling across the small device in his clawed hands. Not demonic, not angelic, not anything native to this realm at all. If I had to guess, and I dislike guessing when precision is available, I would say it resembles, in a rough and imprecise sense, the same signature Lucifer described when explaining how young Izuku first arrived among us. Izuku's chest tightened sharply at the words. You mean another crossing? Like what happened to me? Possibly, Sir Pentious said, with careful, scientific caution. The readings are faint and unstable, more suggestive of a strain forming in the barrier than an actual completed crossing. But given what we now understand about how such ruptures occur, I thought it prudent to bring it to your attention immediately. Lucifer arrived within the hour, summoned by Charlie's urgent message, and studied Sir Pentius's readings with a gravity that had become, in recent months, considerably more familiar on his usually playful features. This is concerning, he admitted, after a long, careful study of the data. Not immediately dangerous, as far as I can determine, but it does suggest the barrier between certain worlds has grown considerably more unstable than it should be. Whether that instability is connected to Izuku's own crossing, some lingering echo of the rupture that first brought him here, or an entirely separate phenomenon, I cannot yet say with confidence. Could someone else cross over? Izuku asked, the question carrying a weight none of them fully understood yet, some careful, complicated mixture of hope and dread threading through his voice. Like I did? It's possible, Lucifer said carefully. I want to be honest with you, rather than offering false reassurance either way. I don't yet know enough to say what this instability might produce, or whether it poses any genuine risk beyond the anomaly itself. But I promise you, I will make it my priority to understand it fully, and to ensure that whatever comes of it, this household will be prepared. Izuku absorbed this with careful, thoughtful silence, old memories of a world he had spent years slowly setting aside stirring, unbidden, at the possibility that the barrier separating him from that life had grown thin enough to matter again. He did not know, sitting in that quiet study with the people who had built an entire loving family around him, whether he hoped the instability meant nothing at all, or whether some small, complicated part of him hoped it meant something considerably more significant. Whatever it turns out to be, Charlie said gently, reading the complicated tangle of his expression with the careful attention she had cultivated over nearly a decade of loving him, we'll face it together. Exactly like we've faced everything else. Izuku nodded, though the uncertain, unresolved shape of the anomaly lingered with him long after the study's urgent conversation wound down, a quiet, persistent question mark hovering at the edges of the hard-won peace the hotel had only just begun to properly settle into. Chapter 50. The instability in the barrier grew, slowly but steadily, over the weeks that followed, Sir Pentius's readings tracking its gradual intensification with mounting, careful concern, and it was on a night not unlike the one that had first brought Izuku tumbling into their world that the anomaly finally, unmistakably, reached its breaking point. The tear that opened in the courtyard sky was smaller than the celestial rupture that had once heralded Adam's arrival, quieter and considerably less violent, but no less significant for its restraint. Izuku felt it before he saw it, a strange, familiar pressure building behind his eyes that echoed, unmistakably, the same sensation he remembered from the night his own closet wall had dissolved into nothing nearly a decade before. Something's coming through, he said, already moving toward the courtyard, Charlie and Vaggie close behind him, the whole household gathering, cautious and watchful, around the slowly widening tear in the fabric of their world. What emerged, when the tear finally settled and stabilized, was not the dramatic, world-shaking arrival any of them had braced themselves for. It was small, and fragile, and utterly disoriented, not a person, as it turned out, but a single, weathered object, tumbling free of the rupture to land softly on the courtyard stone, a small, worn stuffed rabbit, one ear chewed soft with years of careful, anxious handling, unmistakably, achingly familiar. Izuku stared at it for a long, suspended moment, unable to move, unable to fully process the sight of something so plainly, impossibly connected to a life he had spent nearly a decade slowly, carefully setting aside. That's, his voice caught, old emotion rising sharp and unexpected in his throat. That was mine. Before. I left it behind when I fell through. Charlie knelt down carefully beside the small, worn toy, understanding immediately the weight of what had just crossed between worlds to reach him. Do you want to hold it? She asked gently, making no move to touch it herself, understanding, after years of careful attentiveness, that this was a choice only he could make. Izuku knelt slowly, reaching out with hands that trembled slightly, and lifted the small rabbit into his arms, the worn, familiar texture of it settling into his grip with an ache that carried both grief and something gentler, something closer to closure, than he had expected to feel. I used to hold this every night, he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else gathered in the courtyard. When things were bad. It was the only thing that felt like it was actually mine. He looked up at Charlie, old vulnerability mixing openly with the steady, hard-won strength he had built over the years since. I thought I'd left this whole part of my life behind for good. I didn't expect it to ever come find me again. It doesn't have to mean anything you don't want it to mean, Vaggie said gently, crouching down beside him. It's just a piece of where you started. It doesn't undo anything you built since. Izuku nodded slowly, holding the small, worn rabbit carefully against his chest, and something in his expression, over the following moments, settled into a quiet, complicated peace. I think, he said finally, I want to keep it. Not because I miss that life. I don't, not really, not anymore. But because it's proof that the boy who used to hold this every night actually made it somewhere safe in the end. I think that's worth remembering. Sir Pentious, monitoring the tears readings throughout the emotional exchange, finally reported, with careful relief, that the anomaly had fully sealed itself in the rabbit's wake, the instability that had been building for weeks finally, completely resolved. Whatever caused the disturbance, he said, it appears to have run its full course. I detect no further fluctuation. The courtyard settled, slowly, back into its familiar quiet, and Izuku, still holding the small, worn rabbit close against his chest, felt something in him settle as well, a final, gentle thread connecting the frightened boy he had once been to the steady, capable person he had grown into, tied together at last, not by ongoing danger, but by a small, simple object that had crossed the impossible distance between two worlds simply to remind him of exactly how far he had come. Chapter 51. In the quiet weeks that followed the rabbit's unexpected crossing, the hotel settled fully into the hard-won peace it had spent nearly a decade building toward, the accumulated trials of Vox, Valentino, the coalition assault, and Adam's own direct confrontation finally, genuinely, beginning to feel like chapters of a difficult past rather than looming, ever-present threats. Izuku kept the small, worn rabbit on his windowsill, alongside Quackers and the small mechanical duck that had never once stopped its cheerful, pointless circling since Sir Pentious first gifted it to him years before, a quiet, unassuming monument to exactly how far his remarkable journey had carried him. He found himself, in the months that followed, thinking less and less of the life he had left behind, the old fears and old wounds gradually settling into something closer to distant memory than active, aching grief, replaced steadily by the full, generous richness of the life he had built in their place. Charlie and Vaggie's quiet conversation about expanding the hotel's mission slowly took shape as well, careful plans beginning to form around the idea of formally welcoming other young souls who might, through whatever strange and unpredictable circumstances the universe still had in store, find themselves in need of exactly the kind of patient, unwavering sanctuary Izuku himself had once so desperately required. We're calling it the Second Chance Wing, Charlie explained to Izuku one evening, spreading a set of careful architectural sketches across the study table. A dedicated space, separate from the main hotel, built specifically for younger souls who need something gentler than what the rest of hell typically offers. We wanted your input, actually, before we finalized any of it. You'd understand, better than anyone, what actually helps. Izuku studied the sketches with careful, thoughtful attention, old memories of his own earliest, most frightened days at the hotel informing every suggestion he offered, the importance of quiet, private spaces for children who needed to feel safe hiding, the value of consistent routines and patient, unhurried trust building, the simple, essential comfort of always having someone nearby who understood exactly what it meant to arrive somewhere new and terrified and utterly alone. This is really happening, he said finally, looking up at Charlie with something warm and proud settling into his expression. You're actually going to do this. We are, Charlie confirmed, smiling. Because of you, really. Because watching what patient, consistent love did for you over these past years convinced us it was worth building into something bigger. Something that could help other kids the same way you were helped. Izuku felt something swell warm and certain in his chest at the words, a quiet, settled pride in the knowledge that his own difficult journey had become, in its own unexpected way, the foundation for something that would go on helping others long after his own healing had been completed. I want to help, he said. When new kids arrive, I want to be part of it. I know what it's like, better than almost anyone here, to be that scared and that alone. If I can make it even a little easier for the next kid who ends up in that position, I want to. I was hoping you'd say that, Charlie said, warm and proud, reaching over to squeeze his hand. You'd be extraordinary at it. You already have been, honestly, every single time a new arrival has needed exactly the kind of patient understanding you've learned to offer. As the Second Chance Wing's construction began in earnest over the following months, the hotel settled into its steadiest, most genuine peace in nearly a decade, the accumulated trials of Izuku's remarkable childhood finally, fully giving way to the broader, more hopeful work of building something lasting out of everything they had all survived together. But peace, in a city as complicated and ever-shifting as Pentagram City, rarely proved permanent, and it was on the horizon of that hard-won calm, quiet and patient and not yet fully visible, that the final, most significant trial of Izuku's extraordinary young life had already, unknowingly, begun its slow and inevitable approach. Chapter 52. Construction on the Second Chance Wing progressed steadily through the following months, the hotel's familiar grounds gradually expanding to accommodate the new, dedicated space Charlie and Vaggie had envisioned, and Izuku found himself, throughout the process, discovering an unexpected sense of purpose in helping shape it. He spent long afternoons with the builder Sir Pentious had recommended, offering careful, considered input on everything from the layout of individual rooms to the particular, deliberate placement of windows that would let in as much of hell's ever-present light as possible without leaving any space feeling exposed or vulnerable. He remembered, with vivid clarity, exactly what had mattered most to him in those first frightened weeks at the hotel, and he poured that hard-won understanding into every decision, determined that whatever child eventually found their way to the new wing would encounter, from their very first moment, a space built specifically to help them feel safe. You've got real instincts for this, Husk observed gruffly, watching him consult carefully over a set of room layouts one afternoon. Wouldn't have expected a kid your age to think this thorough about it. I just remember what actually helped me, Izuku said simply. And what didn't? Seems worth paying attention to, if we're trying to build something that'll actually work for other kids too. Poppy, 16 now, had taken to spending her own afternoons in the growing wing as well, her sketchbooks filling with careful, detailed illustrations intended for the walls of the new rooms, gentle, welcoming images of the hotel's residents that she hoped might offer some small comfort to whatever frightened new arrival eventually needed them. I want the first thing they see to be friendly faces, she explained to Izuku, showing him her latest sketch of Nifty tending the garden, warm and inviting. Something that says, right away, that this is a place where people actually care, before they even have to figure that out for themselves. That's perfect, Izuku said, studying the drawing with genuine admiration. I wish something like this had been here when I first arrived. Might have made those first few weeks a little less terrifying. Well, Poppy said, bumping her shoulder against his with the easy, familiar affection of years of close friendship, lucky for whoever comes next, they've got us to make sure it's better. The work continued steadily through the following weeks, the hotel's entire household gradually drawn into the project in their own particular ways, Angel Dust volunteering to help design a small, welcoming common room, Rosie contributing a set of carefully chosen, gentle furnishings from her own considerable resources, even Alastair, in his own understated fashion, arranging for a modest but genuinely lovely garden space tucked into a quiet corner of the new wing, never quite admitting outright that the gesture came from anything as sentimental as care, but never quite denying it either when Izuku thanked him for it. By the time the Second Chance Wing neared completion, it had become, in its own quiet way, as much a testament to the hotel's remarkable found family as the original building itself had been years before, built not merely from wood and stone, but from the accumulated, hard-won wisdom of everyone who had ever needed, and eventually found, exactly the kind of patient sanctuary it now stood ready to offer. Charlie, walking the finished halls alongside Izuku on the evening before the wing's official opening, felt her chest swell with the same fierce, settled pride she had carried through every stage of his remarkable growth. You did this, she said softly. All of us together, but this was your vision, more than anyone else's. You turned everything painful about where you started into something that's going to help kids for years to come. We did this, Izuku corrected gently, glancing around at the warm, welcoming space they had built together. All of us. That's kind of the whole point, isn't it? Nobody should ever have to build something this important completely alone. Charlie smiled, warm and proud, and together they made their way back toward the hotel's main building, the golden light of the second chance wing glowing steady and welcoming behind them, ready, at last, to offer its own quiet promise of safety to whatever frightened soul might someday need it. Chapter 53. The second chance wing opened formally on a bright, carefully planned afternoon. The entire hotel gathered to mark the occasion with the same warm, genuine celebration that had once, years before, marked Izuku's own anniversary of finding his way to their doorstep. Lucifer arrived bearing an entirely new duck, this one specifically commissioned, he explained with great ceremony, to serve as the second chance wing's official mascot, much to Izuku's fond, exasperated amusement. Carmilla sent a formal letter of recognition on behalf of the Carmine family, acknowledging the wing's establishment as a meaningful contribution to the city's well-being. Even Vox, in what could only be described as a grudging, carefully worded gesture of respect, sent a brief, uncharacteristically restrained note wishing the endeavor success, an unmistakable acknowledgement of exactly how thoroughly the balance of power in Pentagram City had shifted since his own failed attempt against the hotel years before. Izuku spent much of the celebration simply watching, quiet and thoughtful, the culmination of months of careful planning and hard work finally, tangibly complete before him. He thought, standing in the warm golden light of the wing's newly finished common room, of the frightened, silent boy he had once been, curled alone on a curbside outside this very hotel, unable to imagine that such safety and such belonging could ever exist for someone like him. "You look like you're somewhere else," Vaggie observed, coming to stand beside him, following his gaze around the celebrating crowd. "Just thinking about how far all of this has come," Izuku admitted. "Not just me. All of it. This whole place." He glanced up at her, something warm and grateful settling into his expression. "I used to think I was just lucky. That I happened to fall through exactly the right door at exactly the right time. But I don't think it was luck anymore. I think it was you, and Charlie, and everyone here, deciding, over and over again, that I was worth the effort it took to help me heal. That's not luck. That's just love, chosen deliberately, again and again, for almost a decade now." Vaggie's throat tightened at the words, old, rarely shown emotion breaking through her usual composed steadiness. "Yeah," she said, voice rough. "I guess it is." She pulled him into a brief, fierce hug, the kind she reserved for moments that mattered most, and Izuku returned it fully, grateful and settled and, for the first time in longer than he could easily remember, entirely at peace with exactly who he had become and exactly where he belonged. The celebration continued long into the evening, the hotel's familiar golden lights spilling warm across the newly finished wing, and it was only much later, once the gathering had wound down and the hotel had settled back into its familiar, comfortable quiet, that Sir Pentius's sensors, monitoring the barrier between worlds out of careful, ongoing habit, detected the first faint traces of a new, considerably larger disturbance beginning to gather, far beyond the edges of Pentagram City, in a place none of them yet had any reason to suspect held any connection to the remarkable, hard-won life Izuku had built for himself. For now, though, the celebration continued, warm and joyful and entirely deserved, and the household, gathered together in the golden light of everything they had built, allowed themselves, for one more peaceful evening, to simply be grateful for exactly how far they had all come together. Chapter 54. The disturbance Sir Pentius detected that night remained, for the following weeks, little more than a faint, curious anomaly at the edges of his careful monitoring, distant enough that none of the household felt any particular urgency about it, absorbed as they all were in the settled, well-earned peace of the second chance wing's successful opening. Izuku, now well into his 14th year, found himself easing further into the role he had claimed for himself within the new wing, spending his afternoons alongside the small, growing number of young souls who had already begun to arrive, each of them carrying their own particular fears and griefs, each of them met with the same patient, hard-won understanding that had once been offered to him. There was a boy, barely 6 years old, who reminded Izuku so sharply of his own earliest days that it took real, deliberate effort not to let old grief color his careful, steady patience with him. There was a girl, 12 and fiercely guarded, who took nearly a month before she spoke a single word to anyone, and it was Izuku, drawing on years of hard-won experience, who finally coaxed the first tentative conversation out of her, not through any grand gesture, but through the same simple, patient consistency Charlie and Vaggie had once shown him. "You're a natural at this," Charlie told him one evening, watching him carefully walk the newest arrival through the wing's gentle routines. "I mean that as the highest compliment I know how to give." "I just remember what actually helped," Izuku said, the same answer he always gave, though the words carried, by now, the settled confidence of someone who had proven, again and again, exactly how valuable that hard-won understanding truly was. It was during one of these quiet afternoons, sitting with the still largely silent 12-year-old girl in the wing's carefully designed garden corner, that Izuku felt it again, that same, strange, familiar pressure behind his eyes that had once heralded his own crossing into this world, and more recently, the small rabbit's unexpected arrival. He excused himself carefully, promising the girl he would return shortly, and made his way toward Sir Pentius's workshop, where the inventor's sensors, he discovered upon arrival, had begun registering readings considerably more significant than the faint anomaly of recent weeks. "It's growing," Sir Pentius reported, studying the fluctuating data with visible, mounting concern. "Rapidly, in fact, over just the past several hours. Whatever this disturbance actually is, it appears to be approaching some manner of critical threshold." Izuku studied the readings himself, old instinct sharpening into careful, focused attention. "Do you think it's connected to what happened before? With the rabbit?" "Possibly," Sir Pentius said. "Though the scale of this disturbance considerably exceeds anything we registered during that earlier event. If I had to venture a guess, and I remind you again that I dislike guessing, I would say this bears the signature of something far more significant attempting to cross, rather than a single small object carried along on a fading ripple." Charlie and Vaggie arrived within minutes of Izuku's urgent summons, and the household began, once more, the familiar, practiced work of careful preparation, though this particular threat carried an uncertainty none of their previous trials had quite matched, not the calculated hostility of a rival overlord, not the cold, deliberate menace of heaven's own enforcement, but something entirely unknown, gathering steadily at the edges of the world they had all worked so hard to make safe. "Whatever's coming," Vaggie said, checking her weapons with practiced, grim efficiency, "we'll face it exactly like we've faced everything else." Izuku nodded, old memories of every trial that had come before settling into steady, determined resolve, and together, the household turned to meet whatever final, unknown challenge the widening rupture in the sky above their hard-won home was about to bring crashing down upon them. Chapter 55. The rupture finally tore open above the courtyard in the deepest hours of the night, considerably larger and more violent than the quiet, gentle tear that had once delivered the small, worn rabbit into Izuku's waiting hands, and the entire household gathered, tense and ready, to face whatever emerged from its churning, unstable depths. Izuku stood at the center of the courtyard, the full, formidable depth of his power already gathered and humming steady beneath his skin, Charlie and Vaggie close at his sides, the whole of the family that had built itself around him over nearly a decade arrayed in careful, unified readiness behind him. The light of the rupture pulsed and flared, unstable and chaotic in a way that bore little resemblance to the measured, deliberate crossings of either heaven's angels or Izuku's own long-ago arrival, and for a long, tense moment, nothing at all emerged from its churning depths, the entire courtyard holding its breath in uncertain, watchful silence. Then, finally, something did. It was not a figure, not an enemy, not any manner of threat the household had braced themselves to face. It was light itself, vast and formless, spilling outward from the rupture in slow, pulsing waves, and as it touched the courtyard stone, Izuku felt something in his own chest respond to it, an old, deep recognition stirring in the very core of the power that had first awoken in him nearly a decade before. "It's connected to me," he said, quiet and certain, even as the rest of the household tensed further around him. "Whatever this is. It's the same source. The same place my own power first came from." Sir Pentius, monitoring the phenomenon with careful, rapid readings, confirmed the observation moments later. "The signature is identical," he reported, voice tight with barely restrained scientific fascination beneath the obvious tension of the moment. "Whatever this disturbance actually represents, it appears to be directly, unmistakably tied to the same origin as young Izuku's own considerable abilities." The light continued to pulse and gather, and Izuku, drawing on instinct he did not fully understand but trusted regardless, stepped forward, extending one hand toward the churning rupture with careful, deliberate calm. "Whatever you are," he said, voice carrying clear and steady across the tense courtyard, "whatever you need, I'm not afraid of you." I've spent almost 10 years learning exactly what this power is capable of, and exactly what it means to use it to protect the people I love. If you're connected to that same source, then I think, whatever you're here to show me, it's something I'm ready to face. The light surged forward at his words, gathering into his extended hand not with violence, but with something closer to recognition, and as it settled, finally, into stillness, Izuku felt an entirely new understanding bloom within him, vast and startling and utterly transformative, the true, full scope of what his power had always actually been finally, completely revealing itself to him for the very first time. Behind him, the household watched in breathless, astonished silence as the rupture slowly, gently sealed itself closed, and Izuku turned back toward them, expression caught somewhere between wonder and solemn, settled resolve. I understand now, he said quietly. What I am. Where this power actually comes from and what it's always been building toward. He looked to Charlie, to Vaggie, to the whole extraordinary family gathered protectively around him. There's something coming. Something bigger than Vox, bigger than Valentino, even bigger than Adam ever was. And I think, whatever it turns out to be, I'm finally ready to face it. The crimson sky stretched on above them, calm and unbroken once more, holding within its familiar expanse both the hard-won piece of everything the household had built together, and the first unmistakable signs of the final, most significant reckoning still yet to come. Chapter 56. The understanding that had bloomed within Izuku in the courtyard did not arrive as words or images, but as something closer to memory belonging to a self far older and vaster than the 14 years he had lived. In the days that followed, he struggled to put language to it at all, and it was Lucifer, summoned once more to help make sense of what had happened, who finally offered a framework broad enough to hold it. There are forces older than heaven and hell both, Lucifer explained, seated in the study with the whole household gathered close, his usual playful energy entirely absent, replaced by a careful, weighty seriousness. Forces that exist between worlds, in the thin places where reality itself grows uncertain. Most beings never encounter them directly. But on rare occasion, when a soul in genuine, desperate need crosses through exactly such a place, something of that older, deeper power can take root in them. I believe that is precisely what happened to you, nearly a decade ago, in the moment your closet wall dissolved into nothing. So the power was never really mine, Izuku said slowly, turning the idea over with careful unease. It was always something else. Something bigger, just borrowing me. No, Lucifer said, firm and immediate. That is precisely the wrong way to understand it, and I want to correct it before the thought takes root somewhere it shouldn't. The power responded to you. It answered your need, your fear, your fierce and steady love for the people around you, and in responding, it became genuinely, completely yours. A river given a new course by the shape of the land it flows through does not stop being water. It simply becomes, forever after, the river that flows exactly there, in exactly that shape. You are not a vessel something else is using. You are the reason that power exists in the form it does at all. Izuku absorbed this slowly, some of the unease in his chest easing at the careful reassurance. Then why is there a disturbance? Why did that light come through the rupture at all, if the power was already settled and mine? Lucifer's expression sobered further. Because such power, once it takes root in one place, occasionally draws the attention of what remains of its source, he said. And I am afraid, from everything Sir Pentius's readings have shown us, that something is stirring in that deeper, older place. Something that may be seeking to reclaim what settled in you, or perhaps merely drawn toward the disturbance your own growth has caused in the fabric between worlds. I do not yet know which. But I believe, with real and considerable concern, that whatever it is going to arrive here, in Pentagram City, sooner rather than later. The study fell quiet at the weight of the words, and it was Vaggie, ever practical even in the face of uncertainty, who finally broke the silence. Then we prepare the same way we've prepared for everything else, she said. Whatever it is, whatever it wants, it's not getting anywhere near this family without going through every single one of us first. Izuku looked around the room at the faces gathered there, Charlie's steady, fierce determination, Vaggie's unshakable resolve, Lucifer's careful, worried concern, and beyond them, in his mind, the whole sprawling constellation of people who had built themselves around him over nearly a decade, Poppy, Emily, Carmilla, Rosie, Alastor, Sir Pentious, Husk, Angel Dust, Nifty, every single one of them having chosen, again and again, to stand with him against whatever the world decided to throw in his path. Okay, he said finally, something steady and certain settling into his voice. Then let's get ready. Chapter 57. It arrived 7 days later, and unlike every threat that had come before it, it did not announce itself with couriers or envoys, celestial light or coordinated enforcers. It simply appeared, all at once, at the very edge of Pentagram City, and the sky itself seemed to hold its breath at the sight of it. It took, when it finally resolved into something the eye could properly comprehend, the shape of a towering figure wreathed in the same shifting, formless light that had once poured through the courtyard rupture, vast and ancient and utterly unlike anything native to either heaven or hell. It moved through the city's outer districts with slow, deliberate purpose, and where it passed, the very fabric of the world seemed to shudder and thin, as though its mere presence strained the boundaries between what was real and what was not. Sir Pentious's sensors screamed warnings long before the figure came within sight of the hotel itself, and the household mobilized with the same grim, practiced urgency that had carried them through every previous trial, though this one carried an unfamiliar, unsettling edge, not the calculated cruelty of an overlord or the arrogant confidence of an angel, but something patient and vast and entirely unreadable. I don't think it wants to hurt the city, Izuku said, watching the figure's slow approach from the hotel's rooftop, some deep, instinctive part of him reading the creature's intent in a way he did not fully understand. I think it's looking for something. Or someone. You, Vaggie said grimly, already moving to gather the household's full defense. It's looking for you. They did not have long to prepare. The figure reached the hotel's outer grounds within the hour, and as it drew close, the shifting light of its form resolved, briefly, into something almost like a face, ancient and vast and filled with an emotion none of them could easily name, not hunger, not malice, but something closer to searching, mournful hope. Izuku Midoriya, it said, and its voice carried not through sound alone, but seemed to settle directly into the minds of everyone gathered to meet it, vast and layered with countless overlapping tones. You carry a fragment of what was lost when the barrier first tore. I have searched countless worlds for its echo. I have found you, at last. Izuku stepped forward, flanked immediately by Charlie and Vaggie, the whole of the household arrayed protectively behind him, and found himself, despite every instinct urging caution, feeling something closer to sorrow than fear at the creature's words. What are you? He asked. What do you actually want from me? I am what remains of the place your power was born from, the entity said. A guardian of the old boundary, shattered long ago in a calamity no living soul now remembers. I do not wish to harm you, child. I wish only to understand what became of the fragment that scattered from me, and whether it might, at last, be gathered home. The words sent a cold, uncertain jolt through the assembled household, and Charlie's grip on Izuku's shoulder tightened, protective and fierce. If you're asking whether he's willing to give up what makes him who he is, she said, voice hard and unyielding, the answer is no. Whatever claim you think you have, he's not some lost piece of property waiting to be reclaimed. He's a person. He's my son. The entity's vast, shifting form seemed to consider this for a long, waited moment, its ancient, sorrowful presence settling heavier over the courtyard. I did not come to take what is his, it said finally. I came only to understand. But I must tell you, with whatever honesty this form allows me, the fragment that settled in him is not stable where it remains, unresolved, forever straining the barrier between worlds each time it grows. If it is not properly, deliberately anchored, the strain it causes will only worsen, until the barrier itself can no longer hold. That is the truth I traveled countless worlds to deliver, whether or not it is one anyone here wishes to hear. Chapter 58. The revelation settled over the household like a physical weight, and it was Sir Pentious, ever practical even in the face of cosmic uncertainty, who finally gave voice to the question pressing hardest against everyone's mind. What exactly do you mean by anchored? He asked, sensors still trained carefully on the entity's shifting, ancient form. If you are suggesting some manner of procedure, I want to understand precisely what it entails before anyone here consents to anything. The entity's vast presence seemed to gather itself, considering the question with visible, deliberate care. The fragment within him requires a true, deliberate binding, it said. Not removal. Not extraction. A conscious, willing anchoring, performed by the one who carries it, that will settle the power fully and permanently into its current form, ending the strain it places on the barrier with each new growth. It paused, and something in its vast, layered voice carried an unmistakable note of caution. I must be honest. The binding is not without risk. It requires the bearer to consciously, fully confront and accept every part of what they carry, the power in its complete and total truth, without flinching from any part of it. Souls who attempt such a binding unprepared, or unwilling, have been lost to the process before. Izuku felt the weight of every eye in the courtyard turn toward him, and he met the entity's ancient, searching gaze with the same steady calm that had carried him through every trial of his remarkable young life. If I don't do it, he said slowly, working through the implications with careful, deliberate thought, the barrier keeps getting worse. More things like that rabbit, or worse, could keep slipping through, unpredictable and dangerous, every time my power grows. That is a genuine risk, yes, the entity confirmed. Though I want to be clear, I did not come to force this choice upon you. I came only to offer the truth of what I understand, and the possibility of resolving it, should you choose to accept that path. Charlie's hand found Izuku's, gripping tight, old fear plain in her expression despite her obvious effort to remain steady for his sake. You don't have to decide this right now, she said. Whatever this binding actually requires, we take the time to understand it properly first. We don't rush into something this significant. I know, Izuku said softly, squeezing her hand in return. But I think I already know what I want to do. He looked around at the household gathered behind him, at Poppy's fierce, worried expression, at Vaggie's unwavering, steady presence, at the whole extraordinary family who had spent nearly a decade teaching him exactly what it meant to face difficult things without ever having to face them alone. I've spent almost 10 years learning to understand this power. Learning to trust it, instead of being afraid of it. I don't want to keep carrying it in a way that puts other people, other worlds, at risk every time it grows. If there's a way to make it fully, safely mine, once and for all, I want to take that chance. The risk is real, Vaggie said carefully, though her voice carried more support than warning now, understanding, as she always had, that this was ultimately his choice to make. You understand that, right? This isn't like anything we've faced before. We can't fight this one for you. I know, Izuku said, steady and certain. But I won't be facing it alone either. Whatever this binding actually requires, I want all of you there with me, exactly like you've been there for everything else. The entity's vast, ancient presence seemed to soften, something almost like approval settling into its shifting, layered form. Then let us begin the preparations, it said. The binding, when it comes, will require the fullness of who you are, and the fullness of everyone who has helped shape you into it. I sense, watching this gathering around you, that you are not lacking in that particular strength. Chapter 59. The preparations for the binding stretched across 3 careful, deliberate days, the entity guiding the household through rituals and understandings that none of them, not even Lucifer with all his centuries of accumulated knowledge, had ever encountered before. Izuku spent much of that time in quiet, focused reflection, guided by the entity's patient instruction to confront, fully and without flinching, every part of the power he carried, not merely its strength, but its origin in his own deepest fear, the desperate need of a frightened 4-year-old boy that had first called it into being. It was not an easy process. Old memories surfaced that he had spent years learning to set gently aside, the closet, the shouting, the small, helpless ache of believing himself entirely powerless to protect either himself or anyone else. Charlie and Vaggie remained close throughout, present for every difficult session, offering steady, patient support exactly as they had through every trial of the years before, and it was their unwavering presence, more than anything else, that carried Izuku through the hardest of those confrontations, the old grief and old fear finally, fully processed rather than simply set aside and endured. You don't have to be ashamed of where it came from, Charlie told him, during one particularly difficult evening, watching him work through the raw, resurfaced memory of that first terrified night in the closet. The fact that your power was born out of fear doesn't make it any less remarkable, what you've built out of it since. A seed planted in hard, difficult soil can still grow into something extraordinary, given enough patient care. I know, Izuku said, voice thick with old, complicated emotion. I think I just needed to actually sit with it properly, instead of just running from it. Even after everything, some part of me was still trying not to look at it directly. That's what this whole process is for, Vaggie said gently. Not to erase where you came from. Just to finally, fully make peace with it, so it can't catch you off guard anymore. By the third day, Izuku found himself standing once more in the courtyard where his journey had first truly begun nearly a decade before, the entity's vast, patient presence waiting alongside the entire assembled household, Poppy gripping his hand tightly, Emily having slipped down from heaven at real personal risk to be present for the moment, Carmilla and Rosie standing in solemn, watchful support. Even Alastair present with none of his usual theatrical distance, expression. Uncharacteristically grave. Are you ready? The entity asked, its ancient, layered voice carrying gently across the quiet courtyard. Izuku looked around at every face gathered there, at the whole extraordinary family who had built themselves, patiently and completely, around one frightened boy who had once believed himself entirely alone in the world, and felt, in that moment, a certainty more complete than any he had carried through every previous trial combined. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The binding began not with violence or struggle, but with something closer to a vast, gentle unfolding, the entity's ancient light gathering around Izuku in slow, careful spirals as he closed his eyes and turned, fully and without flinching, toward every part of the power he carried, the fear that had first called it into being, the fierce protective love that had shaped it since, the years of patient, deliberate growth that had carried him from a frightened child hiding in a closet to someone capable of standing, unafraid, against heaven itself. He felt himself reaching, in that vast, timeless moment, toward the deepest truth of what the power had always actually been, not a separate force borrowed or granted, but the truest, most essential expression of his own capacity to love fiercely enough to protect what mattered most, forged in fear but transformed, patiently and completely, into something unmistakably, permanently his own. The light around him flared, brilliant and vast, and for one suspended, breathless moment, the entire courtyard held witness to something that defied easy description, boy and power and years of hard-won healing all converging, fully and finally, into a single, unified whole. And then, as gently as it had begun, the light settled, and Izuku opened his eyes to find the binding complete, the power that had once answered only to fear now resting, steady and whole and entirely his own, fully and permanently anchored within him. Chapter 60. The entity's vast, ancient form began to fade even as the courtyard settled back into stillness, its purpose fulfilled, its long search across countless worlds finally, gently concluded. It is done, it said, voice softer now, carrying something almost like peace beneath its layered, ancient tones. The fragment is fully anchored. The strain on the barrier will trouble you no further. It paused, its shifting form studying Izuku with what might, in a being so vast and strange, have passed for genuine warmth. I confess, in all my long searching, I did not expect to find the fragment settled so well. You have built something remarkable out of what once scattered from me in fear and calamity. I am glad, more than I have words to properly express, that it found its way to you. Thank you, Izuku said quietly, still feeling the settled, complete weight of the power now fully, permanently his own, steadier and more certain than it had ever felt before. For finding me. For telling us the truth, instead of just taking what you thought you were owed. That was never a choice I would have made, the entity said, its form growing fainter, less distinct, as its long task finally reached its close. Power taken by force from an unwilling soul rarely settles into anything but further calamity. What you have built here, freely and with such patient love, is a considerably better outcome than anything I could have forced upon you. Its vast presence dimmed further, the courtyard's familiar crimson sky beginning to show clearly through its fading, translucent form. Be well, Izuku Midoriya. Whatever trials still await you, I sense, watching this remarkable family gathered around you, that you are more than equipped to meet them. And then, gently and without fanfare, it was gone, the courtyard settling back into its familiar, quiet peace as though the vast, cosmic visitor had never been there at all. For a long moment, nobody moved, the weight of everything that had just occurred settling slowly into the stunned, grateful silence of the assembled household. It was Poppy who finally broke it, throwing her arms around Izuku in a fierce, relieved hug that startled a surprised, delighted laugh out of him. "You did it," she said, muffled against his shoulder. "You actually did it." "We did it," Izuku corrected gently, echoing the same sentiment he had offered Charlie months before, watching the whole assembled household close in around him, Charlie and Vaggie first, wrapping him in an embrace that carried nearly a decade of fierce, unwavering love within it, and then everyone else, Emily and Carmilla and Rosie and Alastair and Sir Pentious and Husk and Angel Dust and Nifty, the entire extraordinary family that had built itself, patiently and completely, around one frightened boy who had once believed himself entirely alone in the world. Charlie, holding him close amid the joyful, relieved chaos of the gathered celebration, felt her chest fill with something so vast and warm it nearly overwhelmed her entirely. "I'm so proud of you," she said, voice thick with emotion. "I don't think I could ever find the words for exactly how proud." "I know," Izuku said softly, leaning into the embrace with the same complete, trusting weight he had carried since he was small. "I feel it. I've always felt it, even on the hardest days. That's what got me through all of this, in the end. Knowing I had all of you standing behind me, every single step of the way." The courtyard settled, slowly, into warm, joyful celebration, the entire household gathering close around the boy who had finally, completely come into the fullness of who he was always meant to become, and above them, the endless crimson sky stretched on, calm and unbroken, holding within its familiar expanse nothing now but the hard-won, permanent peace of a family who had faced every trial the world could offer them, and had emerged, each and every time, stronger and more unified than before. Chapter 61. Years passed, the way years tend to pass once the great, defining trials of a life have finally settled into something steadier and more peaceful, and the Hazbin Hotel, along with the remarkable young man who had once arrived on its doorstep as a frightened, silent child, grew and flourished in the quiet, patient work of the ordinary years that followed. Izuku was 18 now, tall and steady and carrying himself with the easy, settled confidence of someone who had long since made peace with every part of the remarkable, difficult journey that had shaped him. He ran much of the Second Chance Wing's daily operations himself these days, having grown, over the years, into precisely the kind of patient, understanding guardian that the frightened, hollow-eyed boy he had once been could never have imagined becoming. New arrivals still found their way to the wing with some regularity, each of them met, from their very first moment, with the same steady, unhurried care that had once been offered to him, and Izuku took a quiet, deep satisfaction in knowing that his own difficult beginning had become, patiently and completely, the foundation for so much healing in others. Poppy, 19 now, had taken her considerable artistic talent and built a life around it, her sketches and paintings adorning not only the walls of the Second Chance Wing but increasingly the halls of galleries throughout the city, her work carrying, in every careful line, the same warm, affectionate understanding of found family and hard-won belonging that had defined her own remarkable friendship with Izuku since the very first day they met. They remained, after all these years, each other's steadiest anchor, their bond having grown, patiently and completely, into something neither of them could easily imagine their lives without. Emily visited less often these days, Heaven's careful watch over her activities never having fully relaxed, but the visits she did manage carried, each time, the same warm, genuine gladness that had marked her very first, terrified arrival at the hotel's doorstep years before. Sarah, for her part, had settled into a careful, distant respect for the household and the young man at its center, an uneasy but genuine peace having held steady between Heaven and the Hazbin Hotel in all the years since Adam's failed incursion. Charlie and Vaggie, watching over the flourishing, ever-expanding family they had built, found themselves, on quiet evenings, marveling still at the remarkable distance traveled since the night they had found a frightened, silent boy crying on their doorstep. The hotel itself had grown considerably beyond its original modest ambitions, its reputation as a place where genuine change and genuine healing were possible now firmly, permanently established throughout Pentagram City and beyond, built not merely on Charlie's original, stubborn hope, but on the living, breathing proof of exactly what patient, unwavering love could accomplish, given enough time and enough genuine care. It was on one such quiet evening, the whole household gathered for an ordinary, unremarkable dinner that had, over the years, become one of their most treasured traditions, that Izuku found himself looking around the table at every familiar, beloved face, Charlie and Vaggie, Poppy, Husk and Angel Dust and Nifty, Sir Pentius's latest ridiculous invention perched proudly on the table's edge, even Alastair present in his own understated, characteristically enigmatic fashion, and felt, settling deep and warm into his chest, the same fierce, complete gratitude that had carried him through every single trial of his remarkable, extraordinary life. "What are you thinking about?" Charlie asked, catching the thoughtful, contented expression on his face from across the table. "Just how far we've all come," Izuku said, smiling, easy and warm and entirely at peace. "I used to think, when I first got here, that I'd fallen into the wrong world entirely. That there'd been some mistake, and eventually I'd have to go back to the life I'd left behind." He looked around the table once more, at every face that had, patiently and completely, built itself into the truest and most essential shape of his life. "I don't think that anymore. I think I fell exactly where I was always supposed to land." Charlie reached across the table and took his hand, warm and certain, and around them, the whole extraordinary family that had gathered itself, over nearly 15 remarkable years, around one small, frightened boy who had once believed himself entirely alone in the world, continued their warm, ordinary dinner beneath a sky that had long since stopped feeling foreign, and had become, instead, simply and completely, home. Chapter 62. In the weeks following the binding, as the household settled back into its familiar rhythms, Izuku found himself drawn, more than once, into long, quiet conversations with Vaggie about what his future might actually look like, now that the power he carried no longer demanded the same constant, careful vigilance it once had. "You've spent almost your whole life training for danger," she observed, one morning in the courtyard, watching him move through a familiar sequence of exercises with the easy, settled confidence of someone who no longer needed to fear his own strength. "Have you ever let yourself think about what you actually want, now that the danger's mostly behind us?" Izuku considered the question seriously, letting the exercise wind down as he turned to face her. "I like what I'm doing with the second chance wing," he said slowly, working through the thought as he spoke it. "Helping kids who arrive here the way I did. That feels like exactly the right use of everything I've learned, everything I've survived. I don't think I want to walk away from that." "That's not the same as answering what you want for yourself, though," Vaggie pointed out, gentle but characteristically direct. "You're allowed to want things beyond just helping other people heal, Izuku. You've spent your whole life so focused on protecting everyone else. I want to make sure you're not forgetting to ask what you need too." He was quiet for a long moment, turning the question over with real, careful thought. "I think," he said finally, "I want to keep learning. About the city, about the wider realm, about everything Carmilla's been teaching me over the years. I don't know exactly what that turns into yet. But I like the idea of understanding this world well enough that someday, I could actually help shape it, not just protect what's already here." Vaggie's expression softened into something warm and genuinely proud. "That's a good answer," she said. "A real one, not just the selfless one you usually reach for first." She reached out and ruffled his hair, the familiar gesture carrying, after nearly 15 years, the same easy affection it always had. "For what it's worth, I think you'd be good at whatever you decided to build out of that. You've got good instincts, and an even better heart to guide them." "I learned from the best," Izuku said, grinning, easy and warm in a way that still, after all these years, caught in Vaggie's chest with quiet, settled gladness. They fell into comfortable silence, the morning's training winding down into the easy, familiar rhythm of a relationship built patiently over nearly 15 years, and Vaggie found herself thinking, not for the first time, that whatever remarkable, extraordinary things the world still had waiting for the young man beside her, she could not imagine a version of her own life that did not include watching him continue to grow into it. Chapter 63. Charlie found Izuku, some evenings later, sitting once more on the familiar courtyard steps, the same spot where so many of their most important conversations had unfolded over the years, and settled beside him with the same easy comfort that had marked nearly every quiet moment they had shared since the very beginning. "Can I ask you something?" she said, watching the endless crimson sky stretch out before them. "Do you ever think about that first night? The closet, the fall, everything that happened before you ended up here?" Izuku considered the question with careful, thoughtful attention. Sometimes, he admitted. Not with the same fear I used to carry, though. It feels more like remembering a story that happened to someone else now, someone I used to be but don't really recognize anymore. He glanced sideways at her, something warm and grateful settling into his expression. I think that's because of you. Because of everything you and Vaggie built around me, patiently, for almost 15 years now. You didn't just keep me safe. You helped me actually become someone who doesn't have to be defined by where he started. Charlie's throat tightened at the words, old emotion rising warm and complete in her chest. You did that, she said softly. We just tried to give you the space and the safety to do it. The actual becoming, the healing, the choosing to trust again after everything that happened to you before, that was always you, Izuku. We just got the extraordinary privilege of watching it happen. They sat together in comfortable silence for a long moment, the familiar crimson sky settling into its gentle evening glow, and it was Izuku who finally spoke again, quiet and certain. I used to wonder, in those early years, why it happened. Why I fell through that wall instead of just staying where I was. Lucifer explained some of it, the mechanism behind it, but I don't think that's ever really been the part that mattered most to me. What matters most to you? Charlie asked gently. That I ended up here, Izuku said simply. With you, and Vaggie, and Poppy, and this whole impossible, wonderful family. Whatever mechanism carried me across that barrier, whatever cosmic accident or design was actually behind it, I don't think I need to fully understand the how anymore. I just know I'm grateful, every single day, for the where. Charlie pulled him into a warm, steady embrace, the same embrace she had offered him on so many nights over the years, from his very first terrified evening at the hotel to this quiet, settled moment nearly 15 years later. I'm grateful too, she said, voice thick with emotion. Every single day. You have no idea what finding you on that curbside did for me, Izuku. You didn't just become part of my family. You helped me understand, in a way I never fully had before, exactly what this hotel, this whole mission of redemption and second chances, was actually supposed to mean. They remained there together for a long while, watching the crimson sky deepen toward evening, two people bound not by blood but by nearly 15 years of chosen, deliberate love, and Izuku found himself thinking, in the comfortable quiet of that shared moment, that whatever remarkable, uncertain future still waited ahead of him, he could not imagine facing a single day of it without the steady, unwavering family gathered around him now. Chapter 64. The wider currents of Pentagram City's complicated politics had, in the years since the binding, settled into their own steady, if imperfect, equilibrium, and it was Carmilla, arriving for one of her now cherished regular visits, who brought Izuku the final, formal confirmation of exactly how thoroughly the balance of power had shifted since his earliest, most dangerous years at the hotel. Vox has withdrawn entirely from any interest in your affairs, she reported, settling into the study with the same brisk, practical efficiency that had marked her involvement in Izuku's life since he was 8 years old. His attention has turned toward considerably safer ventures these past several years. And Valentino's formal terms, whatever their original insincerity, have held steady without a single violation in nearly a decade now. I don't say that to suggest either of them has undergone some genuine change of heart. Only that they've both, finally and permanently, learned the cost of testing this household strength. And heaven? Izuku asked, curious despite the years of settled peace that had followed Adam's defeat. Sarah maintains her careful, distant respect, Carmilla said. Emily's continued advocacy, quiet as it must remain, has done considerable good in shifting at least some opinion within heaven's ranks toward a more measured view of hell's residents generally, and of you specifically. Adam remains, from what little we hear, thoroughly humbled by his defeat, though I doubt his pride has healed enough to admit as much aloud. Her expression carried the particular dry amusement she reserved for exactly such observations. In short, young man, the peace you built through that confrontation, and through everything you've done since to prove yourself worth protecting rather than exploiting, has held remarkably steady. I don't say that lightly, given how rarely peace holds steady in this particular city. Izuku absorbed this with quiet, grateful satisfaction, thinking of everything the years since Adam's failed incursion had allowed the household to build, the second chance wing, the steady flow of frightened new arrivals finding their footing under his own patient guidance, the ordinary, treasured rhythms of family life that had grown, patiently and completely, out of nearly 15 years of hard-won safety. "Thank you," he told Carmilla, with the same sincere gratitude he had offered her since his earliest lessons at her side. "For everything you've taught me, everything you've helped protect." "I don't think I say that enough." "You say it plenty," Carmilla said, though something in her sharp, usually unreadable expression softened, briefly, into genuine warmth. "You've been one of the more rewarding investments of my considerable time, Izuku. Don't let it go to your head." Her dry humor returned in full force, and Izuku laughed, easy and genuine, the familiar rhythm of their long friendship settling comfortably between them. She left as she always did, brisk and businesslike, though the warmth of her visit lingered long after her departure, one more thread in the vast, steady tapestry of relationships that had gathered, over nearly 15 years, into the truest and most essential shape of Izuku's remarkable life. Chapter 65. Poppy's first gallery showing arrived on a bright, carefully anticipated evening, the culmination of years of patient artistic growth finally reaching a public audience beyond the familiar walls of the hotel and the second chance wing, and Izuku found himself, standing beside her in the crowded gallery space, feeling a fierce, complete pride that rivaled anything he had felt in his own remarkable journey. "You did it," he told her, echoing, with deliberate affection, the words she had once offered him after the binding's completion. "Look at all of this. It's incredible, Poppy." "We did it," she corrected, just as deliberately, gesturing around at the walls covered in careful, warm portraits of the hotel's residents, of the second chance wing's steady, patient work, of nearly 15 years of found family rendered in loving, careful detail. "None of this would exist without everything we built together. You know that." The centerpiece of the exhibition, tucked into a place of quiet honor near the gallery's entrance, was a piece Poppy had been working on in careful secret for months, a detailed, tender portrait of Izuku as he had first appeared at the hotel, small and frightened and clutching a worn stuffed rabbit, rendered alongside a second, companion image of him as he stood now, tall and steady and surrounded by the whole extraordinary family that had shaped him. Beneath the two images, in Poppy's own careful handwriting, ran a simple inscription: "Some journeys begin in fear and end in love." This one did. Izuku stood before the piece for a long, quiet moment, old memory and present gratitude tangling together in his chest with an intensity that caught, briefly, at his breath. "Poppy," he said finally, voice thick. "This is beautiful. I wanted people to see it," Poppy said softly, coming to stand beside him. "Not just the power, not just the legend the whole city likes to tell about you. The actual truth of it. That you became who you are because people chose to love you patiently, even when it was hard, even when healing took years instead of moments." She glanced up at him, something warm and certain in her expression. "I wanted the next scared kid who walks through the second chance wing's doors to have proof that it's possible. That wherever they're starting from, there's a version of their story that ends up looking like this." Izuku pulled her into a tight, grateful hug, the same fierce, steady affection that had anchored their friendship since the very first day Charlie had introduced them in the hotel's crowded lobby. "Thank you," he said. "For seeing all of it. For being there for every part of it." "Always," Poppy said simply, and around them, the gallery continued its warm, bright celebration, two friends who had each, in their own remarkable way, transformed the difficult circumstances of their beginnings into something extraordinary, standing together in quiet, grateful witness to exactly how far they had both come. Chapter 66. Nearly 15 years to the night since Charlie had first found a frightened, silent boy crying on the curbside outside the Hazbin Hotel, Izuku found himself standing in that same spot once more, drawn there by some quiet, reflective instinct as the anniversary approached. The city around him had changed considerably in the years since that first terrified night, the hotel's reputation and influence having grown far beyond its original modest ambitions, but the curbside itself remained largely unchanged, the same crooked lamp posts, the same familiar stretch of street where a small, hollow-eyed child had once collapsed, entirely alone, believing himself lost beyond any hope of rescue. Charlie found him there, drawn by the same quiet instinct that had first sent her out to fix a flickering sign all those years before, and settled beside him without a word, simply following his gaze toward the exact spot where their extraordinary journey together had first begun. "I still remember exactly what you looked like that night," she said softly, after a long, comfortable silence. "So small. So scared. Clutching that rabbit like it was the only solid thing left in the whole world." "I remember too," Izuku said quietly. "I remember thinking, if I could just make myself small enough, quiet enough, maybe nobody would notice me at all. I'd spent my whole short life learning that being noticed usually meant something bad was about to happen." He glanced at her, something warm and settled in his expression. "And then you climbed down that ladder and asked if I was hungry, and nothing about the rest of my life ever went the way I expected again." Charlie laughed, soft and warm, old memory bright and treasured between them. "Best decision I ever made," she said, climbing down that ladder instead of just fixing the sign and going back inside. She reached over and took his hand, the same steady, grounding gesture she had offered him 1,000 times over the years. "I don't think either of us understood, that first night, exactly what we were starting. I just knew there was a scared kid who needed help, and I wasn't going to be the kind of person who walked past that." "I'm glad you weren't," Izuku said, voice thick with old, complicated gratitude. "I think about it sometimes, what might have happened if I'd wandered a different direction that night. If I'd never found my way to this exact curbside, this exact door." He shook his head slowly. "I don't like thinking about it for long. It doesn't feel like it matters anymore, honestly. Because I did find my way here. Whatever brought me to this exact spot, on this exact night, I ended up exactly where I was always supposed to be." They stood together in comfortable silence for a long while, the endless crimson sky stretching out above them, familiar now in a way it had never quite managed to feel foreign, even from the very beginning. Behind them, the hotel's warm, golden light spilled out into the street, welcoming and steady, the same light that had once drawn a frightened, exhausted child toward the one door in an entire ruined city that might, against every likelihood, open for him. "Come on," Charlie said finally, squeezing his hand. "Everyone's waiting. Vaggie's got dinner ready, and I think Poppy's threatening to eat your portion if you take much longer." Izuku laughed, easy and warm, and together they turned from the curbside where it had all begun, walking back toward the golden light of the home that had, patiently and completely, over nearly 15 remarkable years, become everything he had never known to hope for on that first, frightened night. The city stretched on behind them, vast and complicated and forever changed by the remarkable young man who had once fallen into it with nothing but a worn stuffed rabbit and a heart already, even then, capable of extraordinary love. And ahead of them, waiting in the warm, familiar glow of the Hazbin Hotel, an entire family gathered close, ready, as they always had been, to welcome him home. Chapter 67. That evening's dinner stretched long into the night, the entire household gathered around the same familiar table that had hosted nearly 15 years of ordinary meals and extraordinary conversations alike, and it was Husk, of all people, who finally raised a glass in a rare, uncharacteristically sentimental toast. "Never thought I'd say this," he grumbled, though the warmth beneath his gruff exterior was unmistakable to everyone who had known him long enough to read past it, but taking in that scrawny, silent kid all those years ago turned out to be about the best thing that ever happened to this miserable hotel. "So, here's to the kid. Glad you found your way to us." To Izuku, the table echoed, glasses raised in warm, genuine celebration, and Izuku, sitting at the center of it all, felt his chest fill with the same fierce, complete gratitude that had carried him through every single stage of his remarkable journey. Angel dust, never one to let a sentimental moment pass without his own particular flair, launched immediately into a long, exaggerated recounting of Izuku's early days at the hotel, the small, silent boy who had slowly, steadily won over an entire household of reformed sinners through nothing more than patient, quiet trust and the occasional devastatingly solemn observation. Nifty added her own fond memories of the garden they had rebuilt together, time and again, over the years. Sir Pentious recalled, with visible pride, the many inventions he had built specifically to bring a smile to Izuku's face, from the very first mechanical duck to considerably more sophisticated creations in the years since. Even Alastair, seated at his usual place near the table's edge, offered a rare, genuine toast of his own. To the remarkable young man who taught this old, cynical entity that not every soul crossing my path required careful calculation and self-interested bargaining, he said, smile softer than its usual sharp edge. Some, it seems, are simply worth caring for freely. I remain, even now, rather astonished by that particular lesson. Izuku, moved beyond easy words by the warmth of the gathered celebration, found himself simply looking around the table at every beloved, familiar face, cataloging, the way he had once catalogued exits and dangers in a much harder life, every single reason he had to be grateful for exactly how his extraordinary story had unfolded. I don't think I could ever thank all of you enough, he said finally, voice thick with emotion. For everything. For finding me, for keeping me safe, for teaching me how to actually trust the world again after everything that happened before. I know I say it a lot, but I mean it every single time. None of this, none of who I've become, happens without every single person at this table. That's what family does, Vaggie said simply, reaching over to squeeze his shoulder. We show up. Again and again, for as long as it takes. You never had to earn that from us, Izuku. It was always just yours, the moment we found you. The dinner continued long into the warm, familiar evening, laughter and memory and easy affection flowing freely around the table, and Charlie, watching it all unfold with the same fierce, settled pride she had carried through every stage of the remarkable journey, found herself thinking that whatever trials the future still had waiting, however uncertain the years ahead might yet prove, this warm, ordinary, extraordinary family, gathered together in gratitude and love, would remain always the truest and most essential foundation of everything they had built together. Chapter 68. Later that night, long after the celebration had wound down and the hotel had settled into its familiar, comfortable quiet, Izuku found himself once more on the courtyard steps, the same spot that had witnessed so many of the most important moments of his remarkable life, looking up at the endless crimson sky with a peace more complete than any he had known before. He thought of the frightened 4-year-old who had once curled alone in a closet, learning the careful, painful arithmetic of survival in a world that had given him no reason to expect kindness. He thought of the boy who had fallen through a wall that dissolved into nothing, tumbling into a realm of ash and fire that should have destroyed him, and had instead, against every possible likelihood, delivered him to the one door in an entire city that would open, patiently and completely, into everything he had never known to hope for. He thought of Charlie's outstretched hand on that very first night, and Vaggie's quiet, steady vigilance in the weeks that followed. He thought of Poppy's easy, uncomplicated friendship, of Lucifer's absurd, wonderful ducks, of Carmilla's brisk, invaluable lessons, of Alastair's unexpected, understated tenderness, of Emily's quiet, courageous defiance of everything she had once been taught to believe about the souls sheltering in hell. He thought of every trial the years had asked him to face, Vox, Valentino, the coalition assault, Adam's furious, devastating confrontation, and finally, the ancient entity's vast, searching truth about the very origin of his extraordinary power, and found, looking back across the whole remarkable span of it, that he would not trade a single difficult moment, not if changing it meant losing any part of the family and the life he had built in response to it. Vaggie found him there, as she so often did, and settled beside him without a word, the two of them sharing the same comfortable, familiar silence that had marked so many of their most important conversations over the years. You okay? She asked finally. Better than okay, Izuku said, and meant it completely, a peace settling through him that reached all the way down to the frightened, hollow core of the child he had once been, finally and fully healed. I was just thinking about everything that had to happen for me to end up exactly here, exactly now. All of it. The bad parts and the good parts both. Does it still hurt? Vaggie asked gently. Thinking about where you started? Not the way it used to, Izuku said, considering the question with the same careful honesty he always brought to it. It's part of my story. I don't think I needed to stop hurting entirely to also be grateful for everything it eventually led me to. Both things can be true at once. I think I finally understand that, all the way down, instead of just knowing it as something you and Charlie used to tell me. Vaggie's expression softened, old pride and old love warring gently for space in her usually composed features. That's about the wisest thing I've ever heard a kid your age say, she said, bumping her shoulder against his. Guess all that patient parenting finally paid off. Izuku laughed, easy and warm, and leaned into her shoulder, the same trusting, settled weight he had carried since he was small, and together they sat beneath the endless crimson sky, mother and son in every sense that had ever truly mattered, watching the quiet, peaceful night stretch on around the home they had built together, one patient, difficult, extraordinary day at a time. Whatever the future still held for the remarkable young man who had once fallen, frightened and alone, into a world he never chose, he faced it now with the same fierce, unshakable certainty that had carried him through every trial before it, that he was loved, completely and without condition, by a family who had chosen him, deliberately and repeatedly, across nearly 15 extraordinary years, and who would go on choosing him, he knew without any doubt at all, for every remarkable year still waiting ahead. It was, in every way that mattered, exactly the ending, and exactly the beginning, he had always deserved. Chapter 69. In the years that followed that quiet, reflective anniversary, the story of the Hazbin Hotel and the remarkable young man who had once arrived on its doorstep continued to unfold, steady and hopeful, across the wider landscape of Pentagram City. The second chance wing grew steadily under Izuku's careful, patient guidance, its reputation for gentle, effective healing spreading far beyond the borders of the city itself, drawing not only frightened young souls in need of sanctuary, but curious visitors and cautious allies from every corner of Hell's complicated, ever-shifting power structure, each of them coming to witness firsthand exactly what had become possible when patient love was allowed to do its slow, essential work without interruption. Poppy's art continued to flourish as well, her growing body of work becoming, over the years, something of a quiet cultural touchstone throughout the city, her careful, tender portraits of found family and hard-won belonging resonating with countless souls who had, in their own difficult ways, once believed themselves beyond the reach of genuine care. She and Izuku remained, through every year that followed, exactly what they had always been to each other, the truest and steadiest of friends, bound by a history and an understanding that time only ever seemed to deepen rather than diminish. Emily's quiet advocacy within Heaven's ranks continued its slow, patient work as well, small shifts in perspective accumulating gradually across the years into something that, while never approaching wholesale transformation, nonetheless represented genuine, meaningful progress in how at least some portion of Heaven's considerable population viewed the souls sheltering below them. She visited when she could, always welcomed, always treasured, the unlikely friendship first forged in warning and courage having grown, over the years, into something as steady and essential as any other thread in the household's rich, extraordinary tapestry. And Izuku himself, the frightened, silent boy who had once fallen through a dissolving wall into a world he never chose, continued to grow into exactly the kind of person his difficult beginning had, against every likelihood, prepared him to become, steady, and strong, and endlessly, patiently generous with the hard-won understanding that had once been so desperately absent from his own earliest, most difficult days. He thought, often, of the small stuffed rabbit that still sat on his windowsill, worn and treasured, a quiet reminder of exactly how far he had traveled since that first terrified night. He thought of Charlie's outstretched hand, of Vaggie's steady, unwavering vigilance, of every single person who had chosen, again and again across nearly 15 remarkable years, to stand beside him rather than walk away. And on quiet evenings, when the whole extraordinary household gathered together beneath the endless crimson sky that had long since stopped feeling foreign and had become, instead, simply and completely home, Izuku found himself settling into the same deep, grateful peace that had first begun to take root in him on that very first night Charlie found him crying on the curbside, the quiet, certain knowledge that whatever remarkable, uncertain future still waited ahead, he would never again have to face a single moment of it alone. He had fallen into a world he never chose, frightened and broken and certain, in his deepest heart, that he was entirely beyond saving. He had found, instead, exactly the family he had always deserved, and had spent every remarkable year since proving, patiently and completely, exactly how much that choice had been worth making. It was, in every way that mattered, only the beginning of everything still left for him to become. Chapter 70. Years later still, on an evening that carried no particular anniversary or significance beyond its own quiet, ordinary warmth, a new arrival came stumbling through the Hazbin Hotel's front doors, small and frightened and utterly lost, much as Izuku himself had once been. It was Izuku who met her first, drawn by the same instinct that had guided him toward every frightened new arrival over the years, crouching down to meet her wide, wary eyes with the same patient, gentle calm that had once, so long ago, been offered to him on that very same threshold. "Hey there," he said softly, holding out a small, worn stuffed rabbit that had traveled an impossible distance to find its way back into his keeping, offering it now, freely and without hesitation, to the frightened child before him. "My name's Izuku. This is Quackers's cousin. He's really good at making people feel a little braver. You want to hold him?" The girl stared at him for a long, uncertain moment, the same careful, searching calculation Izuku remembered so vividly from his own earliest days, weighing whether the offered kindness carried any hidden cost. And then, slowly, tentatively, she reached out and took the small, worn rabbit into her own trembling hands. Behind them, in the hotel's warm, golden lobby, Charlie and Vaggie watched the familiar, tender scene unfold with the same quiet, settled pride that had accompanied every stage of Izuku's remarkable journey, and Charlie found herself thinking, watching her son extend to another frightened child the exact same patient grace that had once, so long ago, saved his own life, that the story that had begun on a curbside outside their hotel nearly 2 decades before had never really been about a single boy's extraordinary healing at all. It had always, from the very first night, been about what became possible when love was offered freely, patiently, and without condition, to anyone who needed it desperately enough to finally believe it was real. And as Izuku led the small, frightened girl gently toward the warm, welcoming halls of the second chance wing, murmuring the same quiet, steady reassurances that had once carried him through his own darkest nights, the endless crimson sky stretched on above the Hazbin Hotel, holding within its familiar, bruised expanse the full, remarkable story of everything patient love had built there, one frightened, extraordinary child at a time. The journey that had begun with a single small boy falling through a dissolving wall, alone and terrified and certain he was beyond saving, had become, across nearly 2 decades of patient, unwavering care, something far larger and more enduring than any single story could ever fully contain. It had become a home. A family. A promise, kept faithfully across every difficult year, that no one who found their way to that golden, welcoming door would ever again have to face the world entirely alone. And that, in the end, was the truest and most extraordinary power any of them had ever built together. Chapter 71. In the quiet weeks that followed the new arrival's first tentative steps into the second chance wing, Izuku found himself, more than once, reflecting on the strange, full-circle nature of watching someone else begin the very journey he himself had traveled so many years before. Her name, he learned gradually, patiently, over many careful conversations, was Suzu, and she carried her own difficult history close and guarded, much as he once had. He did not push her to share more than she was ready to offer. He simply remained present, steady and consistent, exactly as Charlie and Vaggie had once been for him, trusting, as they had trusted, that safety built patiently over time would eventually prove more persuasive than any words alone ever could. "She reminds me so much of you," Charlie observed one evening, watching Izuku patiently walk Suzu through the second chance wing's gentle morning routine. "The same careful watchfulness. The same way she counts the exits in every room before she lets herself relax even slightly." "I remember exactly how that feels," Izuku said quietly. "I'm glad I get to be the one who helps her feel safe enough to eventually stop needing to do that so much." He glanced at Charlie, something warm and settled in his expression. "I used to think, when I was younger, that surviving what happened to me before was the hardest part of my whole story. But I don't think that anymore. I think the hardest part was actually learning to trust that the safety was real, that it was going to last. That took so much longer than the surviving did." "It did," Charlie agreed softly. "And you did it anyway. Every single day, even when it was hard, even when old fear tried to convince you it couldn't possibly be real. That's its own kind of remarkable courage, Izuku. I hope you know that." He nodded slowly, watching Suzu carefully arrange a small collection of found objects on her windowsill, the same instinctive gesture toward creating a small, personal sense of safety that Izuku himself remembered so vividly from his own earliest days. "I want to be here for all of it," he said. "However long it takes her. However many years of patient, ordinary days it takes before she finally believes, all the way down, that this is real." "You will be," Charlie said, certain and warm. "That's exactly the kind of person you've become. The weeks turned gradually into months, and Suzu's careful, guarded silence steadily began to ease, much as Izuku's own once had, small moments of unguarded laughter and easy trust accumulating patiently into something steadier and more permanent. Poppy, ever generous with her own hard-won understanding, took to including her in the easy, comfortable rhythms of afternoon sketching sessions, and it was not long before Suzu, too, found herself drawn into the wide, welcoming orbit of the household's remarkable, ever-expanding found family. Izuku, watching her slow, patient healing unfold across those months, found himself thinking often of his own long journey, of every person who had offered him exactly this same patient, unwavering care across nearly 2 decades of remarkable, hard-won growth. He understood now, more completely than he ever had before, exactly what Charlie had meant, all those years ago, when she told him that healing rarely arrived as a single bright moment of transformation. It arrived, instead, exactly as his own had, slowly, and patiently, one ordinary, ongoing day at a time, built out of routines kept and promises honored and 1,000 quiet proofs that the safety offered was real, and would remain real, for as long as it was needed. And in offering that same patient truth to Suzu, and to every frightened child who would follow her through the second chance wings welcoming doors in all the years still to come, Izuku found himself living out, fully and completely, the truest legacy of everything his own remarkable, hard-won journey had ultimately been about. Not merely survival. Not merely power, however extraordinary it had grown to become. But love, offered freely and patiently to whoever needed it most, exactly as it had once, so long ago, been offered to him. Thanks for listening.